Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the channel, What's the Obsession, live stream and chat discussion. And this evening, we're going to turn off our feedback. Just one moment, please. Guys, I was going to tell you this after my intro. Well, let me finish my intro, and then I'm going to tell you. I won't forget. This evening, we're going to be talking about our snake case, I guess you could say, and that is Scott's case from 2018 out of Frederick, Colorado, when the lives of Shanann Watts, who was 16 weeks pregnant, 15, almost 16 weeks pregnant, 4-year-old Bella Watts, and just having turned 3-year-old Celeste Watts' lives were horrifically taken from this earth. And there are some things that we know about what happened that horrible, well, early morning hours when the tragedy occurred. And there are a lot of things that we don't know. And there are a lot of things that a person who has been paying careful attention to this case, the dynamics within this case and surrounding this case, can very reasonably and logically surmise without being irresponsible based on the abundance of evidence that does exist and also evidence that intentionally does not exist. We've talked about that before. I'll touch on it again this evening. And I myself I have finally gotten to the point after, really diving into this case for over 4 years. And this channel, Watch the Obsession, is I guess it'll be 3 years old in April. Um, and I was finishing up grad school when I first got the case. I was actually using this example for a part of my capstone project in my final behavioral analysis program in graduate school. Um, I didn't know that just anybody could start a YouTube channel and be like, "Hey, oh yeah," and it's gonna be a true crime channel. Yeah, yep, that's what it's gonna be. And I'm gonna just go on there and just talk about stuff, true crime, in case like I didn't know you could do that. um, so I just kind of fell into doing this channel, but that's a whole long story. Anyhow, I feel like I have finally gotten to a point where I've been in all along, I've been putting things together like many of you have, putting the details together, looking into, aspects of this time and what happened that are supposedly unknown that you're really know more about because it feels like one of the missing pieces, one of the critical missing pieces. I, like many of you, have been doing that consistently, regularly, and obsessively, hence the channel's name most of the time for the past 4 years. I think I've come up with what I feel is, and this is a theory, nobody knows exactly what happened except for the person or persons who were there, and most of them, unfortunately, all but one or all but 1 or 2, or we just don't know exactly, have moved on from this mortal earth and obviously cannot talk about it. So I am going to, for the very first time, going to start talking about that a little bit this evening because I do wanna share with you what I think happened, not just that night, but over perhaps a year and a half or so before August 13th, 2018. I don't know if I would ever talk about that in theory because a lot of you know I don't like talking theory. I'm like a pie chart girl. um, and I'd like to hear more about your theories too. Very, very interesting ones. Really, some really great theories out there that are super smart and well researched and are based in facts that I didn't even know existed. It's because of all of you guys, I'm able to bring together so much information. I do have a ton of information on this case, and that is why we are cracking open the vault. So, I decided this is what we're gonna do tonight because I have so much information I wanna share with you, and I'm always eager to get it all out and talk about it, and, then it then becomes a hurried process, and we don't get to explore everything thoroughly. So some of you know that I uploaded a video about, less than a week ago, in the past week about, now it's not everything I have about Nutgate or know about Nutgate that's relevant to the event called Nutgate, and if you're not sure what that is, you're gonna understand in just a few moments. And the reason that is because every single time I make a On this case in particular, I would say this case in particular for sure. Also, the Idaho case, not so much like Delphi or I mostly this case in Idaho. I always leave things in the editing room, so to speak. There are plenty of people out there that, it's a YouTube thing, it's all good, but, having an agenda, being for this, against this, a shenanigator, and I'm just saying it now, and I'll probably say it like multiple times, I am by no means a shenanigator. I relate to shenan on a lot of different levels, and make no mistake about it, everyone else I've ever talked to what happened is a horrific tragedy, and Shanann and those babies should be enjoying their God-given lives right now and for a long, long time to come. So, there's so many comments on, like, "Oh, you're accusing Shanann of deserving the fate," or no, nobody I've literally never heard anybody say that. I mean, that is something that I don't ever delete comments from this channel. You guys comment on videos, I just what I say is hateful and um but to say that she deserved what happened, I think that's hateful and vile, honestly. Nobody believes that. So, like, really, guys, we need to have a higher level discussion about, what this channel focuses on are, of course, true crime, issues of justice, incomplete issues of justice, and also the exploration of human behavior. I'm a behavioral analyst. That's what I do. I've always loved it's a fascinating genre. If you're right now, you probably do too. And I think one of the reasons some people love true crime is because it gives us an arena and a topic captivating and kind of touches us on this very sort of, like, animalistic level, but also connects us all as human beings through the fear and uncertainty that exploring true crime cases invokes in the human mind. So that's what we're doing here. There is no agenda. There is no ulterior motive. There is nobody paying the channel to represent a certain side. There is no the creator hates this person. It's just a jealous bit. It's like none of that. It is just what I said it is. So especially, in live chat, because we are going to be talking about some sensitive topics, particularly tonight. Um, you know, please, please be respectful to the victims' family members. I know that there are things going on always, right? Every aspect of this case, always things going on. Always, I find more things going on any time of the day, any day of the week, and month of the year for the past 5 and some years, right? I know there are some recent things. I'm not saying you can't refer to them or mention them or speak about but there will be no name calling or things like that. If you have that opinion, you're here. I'm not saying later you gotta leave. You can have whatever opinion you want. I'm not gonna tell you I'm really not, and I trust you called for a reason, and that's your opinion, and I do respect why is it? Oh, but oops. Am I coming through it? Oh, Ash. Oh, geez. One of you guys is calling me. Is there a problem? Uh-oh. Hold it. I can't answer my phone. As if some of you haven't heard from me in the past week, it's because I can't really answer my phone because I'm between two phones. Hold it, let me see. Please fix your audio. Oh, I didn't realize there was. I can't answer the phone. I can only get text. My audio's dropping out. That's so bizarre. Okay, gosh darn it. What the heck? All right, hold up. I'm so sorry. I wasn't reading chat. I was just like thinking about exactly what I wanted to say. Oh my gosh. I freaking, what the heck? Does it sound any better now? Okay. I know it was happening, I think. Thank you so much, sis. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry I haven't been in touch with you in a while. I'm between those two phones. And sis, maybe you can help me out after this. I can't figure out how to fully transfer over to another phone, but that's a whole different issue. You're all good now? Okay. I think that the connection was incomplete. I'm sorry about that. Okay. So what we're going to do tonight, yeah, and if that happens again, sis, just ring me. And if I see it's you, I will know to fix my audio. Okay. You're amazing. Love you. All of you too. And sis. All right. So how we're going to go about this tonight is I'm going to start playing through the video that I had uploaded, I don't know, sometime in the past week. And the focus of that video was the event called Nutgate, and it will be explained as we're watching that. And the way that I believe, and I think, to some degree, I feel comfortable in saying, is apparent based on what we know and what we've heard from interviews and seen through the discovery, that the event called Nutgate did play a part in, I would say, and this might be subjective, a significant part in the unraveling and unhinging of Chris Watts. I personally have come to believe that I really truly do. I've always had this possibility in my mind. I truly have come to believe that he had a psychotic break that can be explained with psychology. I mean, of course, this is theorizing for me. I have never met the man or spoke to the man. I certainly was not talking with him at that time, which is what would have to have happened for me to be able to say this with any sense of, like being definitive about it, right? But that event was critical for a number of reasons. And within that event called Nutgate are all of the players that are intertwined in this, case discovery, so to speak. There is, of course, Shanann and Chris. There are Bella and Celeste, their two daughters. Shanann is pregnant with baby Nico, who is going to be their first son that she was so excited about. The families, the Rusek, Shanann's family, her parents, her beloved mom and dad, who I think are good, great parents and great grandparents. I think the same for Cindy and Ronnie Watts. I'll just say that right now. And I can't imagine what they're going through. And always, always on this channel, our heart goes out to them. And I hope that each day they're finding some joy and peace in their lives. And then Shannon's brother Frankie Jr. and Chris's sister Jamie, and then of course in comes the friends of Shanann, who play an integral part in this whole story, particularly Nicole Atkinson, who, in my opinion, I truly, I think everybody really wants a friend like Nicole Atkinson. I know other people have different opinions, and again, that's okay. I also think that, well, I'll talk more about what I think about that in a little bit. And all of Shanann's other friends, who know when we're starting out this discussion, are almost all involved in the MLM culture. In this case, it was the company Lavelle's product line of Thrive, and MLMs and Thrive are an integral part of what happened in Nutgate. And I promise you, I'm going to sew this all together in a nice, neat theory by the end of this live stream. But for those of you that might be a little newer to the case, I just want you to take note of all these things. But as we're going through the video I've already created, I might skip through a couple parts that aren't quite as important. I'm also going to insert right here now tonight what I left on the editing room floor, so to speak, because I thought it was too controversial or something like that. That's usually why I leave them out of the videos to include in the video. There's two reasons that happens. Either I think the YouTube is going to get angry at me, because sometimes they do, and that gets really disrupts my life in a number of ways, because it's pretty random and acute. And I truly, truly, I do not want to harm the family members of those victims in any way, shape, or form. That doesn't mean I'm not going to talk about things that they might wish people did not talk about. But there are some things I feel cross the line. So anyway, I'm just going to start to bring that video into the stream, and we're going to go from there. Is the audio okay for everyone now? Oh, hey, thanks, Molson Man. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we have I think we're getting towards 42,000 subscribers now. Thank you guys all so much for being here. You guys make the channel. I'm so seriously honored. Aw. Oh, double R's here. WT's on, pants off. Awesome. Okay, good. Thank you guys so much. I'm so sorry about that. All right, I'm just going to start playing that, and then I'm going to look at comments. Okay, here we go. And then if you guys do want to come up on the panel and share your perspective, you can do that as well. Okay, that didn't present yet. Just one moment. Oh, when I was trying to figure out the audio. Okay, got it. There it is. Okay. And then once this video starts playing in about 5 seconds, if somebody in comments can just let me know if the audio is thumbs up or thumbs down, that would be amazing because I want y'all to have a good experience and be able to hear a damn thing. Oh, wait, can't do that because I turned my volume all the way down. All right, just 1 second. All right, let me close everything in the background. So if you are in this part of the world, I would just like you to know that it is, well, of course, today is December 8th, I guess wherever you are. It is freezing. I live in upstate New York. Well, today was actually pretty mild, but this past week got so super cold so quick, but it is kind of pretty outside because they've had those nice, delicate, super white snowflakes and kind of crisp air before you get too far into the winter if you live somewhere where it snows a lot, and then all the snow kind of just turns to like brown mush. That's what usually happens by the time my birthday comes on December 30th to some degree. Last year when Brian Koberg was arrested and we had that brown slush mush snow on the ground when he was arrested, because I remember. I remember that day very well. All right, here we go. Or so I think. Here it comes.
Welcome to Watch the Obsession, a channel that respects both victim families. We ask that you do the same in chat and in your comments.
No, like, when the whole thing with my parents happened, my parents called it the gate.
Life is hard and people need each other. To have great family that you love and care about and miss is one of life's greatest blessings.
I know, but you'll talk to them on the phone later. They had to go home. We'll talk to them later. You want to call them? You want to call Mimi, Papa? Okay. Do you miss them?
Oh, so I'm sorry. I didn't mean to skip back. I did want to mention about this video. I'd be interested to know if you guys have seen this particular video. The one that's just playing with Bella speaking. That's the one that I'm talking about in particular, other than on my channel, because that is one of, I mean, like at this point with the Idaho case, I've gotten a lot of information and things that we'll be talking about during the trial or when it's over, apparently, directly from like people that are super close to the source. With Watt's case, even though, you know, I've covered that so much more, not necessarily the case, because, you know, I started this YouTube channel a while after lots of people had started YouTube channels that discussed the case. I just thought I'd be super crazy and name my channel Watch the Obsession, which was supposed to be a little ironic, but here we are. That video in particular was something that I received directly from a person very close to the victims. And I don't think I had seen it elsewhere. Have you seen it elsewhere? But just please listen really closely to Bella there. And please just watch her really closely. This video contains this is an example of a Bella experience at this age that I can use as a reference for a lot of different behavioral, family dynamic, people in crisis issues that I always talk about a little bit and I want to talk about later. Thank you.
Blessings.
I know, but you'll talk to them on the phone later. They had to go home. We'll talk to them later. You want to call them? You want to call Mimi and Papa? Okay. Do you miss them?
Papa's upstairs.
Papa's not downstairs, baby. He had to go home. Say hi, Papa. Say hi, Mimi. Say I love you. Oh, you're so sad. I know, baby. We'll go visit them next month, okay? You want to go visit them?
Yeah.
Okay. You miss them? Give them kisses.
No.
Let's go downstairs, see CC. Want to go see CC?
Yeah.
Bella must have been so confused when that conversation was going on. What a way to wake up. You can tell she just woke up. You can see sunlight coming in through the windows. They're in Bella's bedroom, and we all know that the girls were only ever in their bedrooms when it was sleep time. They're planning on going downstairs to see Cece, and Bella's asking for mommy and Poppy and her grandma and grandpa, the Watts grandparents. And you can see the confusion on her face and the emotion that she's going through, and she's starting to understand that they're no longer there anymore, and it's all caught on camera. There was a time when Bella Watts was happy. She was very happy. There clearly was a time when everybody in the Watts family was very happy.
I love you, sweetheart.
There are changes we can observe in Bella's personality and her speech. And
Now, I created a couple of videos recently that interestingly, the comments on the video I put out earlier this week about Nutgate that we're watching right now, that's why we're watching it right now, because a lot of people messaged me with disappointment that they were not able to comment and dialogue with others after watching the video because they felt strongly they wanted to talk about some things. So I wanted to give everybody that opportunity. That was not my choice. That was YouTube's choice. I tried to be sneaky and upload the video a little differently in a couple different ways. But I'm seriously a technological idiot. Like, I don't even know why I wasted my time trying. But I like for you guys to be able to comment. It's really important to me. That's why I don't ever erase people's comments, even if they're really nasty towards me. If you're really nasty towards someone else who might be having a bad day and your nasty comment might put them over the edge, so if something terrible happens, I might erase that comment because we don't want to do that. Please be respectful, everybody. But anyhow, I made a couple videos that I felt, well, I was trying to clearly show from what we can see in the pictures and the footage and Bella's own voice and video recordings or audio recordings, the rapid and, in my opinion, declining and, in my opinion, sad transformation that she went through between the age of about 1, right up until I believe when they went to North Carolina that fateful summer. Many of you commented, and I agree that the girls seemed to be thriving when they were there with all of those wonderful grandparents, all 4 of them, and the rest of the family members. And I think that I think that what we see in Bella is all tied into the whole thing that is going on that gives us a lot of information about why and how this to many people a very mysterious tragedy, including most of law enforcement. I think there's a lot of indications of how that all happened, and that's what we're moving towards talking about. I'm going to keep letting you watch. Please comment because we want to see what you think. And then next time I'll be stopping is to introduce some of the left it on the editing floor content, because I didn't know if YouTube would like it or if others would appreciate it. It's a little controversial.
Her demeanor and the way that she interacts with the world is reflective of the change that the entire Watts family was going through. Each person in that family was going through as they, in my opinion, were spiraling quickly into a state of absolute crisis that always carries the possibility of turning into a tragedy. And we are so sad that that is what happened here.
Amy, oh geez, I went back again. Amy, Terry, I just want to address your question. In that video, Bella was talking about she was missing Chris Watts' parents, those grandparents, Cindy and Ronnie Watts. They had, stayed, in Colorado with them for a little while. And from what I understand, just outside of watching that video, but what I was told along by the person who gave me that video, gosh, how do I say? Was it the Watts, Cindy and Ronnie Watts? They didn't like the way that they left Colorado. They didn't understand exactly what happened, but apparently their perception was that they didn't get to say a proper goodbye to their grandchildren. They did not understand why that was. It kind of had to happen, in their opinion, in a way that was like unnatural. So, I love you so much, hugs and kisses, and here's a present, and here's a picture of something fun we did, and this is how you can remember me until next time we see you again. I don't know, maybe that's the way you'd want to part with a child who was upset you were going to be leaving and was going to be pretty emotional about it. That would be a very loving thing to do, right? But apparently, according to this, they were not given that opportunity. And in retrospect, apparently that's a big flag for them. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say about that for now. Okay.
Starting to understand that they're no longer there anymore, and it's all caught on camera. There was a time when Bella Watts was happy. She was very happy. There clearly was a time when everybody in the Watts family was very happy.
I love you, sweetheart.
Clear changes we can observe in Bella's personality, in her speech, in her demeanor, and the way that she interacts with the world is reflective of the change that the entire Watts family was going through, and each person in that family was going through as they, in my opinion, were spiraling quickly into a state of absolute crisis that always carries the possibility of turning into a tragedy. And we are so sad that that is what happened here. The financial stress the Watts were experiencing and the pressure that Shanann put on herself to be something that she wanted to be, and the pressure that Chris felt to be exactly what he didn't want to be, it was just all too much of a burden for this family to bear. What was said explicitly by Chris Watts and several other people.
Did you guys see the audio still keeps cutting out? You know what I'm going to do? I think I figured out what's going on. Remember I told some of you who I contact sometimes, text or whatever, that I have these two Apple phones now, and it's like Apple phone from 1985. Obviously not really. And like a brand new one. And they're both on here, and I think one of them is connecting. So I'm just going to hard power them down. So you aren't going to be able to get my chat through text. I'll keep watching the comments, okay? That's why. Yep. Okay. All right. I need a tech person. Tech person, house call, please. Aisle 6. That's my house. Okay.
Well, lets us know that always being on camera and always feeling the need to perform was one of the things at the center of chaos in the home. And the things that are said and the things that can be seen that are in the background reminds us that things are rarely as they appear to be. This video might just look like a cute family video where Chris is playing with his daughters and they're running around and just having a good time together. But when you listen to what's really going on, Chris does not want to be part of this video. Celeste and Bella want to play, and Shanann wants him to. Okay, so that's what the problem was. One of the two iPhones, I don't know which, was like feeding into my computer audio. I'm so sorry about that, guys. They're both hard powered down. So yes, sis, I definitely need help. Obviously, thank you so much. All right, on with the show. Show the world how energetic he is because she's recording this video to show how well Thrive Plus Duo, the Duo Burn Patch, works because it's supposed to give you energy.
It's not gonna work, baby.
Too late.
Oh yeah.
Cece, get on Daddy.
No.
Let's do push-ups.
Oh.
Let's do push-ups.
Bella says, let's do push-ups. Dad, let's do push-ups because over the years, it is my opinion that Bella learned that if she wants to be in good graces, she needs to perform for the camera.
So you getting in
Coral,
front?
you getting in front?
You in front?
We're doing push-ups. We're doing push-ups.
You just do supervising? You good?
All right.
Cool.
No purse, Cece.
No
Hold on to
purse.
Daddy.
Up, don't do
This
it.
is what Thrive Duo does to you.
There you go. This is what Thrive Duo does to you. And that is the whole point of this recording.
You guys
Was that
see?
easy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Guys, if
Even
you
though I
fall
asked.
off, we're not going to do it anymore, okay?
There you good?
Read, because we're not really here to have fun. We're here to make a commercial for Thrive Duo.
Now you're down.
Yeah, you want to do that again.
All right.
You got Jack a cyber there?
That's done. I can't hear a thing.
You're still alive.
Oh. Oh,
Jeez.
100 miles an hour. I'm gonna do it again.
You're losing audience, Chris.
Turn the camera around.
Why don't you do
Oh,
pull-ups?
no, I'm good. Gotta catch these two.
I do need to say that the material covered in this video absolutely does not imply that Shanann Watts was in any way at fault for the horrible death that occurred for her and her children, Bella and Celeste, and her unborn baby, Nico. This video is exploring the complicated situation that happened, the family dynamics, and the confusing things that were going on behind the scenes, so to speak, that helped to shed some light on the entire situation. It's always so weird to me when I have to always include that disclaimer and all that I do regarding this case, more often than I'm comfortable with now. I used to want to do it and felt it was the right thing to do because I want people to be clear where I'm coming from, where this channel is coming from. But it's almost become like a compulsory thing. Like if you don't, there will be some kind of sanction. It's very bizarre. Glamis Girl, I tried those Thrive patches. In fact, there's some videos way back where I talked about this like in detail. I used to be an MLM person. Well, I mean, I'd gotten involved in a few. I'm not going to go into great detail on that right now. I am wildly opposed to them, not because I couldn't be successful in them. In fact, the last one I was extremely successful in because I learned that you have to work the system that's trying to work you and does work 99.9% of you who get involved, you in the general, usage of the word. So anyway, I tried the whole Thrive program for a month as kind of part of researching this case when I was still in grad school. Much to the dismay of my rheumatologist when I eventually told him I was, and at which point I stopped. But I did try the older DFT patches, and I felt nothing. I mean, it was a short time. I did try the Duo Burn patches, which, by the way, are intended to be worn as 2 patches. Hence the name Duo is in duo, 2-0, 2, 1, 2,
the number of languages, 2, the number 2, the dual burn, 2 burn patches. I stopped using them, or I couldn't use them regularly, that's for sure, because they elevated my heart rate for sure. They made me feel hot a lot, even in like rooms or situations or buildings, or like at work. I don't usually get hot. It's like a cooler building, like all the time. Like my metabolism was jacked up. And I wasn't trying to lose weight. That like wasn't my goal. But I feel like if that was the goal, I would imagine that they must be increasing your metabolism, because everything that I felt when I was using them was how you feel when your metabolism is increased. And at times my heartbeat felt erratic. If my rheumatologist didn't tell me to stop using them, I would have on my own, because that did not feel safe. Has anyone else used them? I'll look for comments. I'm going to keep playing this. One of the remarkable ironies in this entire case is that Chris Watts himself, in his post-arrest and entering into prison interview on February 19th, 2019, with Tammy Lee Graham Coder and Dave Baumhover, tells the interviewers that the reason that he became so angry with Shanann was because of what happened in the event called Nutgate, and what it ultimately did as far as separating himself and his family. And this is something that had happened before in their marriage. By whose fault? Nobody knows but the people who were involved. But as you know, if you've been following this case, Chris Watts' parents and his sister did not come to his wedding. In fact, barely anybody he knew was at his wedding.
Did Shanann ever say anything to you about their relationship?
Voice of Nicole Atkinson. She was the last person known to see
The week
Shanann
they were in
alive.
North Carolina, and I can show you text that she sent me. She said, I think it was the second or third week she was there, and there's posts all over Facebook about it too. She got in a fight with Chris's mom because she went to Chris's mom's house to visit, and I think her name's Cindy. The other grandkids were there and they were older. Cindy bought ice cream that has everything Cece's allergic to in it. So Shanann asked, and this is just hearsay, I don't know. Shanann asked Cindy, please do not give this to the other grandkids until I get Cece to bed, because she's not going to understand and she cannot have it. And she took it and put it back in the fridge, and then I guess Cece went and bought it. So, they argued or whatever. Shanann went back to her parents' house the next day, and as far as I know, she did not go back and see his parents. But they celebrated Cece's birthday while they were down there, because she turned 3 in July, and the parents did not come to Cece's birthday party.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lucy. Happy birthday to you.
So I know there was like a falling out between Shanann and Chris's parents, and then she called Chris and told Chris what was going on. So apparently there was some issues with her and Chris. And the whole thing, I don't know. And then I was told that Chris went and saw his mom and dad while he was there and spent the whole day there. And Shanann's mom, Sandy, and Shanann both said that Chris was not himself when he came back. The only other time he's ever acted like this in their marriage was right after they got married. And it was because his parents didn't go to their wedding.
Something very important to point out is that while Shanann was visiting her family in North Carolina for 6 weeks during the summer of 2018, Chris Watts was only there for that last week. And the entire other 5 weeks while Shanann Watts was in North Carolina with Bella and Cece, Chris was holding a hot and heavy affair with his mistress named Nicole Kessinger. Now, I personally believe that Nicole Kessinger was playing mind games with Chris, and a lot of what transpired between them is also what pushed him over the edge, turning him into a monster that was capable of doing what he did to his wife and 2 beautiful little girls. In fact, in his prison interview, Chris Watts himself says if he had never met Nicole Kessinger, he probably would never have thought that there was anything wrong with his marriage to Shanann. In Nicole Kessinger's interviews with law enforcement, she tells several provable lies that I have pointed out in a number of other videos, as have many other people. I just need to interject and say several is it's a quantitative understatement. I mean, like when I say several, I'm thinking like, several. I don't know. To me, several means, I don't know, 3 to 10. I don't know. A copious amount of provable with evidence and facts and reality lies. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it in my mind. And I almost feel fine saying that as is objective, reality. She was, now we don't know the motivations, but the the nature of her communication and her messaging, both verbally and non-verbally, since I'm big into the nonverbal communication, and a lot of people, we all are, whether you realize it or not. I just know I am because I had to study about it. But all humans are. And by the way, I think that every person watching in chat or replay, is just as able to read other people and read the subtext and the nonverbal communications and all that stuff that I do in my professional career, is somebody who is trained. I really think it is something that humans innately possess for sure. I guess the training behind it is to learn how to use that reading of other people in a systematic way to get certain results to benefit people in a therapeutic setting, right? So please don't ever feel like in that regard, like, I think I know more than you, because I don't. But I do know how to formalize it and apply it in a therapeutic setting to help like teenagers, that's usually who I work with, behaviors become socially adaptive and like helpful for them in their future, rather than socially maladaptive, which is usually where they're at when I start working with them. I kind of digress. Moving on. So it's hard to take her word for anything. But what we do know, and we learned through her interviews, is that she knew a hell of a lot about Chris and Shanann's marriage, their family life, and their personal life. Let's listen to what Nicole Kessinger had to say about the event known as Nutgate.
Let me reverse something. Your conversation with the children, or about the children, was there ever talk about medical concerns with either of the children?
Well, I know Cece is allergic.
Okay, now what I want you to notice here, and if you've heard this and especially if you're a case follower of this case, I'm sure you picked up on this, but the level of detail and the amount of detail in, for the most part, the accuracy with which she recalls that detail in a narrative to Kobach here is quite remarkable. I mean, she definitely excels in certain ways, and I would say that she absolutely has higher than average ability as far as, it seems like she both audio and visual memorization of things represented either by sound or sight. Okay, so this is something like I might measure with a student I was working with, for example. I can tell that about Kessinger, that's for sure. I don't think there'd be much disagreement with people that were speaking my language. I was just speaking there. So that lets us know, I know from Nicole Kessinger, because it's so obvious that she has much higher than average recall and ability to memorize in ways to kind of like, schemes that she uses, what she doesn't probably think of it much so, to kind of put information together and then pop it into that little skanky taquito noggin of hers, to have excellent recall about, where most people be like, holy damn, you got a good memory, girl. So when she plays these games of not remembering things, to me that and to a lot of you I know, it's just so clear she's full of crap. Anyway, just notice the amount of detail, how much she knows, and how accurate it is for the most part about Cece's allergies and Nutgate. And she throws in a few misfacts there because that's what pathological liars do. Chris Watts does it too. You know, you mix the truth with the lies. You think you're going to fool everyone. Unfortunately, in this situation, I don't know if she really did fool law enforcement, but, you know, in her mind, and the end result so far probably feels like she got one over on them.
To not peanuts, like pine nuts.
Like
So she
right,
has a nut allergy.
right there, right? Not she has an allergy to not like peanut. Pine nut. She knew exactly what she was allergic to. That was a intentionally planted, fabricated lie that had the intention of trying to make it more believable that she was not all up in their biz schnit in every way possible, because rest assured she was.
Yes.
Did they take meds?
Yeah, I know that she had like an EpiPen, but as far as I know, she didn't have any meds, but I never asked. Like, I was just told like she has a pretty severe allergy. And
Enough to carry an EpiPen, that's pretty severe.
yeah, while we're on this, so when he was in North Carolina, this is all like hearsay now because it's like, this is not a conversation. Like, he's telling me this stuff, but who knows exactly what happened. But he went out there to go see his family and her family. And while he was in town, before he went out to North Carolina, I guess his mother had accidentally, like, not exposed her to something with nuts, but had, like, given a product, I think it was like ice cream, to a different kid that could have traces of nuts or something.
I'm sorry. I don't want to, I don't want to lose this. Honey Bunny doesn't know how, so, and welcome, how are you? Still doesn't know how those girls fit through where he or somebody left them. I got to be careful, you know, because if I say too much, you know, you understand. Okay. It was actually Kevin. What is your name today, Bashnek? My friend, Kevin. I'm not like the other guys. I'm worse, Bashnek, who finally made me understand that. Isn't that right, Kevin? Wasn't it you? Like with the hanger, like analogy. Kevin, maybe would you be willing to come up on panel and share that? I'm going to put a link if you're willing to do that. I would love for you to do that if you're willing. If you don't want to, it's okay too. Just going to go back like 20 seconds. All right, then I'm not going to interrupt NK because our girl likes to talk. Her dad will tell you how many words a second she speaks too.
But who knows exactly what happened. But he went out there to go see his family and her family. And while he was in town, before he went out to North Carolina, I guess his mother had accidentally, like, not exposed her to something with nuts, but had, like, given a product, I think it was like ice cream, to a different kid that could have traces of nuts or something. I don't know. But it was like, his daughter was fine, but she was like in the range of contamination. And I think his wife was very upset about that. And when he got to North Carolina, he told me that he was supposed to spend like half time with them, half the time with her family. And that was supposed to be what it was. I don't know. But he said that he went to go see his family and they weren't answering the phone for like a day or two before he went out there. And then when he got there, there was a note on the door that said, son, if you step by, we're at the beach. And they ignored him for like most of the time that he was out there. And
His own family?
yes, his mom, his dad, and his sister.
What's the significance? Do you know why?
Yeah, he said, and again, I don't know what is true with this man anymore and what's not, but he told me that, like, leading up to it, I was like, well, why are your folks like ignoring you? And I was like really concerned about this. Like every single day he would talk to me when he was out there. And I was like, you talked to your family today? You talked to your family today? Did you talk to your dad? What happened? Did you talk to him? No, I didn't. Or yeah, I talked to my mom. Well, what'd she say? Are you going to hang out with him? Like, I wanted him to see his people because.
Okay, guys, what she just said right there in those past 20 seconds, I lied. I'm a liar. I lie a lot. Not because I want to lie, but because I say things. I'm like, oh, I can't keep that. I gotta break that promise. What she just said right there in the past 15 or 20 seconds ago is so super important. And I always kind of, I had that sense about it. it wasn't until recently, my recent go back to NK material, and whoever said, I'm sorry, it was Giovanni, that you're a little disappointed not covering current cases. I am too, to be honest. The channel, I'm just going to be really honest. I've said this before. The channel's too big right now. I do literally everything myself except for my moderators are amazing. I had someone else who was going to be helping me kind of significantly with stuff, but something very weird happened. And let's not chat about it right now. I know some people are there. It didn't work out. That said, really quickly, if there's anybody that I know pretty well that would like to get involved and work with the channel and you will be compensated, that would be amazing. Or if you just have interest in something and want to give me a proposal like that, please email me at whatsobsession@gmail.com. So I will be coming out with more content on new cases because I love to do that. So sorry about that. So this past 20 seconds or so, she just said, I have watched it. My last go around, really analyzing her again. I learned a couple new things, was trying to see what else I might be able to pick up. Didn't want to stretch it because I don't ever want to stretch it, but like could legitimately pick up. You know, you listen to something again, you're like, I didn't catch that before. There are so many non-verbal tells in what she is doing right now. We can talk about it later. In fact, I intended to. It became super clear to me how this one utilized this event that is now known by many as Nutgate to parlay herself into delivering a legitimate, in her mind, ultimatum to one Christopher Lee Watts on the evening of August 11th, 2013, when the last night that Bella and Celeste had a babysitter, the one who was interviewed, and you're going to hear from here too. I'm sorry. I don't think she did then. I think she did the August 12th going to the 13th, right before their lives were taken. And that was all part of, you know, my ultimate theory that I think is, I hope you're going to find is pretty well backed of how this all went down. So I just want you to listen to that very, very carefully again.
So when he was in North Carolina, this is all like hearsay now because it's like, this is not a conversation. Like he's telling me this stuff, but who knows exactly what happened. But he went out there to go see his family and her family. And
so I just want you to notice, dang, darn it. I am such a technological whatever. So I just want you to notice there, I know exactly how to get back to it. I know like every minute of this video I spent like literally 6 months putting it together. I mean, it didn't take me that long, but I want to be careful what I included and what I did not, as I mentioned kind of earlier. Notice how, you know, in that statement to Kevin Kobach, really for the first time, if you were to be listening to this interview, you know, from the beginning to the end, in the interview chronologically, well, oh no, let me say it like this. The only times when Nicole Kessinger tries to make, you know, like less of something that she is talking about is, it's not usually when she's lying, but it is when she is talking about something carefully, because within that, the topic that she is talking about, there is something that is of critical significance for her to hide to save herself. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, I want to explain that better. But if you were to just watch her interview, just keeping that one piece of information in mind, and that is something that human beings do. It is, you know, it is like data-backed, evidence-based. You can find pie charts on it. I like that. And, you know, like medical journal research type papers. It's something that's known. It's an indicator. It's not necessarily a nonverbal indicator because it is within the context of speech, but it is, I don't want to get too technical with it right now, but she's couching it in a way that's going to be favorable to her, basically. Okay.
nuts.
So she has a nut allergy.
Yes.
Did they take meds?
Yeah, I know that she had like an EpiPen, but as far as I know, she didn't have any meds, but I never asked. Like I was just told like she has a pretty severe allergy. And
Enough to carry an EpiPen, that's pretty severe.
Yeah, while we're on this, so when he was in North Carolina, this is all like hearsay now because it's like this is not a conversation. Like he's telling me this stuff, but who knows exactly what happened. But he went out there to go see his family and her family. And while he was in town before he went out to North Carolina, I guess his mother had accidentally like not exposed her to something with nuts, but had like given a product, I think it was like ice cream, to a different kid that could have traces of nuts or something. I don't know. But it was like his daughter was fine, but she was like in the range of contamination. And I think his wife was very upset about that. And when he got to North Carolina, he told me that he was supposed to spend like half time with them, half the time with her family, and that was supposed to be what it was. I don't know. But he said that he went to go see his family and they weren't answering the phone for like a day or two before he went out there. And then when he got there was a note on the door that said, son, if you step by, we're at the beach. And they ignored him for like most of the time that he was out there. And
His own family?
yes, his mom, his dad,
What
and
do
his sister.
What's the significance? Do you know why?
Yeah, he said, and again, I don't know what is true with this man anymore and what's not, but he told me that like leading up to it, I was like, well, why are your folks like ignoring you? And I was like really concerned about this. Like every single day he would talk to me when he was out there. And I was like, you talked to your family today? You talked to your family today? Did you talk to your dad? What happened? Did you talk to him? No, I didn't. Or yeah, I talked to my mom. Well, what'd she say? Are you going to hang out with him? Like I wanted him to see his people because it's important. Family is an important thing, you know?
And the part I'm referring to that I really wanted you to listen to, I went back too far, was how badly she wanted him to see his people. And you get the point, though. Most of you have heard this interview before, but we're going to go back to that. Isn't it interesting how, you know, if like the sound of something or someone's voice really makes your skin crawl, it crawls every time you hear it. It's like, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I have not become desensitized to the sound of the Dirty Taquito's voice.
It just needs to function properly. And
Sure.
And so I was like, well, and he was like, well, they're ignoring me. And I was like, what do you think happened? And he's like, I'm not really sure, but I think something was said between my wife and them during that incident. And he's like, because every time that happened nuts. Before he got there, yes. And he's like, because every time that I try to, I talk about possibly going over there to see if they're home, she gets upset about it. And I was like, okay. And he told me that his mom and his wife did not get along at all. He said that his mom didn't even show up to his wedding because she's like really did not care for Shanann. So again, I don't know what's true and what's not, but I just know that there was like some tension there.
Mm-hmm.
And again, like that part is like, I feel like it's almost third party. So that's why it's like I didn't.
Well, but it came from him to you. So it's not. It is something that is, whether it's important or not, we can validate that. I'm sure we will be having some conversations with family. You know, what does it mean? I don't know. But,
yeah, I don't know either, but I just know.
So like, maybe she, I don't know.
Well, and then he ended up seeing them on the last like full day that he was there. And they told him supposedly that she had gotten really upset and then screamed and yelled in front of his.
And it is that last day when the Watts family, Shanann, Chris, and the children were in the Carolinas before going back to Colorado on August 6th. You know, I think that things were already in place, headed towards a tragedy. I mean, I don't know, but it seems like on that day, August 6th, when he finally got to see his family. And I'm going to be very transparent about it. I want us to keep in mind that Shanann was pregnant. And, you know, I know during certain points in my pregnancy, I was like, damn, people are not kidding about this. Like sometimes people feel more emotional and other times, I think at, that point in my life, I felt I didn't have a lot of like out of control emotional things very often at all. Oh boy, but when I was pregnant, I sure did. in postpartum depression. I thought I would never have postpartum depression. I'd be so happy to have the baby. How could you be depressed? I still don't understand it, but you don't need to. It's just chemicals and receptors, right? So let's please remember that Shanann was going through a lot. She knew that there were things very wrong in her life, in her marriage, in her life. And I'm talking about, working with Thrive. Depending on how much you are here watching my videos, following my content, might kind of know how I think about this and my experience with it and the information I've researched and presented on this. Shanann was very aware that she was living a lie. The involvement with Thrive, the amount of money that was being brought in, the amount of money she was making, the success that it was seeing, the way that the whole car bonus went. It was all a big scam. It was a big scam. And this is no different than any other, well, I can't say any, I can't generalize to that degree. This is typical of this kind of a company. And particularly, at least nowadays, I think, back like Amway days, 20 years ago, I don't even say 10 years ago, I think it was more like this. Oh my gosh. When I got up to like a high level in the company I was involved with, was called Beauty Counter. I don't think I've ever said it before, but I just don't care. It's Beauty Counter. As I'm sitting here right now where I am, I can see like a million things in my house that have Beauty Counter on them because when I finally decided I was going to work that company and I knew I could only do it for 6 months because they front load the incentive plans so that consultants will bring in a ton of people, because when there's a very low success rate, you need a lot. If you're as chance at a salmon is that you're not likely to swim all the way up that gigantic rushing river, then you need a whole lot of salmon in that river to get any at the end, right? So that's kind of like how MLMs work. I don't know where that analogy came from, like out of the clear blue, but that's the one you've got right now. So they front load the commission structure. So you bring in a ton of people who are just like cogs that, maybe like one will hit the lottery and they'll actually, have enough money to invest in it and then get a little successful too. Mostly it's having the money to invest in it. And they front load the incentive program. So during the first 6 months for almost all of these companies, you'll get really awesome, exciting bonuses if you hit these kind of goals. And they always involve bringing people in and selling a ton of shit too. So you can work it in a way where you need to bring in the right amount of people. And you know what I did? And I'm not ashamed of it because, like I said, I set out to do this. I talked my friends into signing up. I talked my parents. And you have to use your social security number and stuff. Talk to my parents, everyone I knew. I had to like really talk people into doing this. They're like, I don't want anyone to have my social security number. I don't know. I think it was kind of fun that I did that, and it was a fun experience, and it proved a point for myself personally. And I did make really good money. And if you need any beauty counter products, you let me know, and I am sure I can ship you some, because I had to buy products for the rest of my life to hit those bonuses. And I was able to work in an equation because I thought about it in advance and I made it work, where it worked out very favorable to me. But people do not approach MLMs like that. I was doing it as like part of a research. Anyway, I digress again. Shanann knew that she was living a lie. And guys, Shanann knew, and I'm not saying this in a mean way. I'm truly not even saying this in a judgmental way. I myself can very much understand how it happened. That's why I'm telling you all this personal stuff. I just want you to understand that this is not judgment. This is just analyzation. Shanann knew when she came home from the Carolinas that the shit was going to hit the fan for her, from her personal perspective. And what that meant for her was there was no more Chris's 401k sitting there waiting to grow beautifully until the ripe age of retirement that you can take from early at a steep penalty to tell your husband you're gonna pay the mortgage that is 4 months behind,
but then actually buy, 2 Mack trucks worth of Thrive products to legitimately arrive at the level, in Thrive culture where people are like, oh my God, you're amazing. We love you. Here's a car. But no, it's not a car. It's a conditional check every month that doesn't pay for the entire expense of the car, but makes you feel like it is. But if you don't make enough money that month, and I'm talking every 30 days, we check it out. There's no grace period here. Then that lien on the car is all yours, baby. We're not going to help you with that, right? She was facing a lot of turmoil, and I think she felt very alone. Like, I'm not sure if she admitted to herself, oh my God, look at what I've created. And now I'm imagining what the fallout is going to be. It was going to be a time of reckoning for her personally. And of course, that's very scary. And she's pregnant, and she has young children, and her husband's a dog, and she's very aware that there's big problems. So all of that is to say, we do need to take it easy on Shanann.
Chris's sister's kids that are very young, and to his mom and to his dad, said like, you're never going to see Chris again. You're never going to see me. You're never going to see the babies, and just like threatened them, and then like walked off. And I guess that was the incident that happened prior to him coming out there. And then she didn't tell him about it.
Mm-hmm.
She just like let it go. And then he just spent all week trying to figure out why his family was like not trying to be involved.
Gotcha.
So again, I'm not sure. That was like, it just feels really third party. So it's hard for me to like talk about because
Sure.
like, I don't know how
Okay.
So once again, she it occurred to her, and you can see it happening. Ara, I just saw you backstage. I'll get you in a second, honey. And Doc and Green Bandit, thank you so much for becoming members or members again. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I put out a little bit of members only content recently. Oh, but I think it's going to be next week. I'm going to be putting out a video. It's not going to be a live stream. It's going to be the video of for the Watts case of pictures that I took out of all the other videos, because they made me a little uncomfortable, and I didn't know if they were necessarily needed, and they're having to do with the children. I'm not going to put that out as a public video. I just don't feel comfortable doing that. But for people who are members and are interested in, some of the stuff that was out there on Facebook that is virtually not findable now, I'm gonna put it in a video for you. I do ask. Well, I don't know. I might ask you if you please not like. I'm not sure what I'm gonna. I just don't want it to be disseminated in a nasty way. But I'll figure out how to handle that. But that's coming up.
validation.
So beyond the without allergy for CC, did you know of any other? Did she take meds that you know of other than carrying an EpiPen?
His kids or his wife?
No, his children.
No.
And now, well, if you know anything about his wife's medical conditions, if she had any.
No, I've like read in the newspaper they keep saying, oh, she had medical conditions, and I'm like, is that a misprint? Are they talking about CC, or is that just something else I don't know?
So you don't know anything about Shanann having any kind of medical problems?
No.
We'll get back to the topic of Nicole Kessinger and Nutgate, because I believe that Nutgate was also a pivotal event in the relationship between Nicole Kessinger and Chris Watts, and I will explain why. But first, let me explain to you the event called Nutgate in my terms, in simple, unbiased terms, and then let's hear from Chris Watts and a couple other people. On July 8th,
I don't like how the audio is sounding right now in that video. On July 8th, this would be about a week and a half. I'll play the video and I'll just talk on my own because I know what I said because I was making this video for so long. All right. Okay. Which would have been about a week and a half into the relationship between Nicole Kessinger and Chris Watts, if you believe when they tell us the relationship started, which is in the very end of June 2018, which is super absurd when you start to look at timelines and details and other things. I mean, it's laughable. Shanann went out to the Carolinas. She was staying with her parents during the week. She was going to be staying with the girls at Chris's parents' house, Ronnie and Cindy Watts, on the weekends. The second weekend they were there. Melissa, man, you were right about that last time we talked about it. I thought it was the first. Something happened, and this is the unbiased version. And so the story goes, Cece got into, let's say it's vanilla ice cream, because that's what a lot of people say, that supposedly could have triggered the apparent anaphylactic tree nut allergy that Shanann claimed that Celeste had. And it turned into a huge fight between Cindy and Shanann. It got very dramatic. And by the accounts, whoops, I gotta stop, just pause this. By the accounts of many, well, I'm not trying to be unbiased. They parted ways in anger. Apparently, Cindy kicked Shanann out of her house. Shanann wanted to leave her house. Listen to Frank Rusick talk about the phone call he received from Shanann, being like, get me the F out of here. There's razor blades all over the place. It's unsafe. The girls could, kill themselves if they're here. This is so unsafe. It's so unsafe. Just really, it's just really, again, keep in mind that, the pregnancy and the emotions and all that. Like, really, I do think we need to keep that in mind, considering that Shanann, because the way she was, it was hyperbolic. It was a little cuckoo. It was way over the top. I believe it was way over the top. But again, she was in crisis, and she was heading towards a worse state of personal crisis. And I understand how you could get a little cuckoo when all that's going on, So, all right. Watts had maintained that Cece had an anaphylactic reaction. Oops. So now this is Chris Watts talking about the event. And then listen to at the end of that, I'm going to pause the video I put out to share with you some of the stuff that I left on the editing room floor, so to speak, because I felt if I included it, it would have made the entire video and messaging look as though it was negative towards Shanann in a way that was not at all my intention and not the message I'm trying to leave people with. That's why that piece didn't get put in the video. But there's always a different reason, and I can always tell you why. What Chris Watts has to say about this series of events.
It felt like I was more anger than anything else. Like, there was emotion to it at first, and it just felt like it was just anger. It was just like, like there was no love there.
This is a February 19th, 2019 interview between Tammy Lee Graham Coder and Dave Baumhover at Dodge Correctional Facility in Wisconsin after Chris Watts already pled and was serving his sentences.
It wasn't ourselves.
Really? Anger from you or anger from her?
I think it was more anger from me and more like desperation from her to, she knew something wasn't right. Like, when the whole thing with my parents happened with my parents called Nutgate.
What happened?
Nutgate.
What's that?
The peanut.
Oh, yeah.
Or whatnot.
Oh, with her family?
Yeah.
Pistachio ice cream or whatever.
Nutgate.
I haven't heard that.
I've heard that either.
Yeah. That was like another out. Like, maybe I could have just stopped everything and just kind of concentrated on helping whatever happened there. Because Shannon had a story, my mom had a story. Whatever happened, I probably asked my 10-year-old nephew. Probably can tell me what actually happened.
Well, and they both have their feelings for good reasons, and they both didn't see it the other person's way. And
yeah, and maybe I didn't talk to my parents from then on until August 6th.
Okay, so
my dad took that whole week off.
You didn't talk to your parents from then on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Shanann was like, do not talk to them, do not call them, do not do anything.
Is that what she said?
Yeah, and Cece's birthday was.
Okay, so I edited out a couple things that Chris said between and then Cece's birthday. And this is holy cow. Okay, there we go. This is just a very small thing, but since I was explaining this to you anyhow, and there's a few not so small things coming up for sure. Just so you can see, the thought that goes behind putting this all together to try to create as unbiased material as possible for you when the material is intended to be that way. You know, sometimes things are intended to be an opinion, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with opinions. Although I think for a while, some of my not fans of my YouTube channel made me feel like I wasn't allowed to have an opinion. Then I was like, wait a minute, I get an opinion too. But really, seriously, it's okay to express opinion at times. But it's also, I think, good to be clear when you are and when you're not. And when you are expressing opinion, don't pretend like it's fact if it's not. Okay, right now I am going to pull up a video. I want to refer you to this channel if you are not already familiar with it. And Amber, I'm sorry I did not ask you. I'm going to use a little bit. Okay, Amber the Truth Seeker, you may know her as, has a channel that used to be her channel name. Now it's ATS News. The creator's name is Amber. She's lovely. And she created, I think about a year ago, a 4-hour documentary on the Watts case. And I can't believe somehow I just very recently watched it. And it is, guys, it's awesome. She did such an amazing job. So if you are not familiar with ATS News, I recommend it. She's amazing. Tell her I sent you there. I like to be friendly with other YouTube creators, and she's wonderful. And do watch this documentary. I mean, it is high quality. She did a great job. It's awesome. I'm like, well, I need to make a documentary now. Someone already did it perfectly. Cool. All right. So I'm going to play a little bit from her documentary because when I was getting material together earlier today, rather than getting little snippets from like 15 different videos, I realized that she's put together something that we can get snippets from that's going to be a lot easier. So thank you, Amber. And of course, she gets credit for whatever is in this video that is not just, you know, from Discovery, because it's her work. Are you guys familiar with ATS? I'm not looking at chat right now, but I'm going to be in a second. I just got to get this video up. Her channel has been around longer than mine. I remember when I was just getting familiar with YouTube. I just came across her a couple of times and I thought she was great and genuine and authentic and all the things that I like in a YouTube creator. There it is. Okay. Oh, and also, Ara, I'm so sorry. I'm going to be honest. I totally forgot about panel. I'm so sorry. I see you just stepped down. This is what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to open up panel in about 10 minutes, okay? Because I just want to get to a certain point, and then I'll invite a couple people if you want to come up for a little while. That one specific question was for Kevin. I thought but anyway, it's all good too, Kevin. But I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to forget you, Ara. You know, it's like a 15-ring circus trying to, you know. All right. Okay, so here, her video that I'm referring to, it's 3 hours and 39 minutes long, and it's simply called Chris Watts, Uncensored Documentary. And I get it, because I like what she did. She doesn't offer as much commentary like as I would tend to, but the way she... Oh, now I don't want to give you a gaslighter if you watch it. I think the way she put things together... I don't want to give you a gaslighter. She did a wonderful job. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. Oh, you know what? And just before the part that I want to play includes a really hard to find news clip that somebody referred to in chat just a couple minutes ago from I think it was from the North Carolina news station, where somebody that Sandy Rusick worked with said unequivocally the Shanann's time out in the Carolinas was a trial separation. Countless numbers of people have asked me for that. So I'm just going to play a little bit of that. And if you want to hear it more in full, I would like to direct you to ATS News and her awesome documentary. Not now, though. After the live. All right, here we go. Thanks, Amber, for being awesome and just like a real person.
Pictures all to prove it. And, you know, the nut thing kind of set her off and the family.
Oh, gosh. Let me go back just one more minute. The person speaking right now is Franklin Rusick Jr., Shanann's brother. And he, during the course of an interview with law enforcement, is offering commentary on Nutgate. And I intentionally did not include anything he said in the video that I put out over the course of last week due to the not related to me being disrespectful drama that has gone on between other true crime creators. And if you know the situation, you know what I'm talking about. But I just figured I'm not going to poke that bear.
Wanted to
Here I
say a whole
go.
lot more than I did, but I was being stupid. That would kill me.
That's Amber's voice.
Of her Center Island response. I'm beyond furious.
Go back. Go back. I was like, a good idea. I mean, you know, the things
That right there is the voice of Franklin Rusick Sr., and he's just finishing. This is the end of a little excerpt she played a part of his law enforcement interview, but we'll talk about it later.
he was doing prior to that I'm hearing doesn't add up to him just on a spur of the moment doing something.
When the whole thing with my parents happened, with my parents called it Nutgate, that was like another out. Like, you know, maybe I could have just like stopped.
Okay, and listen to what Chris is saying here, because this is unedited, like where I edited in my video, where he makes some kind of references to Shanann, like she was trying to be nasty to his parents. I didn't want to include that in the video that I had just released because I don't know. Maybe I'm just sick of people saying that when it's not true, or, you know, sometimes I just like to try to make something truly as unbiased as possible. So you truly can just make up your own mind if you don't have a whole lot of background on it.
Everything kind of concentrated on helping, like, whatever happened there. Shanann had a story, my mom had a story. Probably asked my 10-year-old nephew, probably can tell me what actually happened. Because I didn't talk to my parents from then on until like August 6th. And like, you know, my dad took that whole week off. Shanann was like, do not talk to them, do not call them, do not do anything. Cece's birthday was 17th, but I think the actual birthday party was like a couple days after. My mom or my dad was going to go, but then there was like a post on Facebook about, you know, allergies and stuff like that Shanann made, and my dad was like, no, I just can't do it anymore.
You perceive that as her taking a shot, I think?
Yeah.
Okay.
She always says she never, you know, put those posts directed at anybody, but she had a method to the madness. I wanted my parents to be involved since, you know, like the whole wedding thing, and then up to that, it was like, you know, my mom and my sister were always like combating with Shanann combating with them. My dad was always cool. Like, he's just like me.
Okay, so I'm going to stop there for a second because I think what he said was just really important. And in retrospect, I think maybe I don't know. I just chose not to put in the video. I try not to weigh it too much in either direction, like I just said. But this is an example of Chris, you know, acknowledging that what Shanann did was manipulative, and he understands that he was, obviously I'm paraphrasing, that Shanann was intending to manipulate his parents, his mom and dad, who he loves dearly, and he doesn't, you know, he doesn't have a lot of people, and, you know, he's not a man of a lot of things or people, right? And he often refers to his dad as his best friend. And other people talk about that relationship as being, you know, like sacred to Chris. And I do believe it was. I do believe it is. And so, you know, he's acknowledging, I know that she was manipulating my parents, the grandparents of my children, the children that I've wanted to have all my life, he says several times. And I do believe, guys, I know a lot of people don't agree with this. And I think you could make cases either way. For sure. I do believe he did want a family, or at least he thought he did. And I do believe to the degree that Chris Watts was capable of, you know, feeling the an emotion like love, he did love his family in the way that he had the ability to. I firmly believe that. So at this point, he knows that, you know, Shanann was being sneaky to be hurtful, to harm the relationship with his parents, and anything that would connect his parents to her, basically, because she just didn't want to. Because I'll tell you why I think that's the case later too. But I think there's a very pointed reason. And I believe that this is the first time that he really saw that side of Shanann, was in the context of this whole Nutgate thing. Because I think what happened, the outcome there really was hurtful to him. It's, and I'm not saying that Shanann was being abusive, but this is a typical type of behavior you'll see in an abusive relationship. For those of you that know all too well, because you've been in them, I'm so sorry for that experience. If you are in one and you know you are, you deserve better. And I hope that you're able to do what you need to just be safe, and then maybe change that situation. And if you need any resources along those lines, you can contact me at whatsobsession@gmail.com, and I will be able to provide you local resources. It's really important, and you do deserve better. Everybody deserves to be in a safe and loving relationship where they're not abused or harmed emotionally or physically. You all do. So I don't think that he really thought of Shanann that way or saw that in her. And I think that, Nutgate was a big event, yes, but he was, he had the pre-treatment of the skanky taquito of Nicole Kessinger in his ear all the time, not saying like, oh my gosh, look what your wife is doing. Oh my gosh, look, she did that. Let me tell you what that means. But just putting little things in his head all the time, like about her, and then offering him through her talking about herself and then demonstrating what a cool chick she is. And all she wants to do is, drink beer and go to car museums and drag races and whatever he's into. So much fun I am. And I always will be forever and ever. That's a gaslighter. That's a, that's a warning sign, but Chris, of course, doesn't see that. So, I think that she was, and what she was saying and what she was doing and who she was presenting herself to be and how she was framing Shanann, she was trying to make Chris see the worst in Shanann in the worst possible light, and it was all working. Yeah, I do. I wish I had people up on panel now because I want to know you guys think about that, but I'm going to open it up in just a little.
It's like, go with the flow. Like, I just want everybody to do a long time deal. When we were at the beach in August, like my dad was supposed to take the whole week off just so we could see the kids and see me. Like we have a cookout at my sister's house or something. And then, but we just pretty much spent 5 days at the beach. And Shanann booked it. So I don't want to say punishment for them not to see the kids, but I wanted them to see it and see them. I wish I could have fixed all that. And I even when I was at the beach, I told Shanann that it was more what was going on was more I feel because my dad's my hero, I feel like I've lost something in my life. I haven't been talking to him for 3 weeks. I haven't seen the kids for 3 weeks, FaceTime or anything. And I wanted them to be able to have that relationship. And she was pretty much gung ho, she tried to kill my daughter by giving her pink. I was like, I don't think she gave it to him. Put something in front of CC. People think.
Now, so Chris is saying, and again, I didn't put this in the video either because, oh gosh, people freak out about this kind of stuff. Let me tell you. And so the families do sometimes too. So Chris was saying, I'm telling you, law enforcement agents who are here interviewing me in prison, that Shanann was telling me that my mom, Cindy Watts, the grandmother of Bella and Cece, Shanann told me that in that event, whatever happened during Nutgate, that she was trying to kill Cece. Wow. And then he's just reacting to it like, oh man, that's not good. But what? Is that how you would react if your spouse came to you and told you that your mom was trying to kill your baby who you love so much? Well, supposedly by giving them ice cream, wouldn't you be like, that is all kinds of fucked up? And there's whoa, something is very, very wrong here. But Chris Watts being the kind of person he is with his constitution, he's just you know. And somebody said they believed, you know, he might have autism, and that's something we've discussed before. And you know, I personally believe he is very likely. There are indicators it's likely that he would be on the Asperger's more characteristic part of that spectrum, which is important in understanding how he thinks likely.
Oh, you're gonna be fine. He'll just have a rash. He'll be fine. I've seen CC, you know, like the first time I've seen a picture when he had a cashew the first time I looked at the shit.
Okay, so wait a minute here.
OCD about like organization, putting things like
Crap. So this is really important here. And I'm going to actually take this opportunity to introduce to you some other material that I haven't dared to put in a video. But this is really important right here. So Chris Watts just said, you know, my mom didn't really believe that Cece had a nut allergy. And if you did watch the video I put out last week, and I'll tell you again, and I tried to outline it the best I could with as much evidence as possible based on research and unbiased research, that it is very unlikely that Celeste Watts did have a tree nut allergy that was anaphylactic. Now, anaphylactic allergy is defined in certain ways. It needs to have certain hallmarks, and it needs to trigger certain physical systemic like abnormalities, meaning that you're in some kind of a distress, right? And let's see, I had a website up earlier that, well, I basically know it there. I have an anaphylactic reaction to wasp stings, bee stings, some other insect stings, and you know, so I've become familiar like that. And I also, of course, have to be trained working with teenagers. So, it must have this or this, and then two of the following, okay? But the first two things is either respiratory distress, which is usually like felt like a tightening of the respiratory system, but a depression in the flow of air, and oftentimes with low blood pressure, symptomatic abnormal shift in the circulatory system. And I'm getting ahead of myself though. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, so just listen to what Chris just said here. Sorry. There is, you guys, this is just so, there's so much material. When you put together, the picture is very clear. That's what I'm trying to present, but it's a lot of material from a lot of sources. So I'm sorry, it's not a little smoother always.
I think what my parents have been with my parents just like, you know, go with the flow. Like I just want everybody to get along type deal. When we were at the beach in August, like my dad was supposed to take the whole week off just so we could see the kids and like see me, like we have a cookout at my sister's house or something. And then, but we just pretty much spent 5 days at the beach, and Shannon like booked it. So like, I mean, it's, I don't want to say like punishment for them not to see the kids, but like I wanted them to see it and see them. You know, I wish I could have fixed all that. And I even like when I was at the beach, I told Shannon that it was more like what was going on was more like I feel like, you know, because my dad's not here, I feel like I've lost like something in my life. I haven't been talked to him for 3 weeks. I haven't been to see the kids for 3 weeks, you know, FaceTime or anything. And I wanted them to be able to have that relationship. And she was pretty much gung ho, like she tried to kill my daughter by giving her pink. I was like, I don't think she gave it to her. Put something in front of CC. People think, oh, you're gonna be fine. He'll just have a rash. He'll be fine. I've seen CC, you know, like the first time I've seen a picture when he had a cashew.
Okay, so he just said, you know, she gets this rash. She goes, I'd seen CC. He goes, well, the first time I'd seen a picture of it. Okay, so all right, let me finish what he's saying here. And then I'm going to tell you, a lot of people I feel like do not know this whole story. Or actually, let me know in chat if you do. The first time apparently Cece's tree nut allergy was discovered and realized. Do you guys all know the details about that? Because it's kind of interesting.
first time I wasn't good. And then she had kiwi the second time, and then the same thing happened. And I know it's real. It's not like.
But again,
like,
whoops, he just stated 20 seconds ago. Let me just try to go back that short time. He starts to say, I saw it. Then he's like, well, I saw a picture of it. You know, Chris Watts is just such an incredibly wishy-washy, spineless, gullible. Well, now he's a monster, but he was always those things, human being, you know. I don't think he was always a monster, but he was always very gullible, wishy-washy, and spineless, which is what makes him very subjective to strong women who may or may not have the tendency to manipulate and gaslight, and may or may not have the tendency to be abusive.
He'll be fine. He'll just have a rash. He'll be fine. I've seen CC, you know, like first.
I've seen CC. Well, the first time, listen, now he says, well, I seen the picture.
Well, seen a picture when he had a cashew the first time. I wasn't good. And then she had kiwi the second time, and then the same thing happened. And I know it's real. It's not like, it wasn't like her throat like closed up, but she broke out in this full body rash. It looked really crazy looking.
So do we have any physicians or well-trained nurses or other medical people in the chat? So Chris Watts just said her throat didn't close up or anything, and she had a rash and it was funky looking. So if there are any medical people in the chat, I'd like to know from your training, is that descriptive of an anaphylactic reaction? And please understand, I am not just trying to split hairs here. All of this detail and trying to connect all these things is to go to show that it's not about insignificant details, but it is about how we do have enough information and enough pieces of the puzzle to put together to clearly show that justice has not fully been served on like kind of one end of it. And on the other end is to have a very well-developed understanding of relationship dynamics within a family or between two people that showed, you know, like classic hallmarks, indicators of being in trouble, being in crisis, being in movement towards something that had the potential to be very volatile and with a high possibility of danger. And we don't want to see other people in that situation. How do you recognize if you're in a situation? Because you've recognized it in others, or, you know, like whether by studying it or seeing it and not realizing it, or you guys know, you're people, you get it. But this is, to me, material that should be discussed. Pumpkin says she didn't have lupus. I do have lupus. I have real lupus. And I actually stayed home from work today because my lupus comes to my kidneys, and it's very, when it does and it gets like out of control, it's bad. You know, lupus is bad. And I could tell I was developing kidney stones, and it hurt a lot. And if that happens, it means I decided at one point, not too long ago, I've only been getting them for a few years, and not too often, but I'm never going to pass a kidney stone in the comfort of my own home again, because I literally did not know if I was going to make it through. It was so painful. I need pain management. So anyway, I almost digressed again. She did have an EpiPen. Yes, she did. And hi, Andrea, how are you? She did have an EpiPen. We've had this discussion in live streams before, and I'm just going to tell you the outcome of the discussion because we could probably have it again, but you can get EpiPens online, you know, depending on, you know, a number of things. I actually know two people that get them, and I don't know where it's from, to be honest. I almost just said Amazon, but that's totally not right. But each of these people has several family members, children or themselves, that need EpiPens. And one of them also works in a school with a very you know, kind of economically depressed population. And, you know, they don't really even have those critical medical needs there for the students if they should really need it for life-saving measures. So anyway, it is absolutely possible to get them online. Well, Chris Elaine asks, what are we trying to say here?
she took the bait of MLM and made her life look perfect so someone else would take that bait. That is such a sad story. Well, I mean, what are we supposed to, my answer would be there is no like supposed to take away. I'm just trying to tell I'm trying to tell a story for a number of reasons. There are a number of reasons. And one of them, yes, is because I've spent, my adult life working with children to some degree, pursuing a career and working with children to help them, to support them, to learn how to help provide for them a better quality of lives when they've been exposed to less than a loving, safe feeling environment. And I do feel the need to tell a story. Not that I am the expert to tell Bella and Cece's story. I don't think that. But I just feel with what I do and what I care about and the particular crime story that I happen to name my channel after, how this all came together, that my voice just wants to speak on their behalf and on behalf of other children who, might be in a situation where maybe you, person listening, is the adult that really needs to step in, even if it's uncomfortable or might cause a little bit of difficulty for you, to another adult, to make sure that the children involved are safe and okay and feel loved and can do their job as children, which is to explore the world and to learn how to become the person that they need to be in this lifetime. I don't think that Bella and Cece had that freedom. And in my mind, I see it very clearly. And that is always an important message or story to tell and convey to me. And for me, this is, I don't know, here it is for me, with Bella and Cece, whatever I can share about that. So on with Chris Watts.
Luckily, nothing with a throat happened. I just Mom, you just gotta, I told her, you need to think, you need to pay attention. Just because another kid can have something doesn't mean another kid can have something. Because we were at that birthday party at Jeremy's that Sunday, they had this cake there. Bella wanted it so bad. I'm like, can't you?
Now, this really pisses me off about Chris Watts. So let's take it away from Shanann fully. He's like, yeah, that last day at Jeremy's party, he's referring to the last day of their lives. And according to at least Cheryl and Cadle, regardless of the opinion you might have, in her book of Letters of Christopher. Now, I do know that she was communicating with Chris Watts. There is record of that can be publicly attained from the state of Wisconsin Department of Corrections upon proper request. And so that is all true. And she says that, I think it's in the 3rd chapter of her Letters from Christopher book, that he tells her the last night, oh my God, I always want to just cry thinking about this. He says, as she tells it, the last night that he tucked Bella and Cece into bed, he knew that in his own mind, I just can't imagine. I can't imagine that a human being experiences this. If you experience this, to me, you are no longer a human being. This is when Chris Watts became a bona fide satanic monster. That he knew that was going to be the last time he tucked his baby girls into bed, because he knew what was going to be happening the next morning or just in a few hours from now. Now, this lends into, it's very similar to a number of other things we have heard Chris Watts say, sometimes out of his own mouth, through his interviews. And what he says, the words are not clear to me. And, people have surmised that he's just some people think, oh, he's just saying he had a feeling. He knew what he was going to do. He knew he was going to get rid of his family because he wanted the taquito, And, I have always wondered, did he know what he was going to be doing? Because the idea had been put into his head, and perhaps the idea had been developed between himself and another human being or beings. So yeah, you're going to know what you do if you've already talked about the plan and you've gone over it, or even a rough plan, right? So this case is just so big. I believe Cheryl Lynn Cadle that he told her that. So when he's talking about the last day of their lives and they're at the birthday party and neither of them could have any cake because of Cece's apparent tree nut allergy that he's actually never witnessed firsthand himself even, but that night he couldn't even let Bella have a piece of cake, but he still knew that he was going to cause them to take their last breath of life at ages 3 and 4 a few hours later. I find to be one of the most repulsive things I have ever heard someone say, you know, like, and as he's telling the story here, in my opinion, let me know what you think. I don't think he has any self-awareness of it. I'm going to go back a couple seconds. I'm actually going to put the link to panel up because I really want to know what you guys think about this. When he talks about the girls not being able to have a piece of cake at that last party we went to, no, that last day of their lives, mere hours before you took the life force out of the bodies of your own adorable little baby flesh and blood. So disgusting.
Something in my life I haven't been talked to for 3 weeks. I haven't been seeing the kids for 3 weeks, on FaceTime or anything. And I wanted them to be able to have that relationship. And she was too much gung ho, like she tried to kill my daughter by giving her pink. I was like, I don't think she gave it to her. Put something in front of Cece.
Yeah, he says Shanann was gung ho. She was gung ho that my mom gave something to her to try to kill Cece. Like gung ho. I mean, this is just, the whole thing is so weird. And the fact that it was not like, alarm bells for anyone with like wear protective ear covering distance it's that's scary. And that tells me awareness about these situations and the indicators of them needs to be discussed among those who are vulnerable to being in those situations, which guess what? Is every single human being, because we are human. No one's above it, truly.
People think, oh, you'll be fine. He'll just have a rash. He'll be fine. I've seen CC, like the first time, I've seen a picture of when he had a cashew the first time. I wasn't good. She had kiwi the second time, and then the same thing happened. And I know it's real. It's not like, it wasn't like her throat like closed up, but she broke out in this full body rash that looked really crazy looking. And luckily, nothing with her throat like happened. I mean, I just like, no, you just gotta, I told her you need to think, you need to pay attention. Just because another kid can have something doesn't mean another kid can have something. Because like we were at that birthday party at Jeremy's that Sunday, they had this cake there. Like Bella wanted it so bad. I'm like, can't you because Cece can't have it. She was like, okay. And all the other kids were like, they can't have the cake. Like I just kind of took them off and gave them some like one of those frozen pops or something. But it's just like she had to learn that just because one kid can have something and there's another kid that can't have it for a legitimate reason, like she couldn't have done it. But
and also, I'm going to add to that. What he's saying right now makes me want to throw up and like punch him in the face, or probably worse. But I've actually never punched anyone in the face, by the way. But he has no awareness of how absurd this all is. Because he also said oh my God. Sorry, I really lost. It makes me so mad. I lost track of my thought. So he was talking about the influx. Blah, blah, blah. Crap. Oh, wait. Let me just hear what he just said. I can't remember if it was something around the comments or what he just said. I'm so sorry. This is how my brain has to work, though. But okay. Oh, and again, my gosh, I am remiss to say, what we are watching right now, this is not a piece of one of my videos like what I usually do. Amber from the channel ATS News, which is a channel I've recommended before because I think that she is unbiased and she is thorough and she is honest. She is not like money grubbing driven. I would like for you to go check out her channel and I hope you enjoy it. I'd like to share what she does with you guys because I endorse it because she's good. She's just good. Good person. This is her video. She created about a year ago, I believe, but I just recently watched it, unbelievably. about a 3.5-hour documentary on the Chris Watts case, and it's very well done and it's very complete. I don't know if I thought somebody could make a documentary on this case that I would find complete, because I'd be like, oh, you forgot this. Because it is Watts obsession, but it's very complete and very well done. So I'm going to get the link from it. So moderators, if you could please put it in chat. But I just want you to know, I give the credit to her, and I would love for you to go check her out.
Learned that just because one kid can have something, there's another kid that can't have it for a legitimate reason. Like, she couldn't have done it, but that's the kind of talk I had with her when Shannon called me. I think it was maybe like middle of July or something when she told me all this had happened. Mm-hmm. I called and talked to them for a while, and they're just like, they just couldn't deal with her anymore. Shannon just kind of like, they like flipped out. My nephew told Bella to go hide behind the curtain because I don't think your mom was going to let you come over here again or something like that. It was bad. It was like a last straw between them, I think. But Cece and Bella and my niece and nephew were there. So Chanel was there, and I guess they were all sitting, and my niece went into the kitchen, and she knew where the ice cream was. She went in the freezer, got it, went out, and sat beside Cece and started eating. But like, it's just a matter of like, Cece could go like that.
Okay, and apparently that is what happened, according to a number of people. And then Chris says, the thing is, Cece could go pop, just like that, like the life would be gone to her, like what he did to her. But that's not what vanilla ice cream is going to do to her. As we continue to play the video I released this week that YouTube turned off the comments on, that many of you wanted to have a chance to discuss. Thank you, YouTube. That was really cool of you. I would like to know why, at least. I know why, because they think it's too controversial, but I think my channel's responsible, and I think it's silly. I think it's unwarranted. That video goes on to, it is very, very unlikely that Cece could have possibly had tree nut allergies. You know what? I'm just going to go to that part of the video, and then I'm going to bring in the things that I left out of the video about how apparently they found out about her tree nut allergy, cashews, and how that related to the families. And, I'm going to be transparent. I'm not going to say what I mean and mean what I say. Shanann's involvement in the MLM culture, specifically Thrive, and her ambitions in Thrive. I've been through it myself. One of the trainings you get if you identify yourself is hoping to become a serious consultant, a serious salesperson who really wants to take advantage of what the company has to offer and kick ass and, elevate your life to a higher level and live the lifestyle you've always wanted for yourself and your family. If that's what you want, you let us know, and we're going to take you to this training. And this is oftentimes, I'm telling you this is a fact. I've researched it. I've experienced it more than once. And I have witnessed others' experience. I have testimonies from others' experience. There's this is just how it goes, guys. It is. It just is. And my channel has a number of videos that provide receipts to support what I'm saying right now. I'm just not going to go through them all now, because we would be in this live stream until, I don't know, summer, and I got to go to work on Monday. So, we learn about how, the girl's medical problems kind of developed in general at a certain time and in a certain way and in a certain rhythm, according to Shanann's Facebook post, as compared to the timeline of the involvement in MLM, specifically Thrive, and some other events and hallmarks in that front-loaded, commission-driven initiation period you go through and Thrive in a lot of MLMs. It becomes very clear to me. This is not a spoiler alert. I'm going to tell you the conclusion first, and then we're going to be watching all of the supporting information. And there's hours upon hours upon hours upon hours upon hours of it. And I want to make it all available to you without leaving anything on the editing room floor. I believe that Nutgate, the root of it was this. And you know how you have you ever told a lie and started to believe it? I have. Like, I will certainly admit that. I think that almost every person has that experience at some point in their lives. You might not be able to recall more than one experience like that right now, but probably even more than one, And some people have it all the time because compulsive liars, that's what life's like, right? So, I think she did start to kind of believe her lies. They were lies. I'm not going to sugarcoat. I'm not going to. They were lies, and I think she started to believe them. I think they were lies for really that addressed her unsettled needs of kind of survival and belonging and acceptance. And I could give you, a psychological basis for that, but I don't think that's what we're here for today. But it does exist, and I feel like I'm not the only person that clearly sees it in Shanann. She really wanted to be successful and thrive. I think she wanted to be successful at something. Don't we all? I think she had experiencing in being a very successful, or she felt like she was, salesperson in the past, maybe at the cell phone outfit she worked at, or most notably at Dirty South Tire and Wheels in North Carolina, where she was employed, and I have a couple videos about that too, for a while at the time of her very unfortunate and tragic and horrible death, was still friends with the owner of that company. There was some scandal involved there too, including when she left, it seems like it was a Chris Watts. You know what? I'm going to let Chris Watts talk about it because I don't want to be accused of spreading this rumor. Anyway, I think she wanted to have that feeling of success again. They needed money. She knew they were in financial problems. I think she was hiding it from Chris, or maybe Chris was hiding it from himself, because Chris seems like the kind of person that stuck his head in the sand a lot, right? If he didn't have to concern himself with it, then he didn't concern himself with it, which, by the way, is, a hallmark sign of covert narcissism, which some people I know have talked about in the context of Chris Watts' personality. Maybe not. I don't know. And so she's going to these like Thrive trainings. This is how you're going to sell, guys. It's going to be great. You already have your built-in customer base right there. Even better, guys. All of the amazing coworkers that are going to help you build your business. You're not going to believe it when I tell you this, but guys, you already know them. The people that you are going to rise up to become millionaires with them right at your side. And this is going to change your life. Finally, you and that person and whoever else are going to be living the lifestyle that you have always dreamed of. And not only that, it's going to be so far beyond that, because you're going to call the shots. You're not going to be working someone else's schedule. You're not going to be listening to someone else's orders. You're not going to be doing this because someone tells you to. You are going to be the motherfucking boss of you. And how awesome is that? And that person that's going to rise up to the top of the world with you is somebody you already know. You may not know if they're your coworker or your friend or your neighbor, or maybe even a relative, a close relative, a distant relative, or, somebody that you know from a friend of a friend. But you know what you do know, and I know, and now you know that you are definitely connected to them through social media. Can you believe it? The person that you are going to rise to the top of the world so both of you and your whole team can fulfill all of your dreams. You already know them, and they are already your Facebook friend. Bam! That is the secret of the universe. And here at Thrive, we give you the keys to open that door. I'm telling you guys, this is something like what she was subjected to. I know it. I still have literature from various MLMs. It's kind of fun for me to collect now. This is like what I could be reading from one of them. I just don't need to read it because I've read it, I've heard it, I lived it. I've heard other people talk about it. So she's like, oh my God, yeah, she's really believing it. So she's wholeheartedly committed to this MLM. And you know what? I can be home with Bella and Cece. And I don't know. I was going to say, I don't think Shanann was a natural mother, but I don't know if I agree with myself on that, because I think when she just had Bella and Bella was a little baby, I think she was wonderful with her from what we can see. Things changed dramatically. I don't know. I do not know. I don't know everything. And some things I talk about, maybe I'm not right, but I don't even have a freaking clue about that. That's a complex situation in my mind. I don't know if I want to know about it. I already know too much about things I want to know about. So then, you know, she's like, okay, I'm going to do this. This is going to be great. I'm all amped up, whatever. She starts to try to do this whole Thrive thing. Maybe it's like not as easy as, you know, they sold it to her as being, because of course it's not. Duh. You know, they just make it sound like, oh yeah, you're going to make a few like Facebook videos. It's going to be awesome. You're going to put those Facebook videos out. This is what they tell you to do. You're on a Facebook, a Facebook promotion diet to sell Thrive and get consultants on your team, like-minded consultants with the same goals as you, so you can all live the lives that you wanted together. And they are your soulmates. You just have not met them yet. Oh my God, it's so much gaslighting and propaganda. It's really, truly, I'm not saying this. I mean this literally. I believe some MLMs and the way that they provide literature to set people up for failure should absolutely positively not be legal in the United States. And I'm sure a lot of other countries. I believe that. It feels criminal. And if you compare what they do to other industries, it is illegal. So why is it allowed with MLMs? Anyhow, things were, of course, not as easy as the MLM gods and goddesses, the people she was looking up to. I know what they look like. I know what they sound like. I've had them myself. I've been one myself. But I didn't really not for very long. I wasn't really one. I was like, this is what it feels like. And this is super messed up. And oh my God, MLMs are crazy. But anyway, so she was like, well, all right, I'm just going to start following the manual. So what it's going to tell her, she's going to post 3 times on social media a day. One time it's going to be about the product directly. Hey, we've got this new product. It's birthday cake pro bars. Here's why you need birthday cake pro bars in your life. Here's what they look like. Bite. Yum, 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 yum. Ooh, yummy, yummy. Hear how happy my taste buds are. That's what they taste like. And birthday cake pro bars. And then the second post is going to be something informational that you are giving as a gift to all of your social media connections, but it has to relate to your product. So maybe it's like why, you know, having a diet that is lower in sugar is going to increase your sex drive. Oh, that's a good idea, because pro bars are lower in sugar. So maybe it's like that, right? And then the third post that you're going to post every day, and this is going to allow you to fill your dreams, it's going to be of a personal nature. And sometimes, you know, it doesn't always have to be connected to the product that you're selling here, because that would start to become maybe obvious to people. So maybe sometimes you're just posting a picture of yourself or your kids or a little story that has nothing to do with Thrive. But at least half of the time, it should and somehow invoke the feeling in the person who sees that post that, oh, you know what? Oh, cool. That's awesome. Look at them go. Damn. They've got a nice fill in the blank. Hey, you know, oh my gosh. And I bet changing to a diet of all Thrive patches and shakes, I bet that could very well be part of why they have such a nice blank that I've always wanted. You know, this is how it's done. I'm telling you, this is how it's done. I need to hear an amen if you've ever gone through this in an MLM. This is a playbook. And so you look around, I've done it myself, and you're like, what's going on in my life? If you have cute pets or young, cute children, you were like sought after in the MLM, like predator community, because, you know, they're like, oh my God, look at your cute kid. Look at your cute dog. That would be perfect. Oh, holy cow, you are meant for social media marketing, girlfriend. You are a Thrive diva already. Go find your amazing future that is already meant to be through your social media connections. Did you know you're already connected to them? And they keep repeating this crap. So she's like, oh, well, I got these 2 kids. So like Bella is Bella. And I think like maybe in Bella's first year for life, but Shanann wasn't focused on like selling Thrive then. Other MLMs, yes. She was involved in 9 that I know of. There's documentation of 9, maybe more. That was a lot of money coming out of the pocket of the family. Because getting involved in MLMs costs a lot of money. So when Bella was like, up to a year old, she wasn't really into Thrive. It was after she had Cece, and I'm going to show you all this. She started getting more into the Thrive thing and selling it and, making that her life and her business and, really trying to become everything she's always wanted to be with that. And that is when a lot of the health problems started. The timing is synonymous. It is synchronized, is clear. Where, you could make a Facebook post or say in a video, whoo, gosh, look at this. Wow, they're crazy today. It's really crazy around here. I mean, there's so many instances when Shanann will say, oh my gosh, it's really crazy around here. They're really crazy. And then there's like a pause and you just hear like crickets. I'm like, damn, man, if that was like the crazy parts of my day, oh, that's like, that must be what happens if you drink Thrive. No, I'm just kidding. But it's obviously not crazy. So things weren't crazy, guys. Things weren't crazy for her. She had, at the time, back in the day, a beautiful little girl. And then she got pregnant again. She was living in a beautiful house of her dreams already. I don't know if she knew it or not. And she had a husband that worshiped her. That's not necessarily all that you have to be fulfilled in a relationship, but she definitely did have that. But it was not crazy. It was pretty like damn good. And unless you were making, waves, it was probably pretty calm and peaceful. And that's not just me speculating. That's according to anything you can find about it. The waves, the drama, the bumps were usually presented through social media. And I'm talking back to living in North Carolina. And they may or may not have been manufactured. Probably sometimes were and sometimes were not. So Cece comes along and Cece's a Spitfire by nature. And she's like this and she's like that. So her energy level is already like, this is why I need Thrive. This is why Mama thrives. And, all of the videos that will feature and follow Cece and not Bella and dismiss Bella, but not Cece. I don't think it was like, Shannon's like, I'm going to hate on Bella and I'm going to love Cece more and make Bella feel like crap. I think that it was because Cece in her mind was like, this is what they were talking about when they were banging on their drums at that first free quote, air quote, getaway they took me on to show me how it's done. And that I already know and have everything in my life that I need. I just need to access it, and Thrive will give me the key to the access. She's looking at Bella. She's like, Bella ain't selling Thrive. She's perfect. Look at her. She's sweet. She's good. She was for a while. She's joyful. She doesn't talk. She's just like, you're not like, look, I need Thrive to deal with Bella. She's over there reading a book in the dark when I never mind. But then Cece was like, a lot to handle. So when that wasn't enough to sell the Thrive and to keep the content going, to keep the appearance that this MLM thing was already thriving and the money was already coming in, and it was coming in not because she was paying it into Thrive and then making it look like she was at this income level, but that really was just the income. And I think Chris Watts really did believe that when it wasn't just happening with what she had around her in her house, there needed to be more Thrive agitators. What can we agitate to make people go like, oh, that would be something you need Thrive for? Oh my God, the kids are sick all the time. Stomach bugs at the same time. Sinus infections every other week. Visits to the doctor every day. These are, I'm going to show you things that were all actually said constantly, again and again and again. Pictures and pictures and pictures and pictures. There were 3 consecutive months at the height of this, getting the Thrive going, where there were Facebook posts about medical emergency, guys, for 3 consecutive months, at least once a week. And I'm talking medical emergencies that if my kid actually did it, well, he did have some kind of serious medical problems when he was little. I don't want to get into detail all about it because he's not too far away from me, and I would anyway. But these would still be things that would be, I know, or like looking at my friends' social media, or just knowing my friends, or like just watching human beings and understanding what life is usually like for us. It's hard, but it ain't that hard. And if you have to have a medical emergency that requires your child to have hospitalization and like every week, that's a problem. Now, let's remember that, yes, like this was Shanann doing these things, but this was all going out in social media. And there was an audience, and there was a regular audience, and there was a consistent audience that was seeing all of this all the time. I don't know if we want to go too far down that road. So, oh my gosh, who's backstage? Kate is backstage. I'm going to bring her up right now, and I'm going to put the link to panel again because I keep lying to you guys. I'm like, I'm going to bring y'all up on panel. And then I start gabbing, and I don't. I'm like, nope. Actually, you're just going to listen to me ramble for another 5 hours. All right, those are links to panel. And let me just go ahead and pin it up at the top. Hey, Karen, how are ya? Atlas Aura and Glamis Girl, I've just been noticing some of your comments. You guys are having an interesting conversation. I'm very insightful as well. If you'd like to come up and panel and say what you're chatting about, that would be amazing too. Or if anyone else does, please feel welcome. You are welcome. Wilson Man made his first appearance on panel on this channel, I think. Is that right? And I haven't heard your voice in a long time, Wilson Man. But I know that you might not feel like it or be hanging with your family. Or sis girl. Sis girl. Okay. Hey, Angel, how are you doing? Oh my gosh, there's so many people there. Welcome to everyone who's come in, watching replay, or in the chat. And Ara, of course. There you are, girl. There's a link, and it's for you, honey. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you. All right. I'm bringing Kate up right now. So, hi, Kate. How are you doing? Oh, I think you're on mute. She may have walked away because I was just like talking for so long. We'll see. We'll give her a chance, though. I have to stop talking for a second. Wow, I like just talked for a long time. Thank you for listening. So, Kate, I'm just reading comments, and if you're there, you can just speak up anytime. See if I can unmute your mic. I probably can't because if you chose to, StreamYard won't let me unmute it, which is a great thing. It preserves your privacy. But you just need to unmute yourself if you do want to talk, Kate. Oh, and she gone. It says device not connected. Okay, if you want to try to come back up, I'm looking out for you. And anyone else who'd like to come up on panel. And I'm paying attention right now. Ara, where are ya? I feel bad. and I want to hear you to say too. Of course. I'm sorry if you hear something in the background. It's one of my bunnies going on a digging mission. They just do randomly. I have a lot of Houndlop bunnies and other. I have a lot of bunnies. If you don't know that about me. All right. Eric, I'm just not going to read that aloud. I'm going to pin it. I mean, I'm going to be honest about this. And I see you, Kay. I'll grab you within 45 seconds. My perception of Shanann over the years has changed. I think I used to be more, I don't want to say, oh, I'm not judgmental of her. Like I'm some hippie god and I don't judge people because we all judge. It's how you like make decisions to get through life, right? But I guess I just feel softer on her now. I do still have some harsh criticisms. Pretty much for me, it's exclusively in with. I wish I knew her back then and was somebody that was able to talk to her that she would listen to. I don't know if she had people who were willing to talk to her that she actually listened to in her life, or people were afraid to talk to her. I really don't know much about that, but I can imagine they were. But I hear you. Okay, so I'm going to bring Kate and Oh, I got two Kate. Oh, I got a second. I got a Kate that I think is connected up. So I'm going to bring you up right now, Kate. So you're just going to have to unmute your mic, or maybe that would mean turning the volume up on your phone or your headphones or your machine. So I'm bringing you up right now. You there? Kate? Oh, darn, it's not working. Hey, Kate, can you write in chat what device you're trying to come up with? Maybe one of us or I can help you. Becky Boo, about the waking up. I thought that was complete craziness at first. I actually do think that that is what happened now. And that is just, oh my God. It's horrible. It's all horrible. All right. I'm going to try to bring Kate up again. All right. Kate? Oh. Let's see. I still can't hear you. Don't do anything just a second. Let me see if I can do it from my end. You can't unmute because okay, from my end it says you cannot unmute the guest because they have chosen to mute themselves. So if you're on a computer or on your phone, you probably need to go into your settings and allow it to access your microphone. Okay. And while I'm waiting for Kate to do that, or if a pop-up comes up and asks you to allow microphone access, please say yes. If it asks you to allow microphone and video access, but you do not want to be on video.
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Good. Awesome. Okay, very good. No more instructions. and Trailer Trash Barbie, I see you. I'll get you in just 1 second, okay? How are you doing, Kate?
I'm great. My daughter's asleep, so I'm trying to be quiet.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Cool. So what are your thoughts?
What was the question? It's been in and out. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I don't really, just what caused you to want to come up and say something, I guess.
I mean, I follow this. I don't know. This case is just, I mean, it just doesn't make sense. And I just try to listen to everything I can because nothing at all makes sense. And the mindset behind it really, I mean, I just want to understand if maybe if maybe she really believed these things and it was more of like a mental, I just want to grasp more of the understanding because I truly believe
are you
it
saying
brings awareness to parenting as well.
Yes. That was so well stated. Thank you so much for saying that. Because at the core of it, like that is for children, whether it's parenting, for the well-being of children, which is, and concern and awareness for that is needed in every corner of the, of the globe right now and everywhere. I mean, there's just not enough compassion and care for children, and it is showing up in so many ways. And
even with the tickling thing and
I know
the thing, like I've questioned I asked but it does overstimulate and it just makes you think about the things rather than these old-fashioned behaviors that we learn. And like, even if she was trimming her hair because she thought it grew fast, like these things that you're not aware of that you have to zoom in on and think about.
And we also hi Barbie, how are you, honey?
Good, how are you?
Good, welcome.
Does no one remember the videos of her telling Bella, I'm gonna cut your hair if you don't be good? There was videos at the beginning of the case. She threatened to cut that baby's hair if she was bad all the time.
Well, I always thought, let me just ask you this, Trailer Trash Barbie, because I've heard people say that before. Now, there are some things that people brought up that I was like, I don't think that exists. I never heard that. Just recently, I found one of them and I was shocked. And it's Shanann.
Yeah, people call me a liar, but there are videos out there.
I do not think you're lying. I'm definitely not saying that. It's shocked, and I might show it to you today because it's the one that I've left up in the editing room floor every time I've looked at it because I'm like, I'm not going to put that up. Shanann is actually talking about walking into Cece's bedroom and finding her. She had brown stuff all over her mouth and face, and she walked over, and diaper. She says her diaper was bubbling over and it was
Yes.
poop. And someone says
And
in
she
the comments,
put pictures on the internet.
and said she drank it down with some milk. This, guys, it's true.
That is
I'm
so,
gonna,
I'm sorry.
it's
That
so,
is so
it's
messed up.
terrible. I know. It's
She did a
terrible.
lot of things wrong. She did not deserve to die.
No, she
but
definitely
the
did
stuff,
not. No.
Shut up. The stuff she did was inexcusable to those babies.
She said, "Shut up" to me.
Not you. Sorry.
Oh.
She drugged
Hi,
those babies
back
to
there.
sleep every night.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know Benadryl causes very bad dry mouth. It causes dementia.
Yeah, it can. Yeah.
Who in their right mind does that? Who shows their babies? No kid should know, like, when Bella had the windies on her and putting thermometers of her dolls' butts. No,
All right. So
no
if
kid should know that.
I know. So listen, hold it. If we're gonna go here, and first of all, Barbie, just 1 second, and I will address all of this, and I understand. And listen, this is where my kind of relationship to the idea of Shanann had to evolve a little, because at first it was so shocking and upsetting to me. It made me angry that it made me angry for to see children treated that way. I mean, hopefully it's difficult for, if people really knew we were talking about, okay, it's difficult for anyone to see, but it's just something that is, it's one of those things. We all have the things that we have. Our morals are creative things we consider acceptable, as must or unacceptable in our life. Certain things that I observed are the unacceptables for me, and that was really hard. And as we're starting to talk about this, it's hard for me right now to talk about. And I also just want to ask Kate, who's on panel, do you know what we're talking about, and are you okay talking about these topics, because it gets into the kind of the hard to talk about stuff, I think.
Who are you? Are you?
This is Kelly talking.
Okay.
Yeah. Or
are you? And you're asking me. I'm sorry.
I'm
I was
asking
just
you,
trying
Kate, because you kind of were bringing up a different level of concern, and then this kind of, and the way I organize things, this goes to my highest levels of concern with
it's
this
disturbing.
situation.
But like, one of the things that she taught the trailer trash Barbie was the medicine. Well, even I don't know about, but I do know that if you go to the doctor for all those other things, cough medicine, antibiotics, it's just my personal, I don't think giving that, I don't think you should give your kids all those kinds of medicines, and the stuff relating to the, I mean, I don't feel comfortable saying some things relating to that.
I know.
But I mean, it's obvious the more you watch, but I've not been onto this as long as some people, and I haven't seen a lot of the videos that's gone.
So I'm going to, go ahead.
Nudity is, I commented on this earlier in someone's thing, that, I mean, and it's statistically shown children just even eating ice cream, they're more obscene than any other photos of children. So posting your children using the bathroom or at doctor's offices.
Oh my God.
It's just, I mean, my little girl, I even had a video of her. It showed her stomach. I'm like, she had on my sports top. It was like a crop top. And I put something on there because I had her hair in pigtails, which unfortunately is something seen as a little bit racy. So, I mean, I just feel that whether it was learned behaviors or not, and I do believe that she was not able to look at things in a clear sense. I think that
I agree too. I think she had some mental issues that would have benefited her to work through them in life.
Or to
but do you guys know Sandy did the same thing?
Yeah, that's what I was told too.
And then Sandy's mother did the same thing.
Yeah. Well, they do say, and I'm not calling any of these people abusers. I am not. But one thing that we always say, and if people talk about abuse, the cycle of abuse, it's hard to break, but it has to be broken at some time, and it is so easily passed down through the generations, because what is it? You grow up around these people, you continue to live your life in the culture around these people, and it becomes normalized. Things that maybe we're observing
that we know would have been harmful to us as children, or we know we would perceive it as being harmful to children in our life. Well, and for a lot of us, I think those of us talking and a lot of people listening, it's because now we know, because research has been done on it, because we are trying to become a trauma and abuse aware culture, so we stop hurting each other. But as a society of people, we're a little bit like fucked up like that, and I think people are trying to work through it, and I think a lot of people are, and they need to know that they're not the only ones, and they need to see other examples of being stuck in it and also being able to resolve it and being able to move through it. And that is why I'm so glad you guys are talking about this, because it is so important that we talk about these things even when they are uncomfortable. I mean, I deal with this
So we
stuff in
can
my
learn from it.
professional. Exactly. And you guys don't know. Well, maybe you do, but some people listening have no idea. Having this channel for 2.5 years, and like I said, I have the vault of things, all the things you're talking about. A lot of stuff I've never put on my channel, but I have had it all stored away. And that's what everything you were just talking about is what the members only video is going to be next week, because I'm not just going to put it out there like that. And I've got to figure out how I feel comfortable doing that. But guys, if you are one that says, oh, no, it was fine, guys, it wasn't fine. I'm saying this as a person, as a daughter, as a mother, as a behavioral professional. It wasn't fine. And I'm not saying that made Shanann a horrible person. Certainly didn't make her deserve anything bad at all. It just meant that it wasn't fine. And somehow from within herself, or due to the force of someone outside her loving her enough to help her do what she needed to do, and
no one would stand up to her.
Yeah, nobody would. And
Why?
I know I think they were afraid of her. I think that she was.
She made her
Look at
change.
what happened to Cindy. Look at what happened to Cindy when
I
Cindy
think
Watson.
that she
Cindy stood up
didn't
to her.
I think people would
People
give
are gonna hate me
grudges
for
of
this,
it,
but
but no one would double down on it, because she would take small things of what people said, and people like that, when you say things and then it twists right back around into their narrative, and then you almost give up with people. I mean, isn't that
exactly what Cindy Watts? That's what happened to Cindy Watts that last week. Like you're describing, and that's why I love that you guys are saying all this. That is why telling this story about Nutgate, it's not about these petty details and the drama of these. I hate it when people say to me, how could you talk about a murdered woman like that? I'm like, how could you refer to Shanann Watts as a murdered woman the way you are? I think that's disgusting, honestly. I don't like that language, Go ahead.
people are gonna hate me, but Cindy and Shannon had a good relationship for 5 years. No one talks about that.
Right.
Cindy,
like I said in one of the comments, I think Jamie and the children was a source of insecurity, and there was so much already going on, out of her element. These aren't excuses. I'm just the mind frame of that. I've tried to out of her element, not as many Thrive friends, and just looking for something. And I think it was.
And she was pregnant and emotional, and she knew that something was really wrong with her husband. Shanann was in a really bad place, and I feel for her for that. I really do.
I don't know if anyone else is with this behind of her having complications with the pregnancy towards the end. I'm not sure if anyone else thinks.
I think Nico was dead.
Well, see, I mean, I don't want to specific, but I think I was just, if she could have been having, because I know postpartum, the stress. I'm pregnant now, and I know how your mind can get.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
That's a beautiful thing. I just want to send you many blessings. That's a wonderful thing. Awesome. Congratulations.
And I really want, the main thing of this case is white people in a 5-bedroom house. It's not all sunshine and roses. Like, it isn't like, because you post live on Facebook. I mean, it's not painted to be perfect. And just because you're not beating your kid with a stick, there are levels of things.
But Shanann would pinch the babies.
I didn't want to interrupt.
The way it's viewed, the view of things are. It's just so much of learned behavior, and like forcing you're just it broadens the awareness of bringing up
Yes.
your children, looking
Yes.
beyond that. The
Yes.
image that's painted everywhere, that everything's fine, this is great, blah, blah, blah.
Yep. Yep. And
But no,
I wanted to address this comment really quickly because it's important. It's really important. So, Green Eye Bandit says, Kelly, I thought with all your years in your profession that you would have a degree and that you can see through Shanann and would have done the research into Munchausen's over this 5 years. Well, actually, I cannot address the issue of the condition that you just mentioned due to my career. It would be outside of the ethical parameters that I have. I just wouldn't do it. I cannot. That would be a diagnosis. I do have a license. I do have degrees, and there are diagnoses I can make. There are diagnoses, there with any licensor certification, whatever it is. There are certain things you are licensed or certified to do. Certain things you cannot. Certain psychological conditions I can diagnose, and I cannot handle that casually. So I must stay aware from it or at risk of losing my license. So for anyone else who may have wondered that, I will never say that word unless I'm reading it from somebody else. I cannot. Okay.
But
go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
why does no one talk about Shanann speaking to a divorce lawyer all before this?
Mm-hmm.
Everything was not great for months and months.
Mm-hmm.
And no one talks about that.
Well, that's interesting because I just made a connection over the past few weeks when I was doing that last video. So she does talk to that lawyer, and it is about 6 months prior to the tragedy when she was at the hibachi place with a friend of hers. And I listened to that interview just a couple of days ago again, too. He absolutely was talking to Shanann. I mean, the way that he speaks about, there's no indication, first of all, of deception. Like, that is clear, but he also, the details and everything, it's just very clear to me that he's just being forthcoming. And then when I was listening to part of Chris Watt's prison interview, maybe it was like the day later, just in editing the video, he said at some point, and I think he gave a time frame, well, Shanann mentioned something about, Colorado and whether it being a 50-50 state or something like that. And that was exactly what he told law enforcement that he advised her about. So that all comes together. Yes. Yeah. I do believe she talked to that lawyer about divorce in Colorado.
Kelly?
Yes. Hi, Ara. How are you, honey?
Thank you for having me up here. And I apologize for being persistent.
I'm so happy you're here. I'm so sorry I was remiss in not bringing you up sooner.
No. I've been listening to your amazing guests.
Right, Emily.
Thank you guys for being here. Miss Kelly,
yes,
thank you for welcoming. And you guys are being really polite. You guys are like great panel people.
Yeah, they are. Awesome.
But, you guys have like gone over many aspects of Shanann. We're like judging her. We're talking about her. We're, playing like what Chris said was Monday night quarterback or Monday morning quarterback. Just to give some insight. Because I am backing you up, Kelly, with what you say, like, regardless, there's no excuse for it's not Shanann's fault or whatever.
It is not Shanann's fault. No.
Right. And then just to give you
guys you and I have said together on panel before, Ara and I have had this conversation. I would like to say it again, because I know that you agree with this too. And I think you actually were the person who brought it up first when we discussed it. I really do believe this. Everybody evolves as they go along. And if you fail to evolve in life, you are like institutionalized somewhere, because that is not the way life flows. You're not allowed to do that. Or you become, like a terminal addict too. And if anybody has drug addiction or other addiction problems, I'm sorry. And I am not teasing you. And I know that is hard, and it's a hard thing to work through. But I'm just saying that everybody evolves, and there's evidence of that in a number of ways. Okay. If Shanann were allowed to live her God-given life and somebody didn't wrongfully take it from her in a way that is not her fault in any way, she would have learned and grown and matured to some degree. And we don't know, because her life was taken and she never had that opportunity. So the only example of Shanann, and the only things that we can discuss, because as human beings, we need to discuss these things because they are so concerning and they are so important.
Her 34-year-old self. That's all we have.
Exactly.
She's stuck in time.
And that is, you know, and I don't know what the right, unfair doesn't feel the right word, but it's the only word I can think of. That is unfair to Shanann.
You and I have, yes, you and I understand this.
Yeah.
When I was little, my mom would pinch me if I was too loud in the grocery store when I was a baby. Whenever we went to friend's house, I was not allowed to run around and play with the other kids. I had to stay and sit next to her. Right. And many people, like I grew up, you know, and if I wanted McDonald's, I wouldn't get it. I would get, we have food at home and that's what you're going to get. And if you don't want to eat the food that we have at home, then you're not going to eat, you know?
Exactly.
But if my mom would have documented that, then people would have been like judging her, right? Wow, you're not feeding your kid. So I think like the way that you raise your family as a woman, however, I don't have experience in this. I don't have children of my own. However, women, I think, try their best to raise their children to the best of their ability, given what they have at the time.
That's very well said. I agree with that.
You know, and I'm like, I'm okay right now. You know, I do have my own issues, but I mean, raise your hand if you're perfect.
Nobody is. We all have issues. We all have issues. You know, it's like with this situation with Shanann, we do all have issues, and some of hers have like impacted me greatly and have been hard for me to kind of like watch and work through. But I just think that because of all of the video documenting and all of that, we have such clear evidence for other people to
form opinions.
Not to form opinions. No, not to form opinions, to observe what this looks like so they can better see it in themselves or in warning signs of people they care about or just other people. Because guys, even if you don't know someone or think you care about them, if you see something, say something. Because if someone is truly in crisis, and so many people are, you do not know what their trajectory is. And you saying something could be the difference between the quality of their life or their life, literally. Please, if you see something, say something. Yeah.
I just want to say thank you for saying the stuff about drug addiction.
Yeah.
I was there. I've been clean 8 years. I just want to thank you for that. It's very hard to overcome.
Congratulations. That is absolutely amazing. That is amazing.
Is a big deal.
We are all hugging you so tight right now. That is
and the
so
fact
amazing.
that you
Thank
said that
for sharing.
is a big deal.
Yeah, thank you for
Right there.
sharing. I appreciate that.
I want to say, I in no way, shape, or form should this have happened to Shanann in her home where she felt safe. This is, we shouldn't be even, I mean, as much as this case did this, it is absolutely terrifying to think someone you've been with that long and you go into your safe haven of your home and this happens.
She went home and you're right. You said that so well, like the safety of her home.
That is what, and then where those children, like where you feel the most comfortable. I mean, and you can see in the video, she was probably walking in the door, relaxed, feeling
excited
the
to be with her
relief
husband,
when you shut the door at your house and no one knows what happened after. But I mean, and I want to say, in the pictures before Thrive, in the videos, it looks like there's some of her holding, they look wholesome and genuine, and like the family dynamic was building. I just think there was so many factors.
Imagine if your spouse basically unalives you, and then everybody on the internet is saying, well, wow, look how she acted though. Look how, you know.
Well, listen, I know, and listen, and I know that like that like, you know, fallout is like not appealing in that way, but you know, I guess in this channel, I've just kind of, and I'm not trying to dismiss it, but I also kind of am, because I've had to make the decision that, you know, it can be kind of horrible, but I'm telling you right now that on this channel, what we are doing is not the horrible side of it.
We're learning.
And I promise you that.
Yes,
and
we're learning.
It's hard to do in a true crime culture full of shit. You know, it's hard to do.
Oh, I know.
Even when they discussed the levels of like genius of some of these people, like the murderous doctors, Ted Bundy, however smart or what he was not, Ed Gein, it's like they disassociate, and you hear that in the FBI interviews when they're speaking to him. You hear that with people, how you have to look at someone kind of not past what they've done in no way, but there's such multi levels of people in it, and
Mm-hmm.
I have to think, like, I think about it in two different ways. Like, I think about Shanann and her mind frame and her behaviors and what led
Mm-hmm.
up to this, and like what was the root cause, and
Mm-hmm.
not more so of getting into like who did what, how it happened. To me, it's more of a
Right, right.
philosophical mindset, and just like, and someone touched on the Munchausen, like the DSM-5 is so inclusive and so
Mm-hmm.
vague in its like
Mm-hmm.
traits. It's so hard to say yes or no with anything. And these
Mm-hmm.
days, it's really quick to diagnose yourself with this or that. And I mean, I just think
Mm-hmm.
it's a broad spectrum. And to say
Mm-hmm.
for sure someone does or doesn't have anything, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
My personal beliefs are, it's a bit, the field is just it's murky, should I say. The
Mm-hmm.
lines are kind of blurred in what is and what
Sure is.
isn't.
Because that condition exists in people for a number of different motivating reasons. For every behavior, there is a reason why we behave that way. For every pathological and unhealthy behavior, there's usually a stronger reason than just a mundane. It's why we behave that way. And behind that condition that you just mentioned, that again, I said for professional reasons, I cannot talk about specifically to this case, but I can say in general, it's understood through, through the study of psychology and the human mind and behavior, that there's a number of different reasons why that condition comes to be. And I think that it's easy, and and I even find myself kind of falling into it, to think that that condition comes about and only serves one purpose. Like everyone who is like does that or that applies to or whatever, is kind of like the same deal. It's not at
I don't think
all.
so. No.
Well,
No.
see, the thing is that we're just looking at this right now from the wife's perspective, right? We're trying to dissect what Shanann did that brought this on, because we don't want this to happen to us, or like we're coming it from like the wife mother perspective. What I would like to know is, like,
I'm coming at it from the human behavior.
No, you're different, Miss Kelly. You're different.
Okay.
You're the
Okay.
teacher psychologist here. You know
well,
what I mean?
you guys are my teachers too, but okay, go ahead, honey.
But you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's interesting. Every time we have somebody on panel, or, I've been with you for a very long time now.
Yes,
So
you have. Thank you.
it's interesting to see perspectives of people that come up, because now I'm learning what they like to focus on, right? So a lot of married women or women with children like to focus on like, what did Shanann do? What could have Shanann done different? Whatever. And then you have people coming in trying to understand like what the mistress did, what could have done different, or why, because we're spending a lot of time talking about Shanann, but your videos that I've seen and what you started
Yes.
with was about the mistress. That's what I wanted to focus on, today. I wanted to talk about that. I wanted to discuss like her searches, about not how she lied. That is more interesting to me than what Shanann did or did not do.
Well, that's what I think she did too. I put out a survey just about an hour before this live started, asking what I gave 5 different areas of interest. Please vote on which one you want to hear, because I have touched on all of them. When I first started this channel, I talked about the mistress, but I mostly talked about, when I very first started this channel, my exclusive focus was going to be on what I do for a profession, relationship and family and behavioral didynamics. And then I decided, but I really have always really been into true crime, like in a totally different way. But I didn't know what the show was going to become. I didn't know if anyone was going to subscribe to it. Certainly didn't think like 3 years later it's going to have 40,000 subscribers and we'd be all here on a Friday night having a great conversation that hopefully is helping us and other people.
The most salacious crimes are family crimes, Miss
They
Kelly.
are,
You know that.
They are. They're passionate crimes. And,
yes,
and I was, and I mean, my perspective of the family dynamics, honestly, has not changed that much. Like what you said, Green Eye Bandit, I'm surprised you didn't see through it right away. I want to say I saw through it, but I took in, I observed, I analyzed, I considered, I evaluated, I rethought it. I actually, like I told you, I wrote a capstone for a graduate program on it. I've given this a lot of thought and consideration, and it was required to be fact-based by like a university. So, that has not changed, but what I am willing to share with you on my period, and especially on my channel, that is a reflection of me as a person who is in the field of psychology and to a professional capacity.
That's why
That's changed a lot
41,000
too.
of us are with you.
Thank you. But that's changed a lot too, because first of all, I didn't know what I could talk about, what was out of bounds, what, because I never ever until I started doing it considered having a YouTube channel talk, and then I also started to be, what people had to say. Wow, you guys know what people's comments are like about this case.
Oh, I
It was
know.
overwhelming, and at times it was threatening, and at times it became real life threatening and scary. So there was a lot to do, but at this point, I kind of worked through all of that, or I have things in place to deal with those things. And I've just decided that what I've always been about is just trying to understand human beings and to help other human beings understand human beings, because we have so many differences. But I promise you, everyone who can hear me right now, when it comes down to it, we are far more the same, each of us, than different. And it's so important
You
that
are
we
100.
communicate.
Yes, 100%.
So
Absolutely.
I finally, as I've evolved with this channel, decided that I'm not going to be any different on this channel than I am in every other aspect of my life, because that is what I'm about. And because you two might get mad at me, or some family member who's really mad at, like a different channel is acting like they're mad at me and trying to, I don't really care. That stuff in the end of the day is not important. What's important to me is that I stick to my mission, that is what my career happens to be, and I'm so lucky for that.
I'm learning that slowly. I'm learning that very slowly.
I'm
But
sorry.
you're
And they've
absolutely
not
right.
hear it.
Yeah. Well, and thank you for all that.
Well,
How
then,
about
with
me?
that being said, then may I ask, with your professionalism, or like your professional opinion, why did Nicole lie about not being able to talk or like not able to recall the address, but then had just Googled it? Like, is that should we just say like she just lied to lie, right?
Well,
But
first
then,
of all, Nicole Kessinger is a pathological liar. There is, in my mind, no doubt about that. She survives lying or telling. She survives on putting out to the universe, or the person she's speaking to, specific or general, what she believes the universe is going to reward her most grandly with.
like what they want to hear, right? Who she's talking to, what they want to hear.
Exactly. She has I believe she has a very troubled personality constitution.
Right.
And
She wants,
but in
No,
this
that
case,
means
I
nothing.
think she's scared to death of law enforcement knowing how she really felt, what really happened, what they really talked about, and most of all, what was really in her mind. Because, at some point, I think anybody, but definitely someone like Nicole Kessinger, who I think has a not
lied about a lot.
defined personality, it like in their own mind, they get confused with, what they thought and what they've actually said and done to some degree. And this was all very scary for her, because she, in my opinion, and I think I have presented like a lot of evidence of this, she has committed crimes. She has committed crimes that are at a felony level, that it normally, no matter who you really are, unless you are a super privileged person, would be prosecuted in a court of law.
Yeah.
So, and she knew that was at stake, and she told a ton of lies, and pretty poorly, anytime she thought it might save her ass. And, she had ass to save, and I don't know how she did it, but so far she's done it.
and there were 5 people involved in the situation, right? The 2 children, I guess 6. Shanann, her baby, Nico, and then the 2 babies, Chris and Nicole Kessinger. So the only people that survived this was Chris and Nicole Kessinger. The 2 people that were in the wrong the entire time, they're the only ones that survived.
Well,
I want to know why there's no airport footage.
I want to know why there's no airport footage too, because there is airport footage. Why is it?
Was she drunk? I'm not trying to be rude to Shanann, but was she drunk? Is that why not?
I don't.
Is that why you don't want to show us?
I don't think it could have been that high. Just unless she
She made her baby. She needs to be somebody.
All the innocent people are not alive right now, in my opinion.
Wait, hold it. Just 1 second, Ara. What were you going to say, Kate? Kate is pregnant, more soft-spoken. I want to make sure I give her the forum something.
No,
Go ahead,
well,
Kate.
in response to Aria, it's harder for me to speak on things that the evidence is murky and not clear. With Nicole Kessinger,
I get
Like,
that. Yeah.
I mean, but I mean, I have, of course, there's so many different levels. Like, it's such a multifaceted case with the aspect of the family dynamic, the mistress, what the hell actually happened. I mean, why is it so shady? I mean, what even happened? Like, that part, it just totally, but with I mean, I think that there isn't as much concrete factual proof on the other things to be able to give so much more insight, because it's all, even the videos don't match up, it doesn't sync up to see if they're saying that at the moment. So like, it's harder to get a grasp on the things without like the proof being there in front of you. And like with Nicole Kessinger, that's all we really get of her. It's so hard to get.
That's right. Yeah, that's
And
true. It's a good point. It's an important
and when you
point.
like, I looked up all the different narcissists to see which would fall, and I mean, to me, everyone in the case, and I mean, I know I have traits of narcissism. I mean, like, it's just so hard to put a
Well, you're right
specific
about that
label
diagnostic
onto
criteria. Yeah, yeah. And that's why people have to be
it.
very careful to not, and especially if you are someone who can diagnose, that's why ethically you are not allowed to casually diagnose, because that would almost give, the misdiagnosis more credit. You know what I mean? I don't know.
And that's why it's
You're making
great
a
that you
very
don't even
important point.
speak on that.
No, I can't. It's just not right.
And then with that, this shouldn't have happened. I think that's another reason why making it, like, seeing the dynamics that, like, as horrible as it is, that this is what it is of that. I think that's maybe why people focus on speaking on Nutgate so much, because there's a before and after. You see the
big
cause and
event. That was
effect.
the big event.
And then, but like, I think that the
Miss
way
Kelly,
that the
can you put the
family,
link back up? I apologize, ma'am. I don't mean to interrupt. But
No worries.
Miss Trailer Barbie is asking. I
Yeah,
apologize. Go ahead, ma'am.
no, I mean, I think the dynamics of the family as well, and people moving in and out, also played a huge part of what happened. And then the Nicole Atkinson thing, I would like to know more with that. I would like, some people say they have the footage for the ring, and then the text where she was driving that got sent from the phone. I mean, there's so much there that it's hard to get, like, for me to base like an articulate, like, opinion on these things, because I'm not sure what's actually out there. So that's why that's how I found your channel and started watching that. And that's why I'm so appreciative of these forums, to be able to, like, look into the evidence and see where it is and what it actually, how we can try to figure this out, if it ever will be, which I don't think so.
Yeah. Well, I love it. Again, I love that you're saying that. And thank you so much for watching. I'm glad that you're here. And I'm so happy to hear that, because, all of the, what I was saying earlier, and is exactly what you're saying. All of the evidence is there, and all of the evidence is here somewhere on this channel. And what the things that I have not put on the channel, for the reason I've kind of been explaining today, have reasons. But I've come to realize that it's not just extra or salacious or views to put up some things that are a little more controversial. It truly is all part of the puzzle. But especially the documentation and, like, the discovery, the data, the forensic stuff. My God, what I was saying earlier is, when you look at it and put it all together and make you have to be meticulous and so careful. And I cannot be 100% that I haven't done this, because I'm a freaking human being. That you are not, even in your own mind, adding anything to the actual evidence that was just, speculation or hyperbole,
Right.
or, and it's nearly impossible to do, because the nature of the human mind is not to separate, like, the sources of information from one another, and, to rate the sources of information and the quality of their information on a factual scale, to keep track of all that. That's why we have freaking computers. So in our minds, those things start to meld together. And I'm sorry, anyone who says that doesn't happen to them, you are a liar, because the mind does that, and it's shown. And if you go to the right person, I'm not going to try to explain how, because I'm not like a neurosurgeon, but maybe your local neurosurgeon could tell you about it, because it's very complex, but it is known.
nobody is a human computer. It doesn't exist. So I really appreciate your point, and something that I think social media and YouTube can be bad at, not all channels. That's why I was so emphatically recommending ATS News and her excellent documentary. I appreciate her for no other reason than I find her, I fact check everything. She checks out every time. She's just she says it how it is. And after being able to trust her as a source that's like that, I don't question it. And that's really rare because I unfortunately, there is reason to question a lot of information that people put out in this case, because quite honestly, there is a lot of bullshit.
A lot of there's a lot of assumptions.
Yes.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
And it's hard
tomato bullshit assumption.
Well, because it's like because it's very easy in this case to add like the drama with the facts and to make it seem like one. And
but it's also easy to clarify that there is a separation and just
Yes.
simply state what that separation is.
No, it's true.
Hey,
but
can I say something real quick?
People choose to do one over the other because the one of them grows their YouTube channel and gets more, we know how it goes. Go ahead, whoever is speaking.
No.
Stop.
Hey, Kelly, can I say something?
Hey, wait a minute. This is Tammy Danielle's husband. That was me sniffing
No,
in the background.
Oh, who's making fun of you, guys?
People are being rude.
Oh, guys, please do not. Oh, no. I am not okay with people in chat talking about my guest panelists. Please remove your comments if that's happening. And please understand that's not acceptable.
Yeah, Subray's been saying it. So.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. So if anybody, whoever it is, please just listen. It's so important. Like we've all been saying up here, and I know in chat, and most of you just know, like it's these are hard things to talk about, and the primary reason certain things I won't show or bring up or approach or whatever, professional things aside, is because I understand how quickly and easily it can just turn into salacious garbage that doesn't do any good and only harm. And I am not about that. If you don't understand that to be truth, please go read my channel mission statement that I posted the first day I started this channel and had no idea how to even make a freaking video. And it hasn't changed since. And we do not cause others harm on this channel. So please do not do that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. I'm pregnant and I have horrible, your whole sinus tract. I mean, I've been trying to mute it off and on because I'm in the bathroom, and that's totally probably been me. I've been muting it off and on, but I mean,
that's why I told everyone because my son has
it is what it is, but I'm in the bathroom trying to be quiet, and so if I don't sound perfect, it is what it is.
We have sniffling going on at my house too. Remember our other thing earlier. I was like, I'm gonna have to start at 10 because my son has a really bad sinus infection. He just told me we're out of tissues and Tylenol. So I think everyone's sniffling. It's okay.
No, I totally would have muted it. Like that's my fault. I wouldn't want to mess up.
It wasn't me.
It doesn't matter. It's all you guys are so amazing. So if you're on panel, and it's just so important that people are kind to each other. So thank you for addressing that. Let's not make more drama for each other, guys. Life is hard enough as it is.
No, I
they did come in the door with the
question, though. I mean, Miss Kelly, I know how you feel about this, but you have.
Yeah, I will not answer then.
But with Chris Watts, I apologize if I'm revisiting already a subject that we may have. But when you're showing those videos of Chris and the girls running to him, it's just as much of as a fake person that he was, and you being a behavioral, doctoral person, king and queen of things. It just doesn't, to me, it doesn't seem like that he actually was the reason of the demise of the children because of how he was acting. Like, I believe it, that he was Shanann's demise, but not the children. Do you understand what I mean?
So you don't think that he caused them to take their last breath?
He physically did that, correct?
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Physically, right? But we've had
you do or do not think that he.
I do not that he physically had a hand in this, right?
Gotcha.
But maybe he allowed it to happen in the hands of somebody else. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I used to like kind of not have the headspace for that possibility, but I do now, and there's reasons for it, and I will share them. But when I get to it, because I really want people to understand what I'm saying, because I'm not trying to just contribute more crap to it, but
Correct.
I really want to know what you think, because I really think I have some sound theories, and I am planning to pursue complete justice for these victims if that avenue is available, and I have.
And again, there's no physical data to support that he physically did this, aside from his vocal statement.
Well,
There
I
is
mean,
no.
so what physical data would exist in this scenario? What kind of physical data I'm asking anyone, would you want to see that would make you go, oh, well, that connected him. There's the physical data. Go ahead.
I agree, sub.
What?
I was telling a Cerberus I agree that Chris was on drugs and whatever.
Oh,
her name is.
absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. I'm sure. I believe that fully. I mean, I don't know it, but I believe it fully.
I think it was just the fact that they needed him to confess. But it's just the way that he behaved, right? I do not have the education that you have, but you know,
you don't have to say that though. I appreciate that, but you don't have to have that. You guys are all like so insightful and smart, and you're thinking about this, and like I learned so much from you guys, so it's like totally cool. Education can be like a bad thing.
He doesn't. In hindsight, you know, what I do for a living. It doesn't seem like he would actually, like he could do that to his wife, but not the children.
I share that same wonderment, because it doesn't seem it's weird to me, because I believe and you know, I said earlier, to the degree that he can, because I do think that he had some pathology in his personality, like from a psychological perspective. I'm not clear on it, because he is a hard one to read, that's for damn sure. But I think that I do believe, to the degree he could, I believe he authentically, wholeheartedly, without questioning it or ever having any indications when this would happen, loved his children. Like most people that we look and go, wow, he's a damn good dad, love their children. I think he did. I really do. Do you, Kate and Barbie, think he loved his children?
Yes, he was a good dad.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you
It would be impossible not to.
He's the only one I ever seen show the girls real love.
Yeah, I think I think the love that you see from him, I mean, if it wasn't there, he completely fooled me.
Because it's like men don't, because like he was really good at looking like a good dad, and if he wasn't, he tried really hard to fake it, and I don't think men like generally can do that, fake it like
You're so funny. You've been on this like gender thing, but whether he's a man or a woman, I mean, the affection that he showed, and that's okay too, by the way, but the affection, just the like those little signs of affection that are almost hard to describe unless you're watching it. You go, oh, point it right out, like right there. Like again, as human beings, nobody needs any training. We recognize innately one of the most fundamental things in our system, in our antique or primordial brain, is to, you know, it's the ability to feel emotion as part of our life is two things: a survival mechanism, and also as we evolved and, you know, started to adapt traits that helped us evolve over time, to enjoy more of life, to become more evolved creatures in this world and doing this thing we call life. So we all recognize that, and I rarely find someone that can really say and point out like, oh no, that's fake love, and that's how, like, it just looked, I don't know. I think most of us recognize it as being, he really just loved his children. Like,
if anything, people question Shanann more than Chris when it comes to love. Isn't that crazy?
Based on what we have been able to see, for me, that was the natural thing to do, honestly. I mean, and I don't have a conclusion there, but that's based on what I saw,
it's an observable point.
The baking video is a good example. He says, good job. And then he, like,
hey, do any of you believe in psychics?
I think when he goes and wipes their noses,
wait, just 1 second.
Are the mannerisms you're talking about? Just like the intuition, wipe nose, you're doing a good job, clean the hands. the little things that, you know, that's also learned like affection behavior that displays of a type of affection.
Exactly. And when Cece or Bella, express a need, whether it's directly or because you can see that they're getting agitated or that tears are coming or whatever it may be, he addresses it. Like he addresses it like a pro, it seems like a lot of the times. Now, I think also when they weren't on video, I think he understood his job, and I think it was made clear to him that it was his job to address those needs, because if he did not address those needs or someone did not, those needs would be an undesirable part of the commercial video that was being made or whatever. Because that's kind of how I look at him.
He knew his duty when he was on live.
He knew his duty. Yeah.
But he still did it. So,
Yeah, but
also you see some of the knee-jerk reactions as well in some.
But he still
like you
did
see
it. My
them
mom
stop
made
and
my
start.
dad do a lot of things that he didn't want to do, but he still did it, and I'm alive.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Well, the things that she made him do to like perform in the videos, I think he was straight up resentful and he was disgusted by her for that.
yeah,
But
that's why I
taking care of
believe
the
he
children
unalived
while-
her, but not the children.
Yeah, that's a very good point. But taking care of the children so she could do her thing, I think he thought, this is great. I'm happy to do that. I love them. They're my kids. Yep.
That's why the mistress is a big question for me. Like, but we like to dismiss the mistress. A lot of people don't like to talk about her.
Are you seriously? You think that's not where the topic is. I decided today.
I'm not saying that you doing that. I'm just in general, like from what I get from like a lot of channels that I listen to.
I think the mistress is a big part, especially when they're all shrouded in mystery. I think there's so many points.
I think she unalived the children.
And I think that the way that she claimed whenever he was in North Carolina and she wanted him to go work on, like whatever it was, I can't remember verbatim. But she sent nudes constantly and blew his phone up constantly.
Right.
I mean, she tried to paint herself as like a really intelligent, strong woman to the police, but then you see in the evidence, which I said earlier, like the discovery is so important. You can see beyond the person's persona that they're trying to paint initially, whether it was a malicious, her trying to make herself look good, or just that she'd met these people for the first, just doing what everybody does in like the honeymoon phase, displaying your best qualities initially.
And that's a good point, though. And I think she was doing it for law enforcement for both reasons you just said. I also think about her. I think that she was not. Oh, it's okay, honey. I think, guys, stop. Seriously, do not talk about people on panel. I don't want to have this, like, this happens sometimes. This, like, thing between, like, who's on panel and who's in comments. There's just no room for that. Please do not do that. That's not okay. These are my guests. You are my guests. I don't allow my guests to be treated like shit in either direction. Please stop.
I keep saying it, and it's not me. I'm sorry.
Guys, please stop. Guys, moderators, please. I'm sorry. I love you guys. I know you do a great job of everything, but I'm not okay with people being rude to panel guests.
I'm not seeing
this
what
is not
you're
the first
saying,
time.
Miss Kelly.
Okay, all right. If you're okay, all right, okay. I haven't seen anything. I'm just listening to what's being said. Okay, all right. I'm not looking. I'm not reading comments.
I'm watching. I'm watching.
Okay.
Don't worry.
All right, you got. No, I know moderators got it. So, but I'm sorry. I really just want this to be a safe space because these things are just already so uncomfortable for a lot of people, and they're triggering for a lot of people, and you never know what people are going through. But I think
what's funny is once I explained the issue with the sniffling, that's one of the things about human behavior is once if you were like, I don't give a shit. I don't care.
Mods are doing great.
But
it's all good.
once you get to know anyone on any kind of level, it changes the depth of what you would like to say. And I think that was a perfect example of it. Really.
She disclosed something about herself, and then
mods are good, and everyone in chat is now being nice. I'm looking at the recent thing. Everything's good. Don't freak out. Everything's okay.
Okay, awesome,
cool.
Okay, I'm not okay with people hurting each other like here. So, all right. So, I think NK. I think she had to, intentionally try to like mislead law enforcement and lie about some things. But I think her as a person, even separate from all this, I think she had those conflicts within herself as a personality. I think she wanted to be and thought of herself as this strong, independent woman. But I think she was truly, to me, what I see, and again, I don't know, these are especially speculations I have to make based on what is available because I have never met her or worked with her, but she I think she really truly is very insecure. Like for me, and I can say this because it's not an actual, it's a different sort of, it's not like the other one we were talking about. She comes off to me as being very borderline personality-ish. Like her personality isn't really
Yes.
securely formed, and oftentimes
Promiscuity, yeah.
and it is a hallmark of that is an intense fear of abandonment. And I think she's the kind of person, if she, once she gets her man, he ain't going anywhere.
Well, if she had a sense of abandonment, then why does she have daddy in that interview?
I think that right there
What
would
do you mean?
would add
Well,
to
if
the
she had daddy
borderline
in the interview,
personality.
then what is
Her
this?
dad being there, her and the way that they placed her with the male officer, I think that they read into
The
that.
fact that she had her daddy. I apologize for interrupting.
That doesn't have anything to do with abandonment. Her daddy never abandoned her. I mean,
I
that's what
I
I'm
think
saying.
all that adds to her personality. It's showing a strong male figure, giving her that, like with the borderline personality. Like what you just said, borderline personality. You see her relatable more to the. They obviously gave her a male interviewer for a reason.
Well, and she always has to have a male figure with her.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
I
she
think
needs that
also
dynamic
adds to it.
because that helps her
She defines
control the
herself.
situation. Does that make sense?
What I'm saying is, in what I'm speculating is her personality, and I personally feel pretty sure no mind about it. She defines herself by. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm walking away from the microphone. Hold it. She defines herself. Okay, she defines herself by a person that she is attached to in an unhealthy manner in her life. If that exists with her and her dad, I do not know that, but probably on some level, yes.
Well,
but go
Miss
ahead.
Kelly, I need to ask you a question. Do you have personalities like women, for example, that need a male, or I guess I don't want to say male because you got after me for going male and female with, but needing the male dynamic that kind of like that really like defines them as a person, right? So every time she's interviewed, she has a male. So like she needs that male energy to be able to manipulate the room.
I don't read that part into it. I think her dad was there because her ass needed to be saved because there were reasons she needed to save her ass because she did a lot of it.
But if she's a strong, independent woman, she doesn't need her dad there. She's a strong, independent woman.
Oh my God. If I was at risk of legally the way this woman was and my future was, I would want my daddy there too. Whether or not they let him be there or not is a whole other story.
Then that is different than who she portrays herself to be in the relationship with Chris Watts.
No, I think they're separate. I mean, in the interview and what was going on with their dad afterwards, she was in survival mode. I mean, I believe if she was charged with what she really did, she was looking at felony prison, federal prison time, possibly.
Well, if that was the case, then why would they allow her dad to be there? Well, I guess that goes with what you were saying, actually. Yeah, that goes with what you were saying.
Psychology, that has to do with a corrupt legal system. They're separate.
You're right. That is correct.
Well, that's how I look at it.
So. Well, and also dad gave her an alibi for Sunday, remember? Because she didn't remember what she did on Sunday, but then dad came in and said...
It sounded like that to me, yeah.
Yes.
What's funniest is when the dad brings up the 9:30 alert and he was shut down by...
I know.
And what I meant about the dad being there, I just that was just more of the borderline. I mostly meant about the interviewer and her personality. If you were to define her that way, she would be more open to a strong, like a male presence, being able to get more information out of her in that setting, not her as what she portrayed herself to be in the relationship. I think it would be very different with the circumstances.
Now, I happen to think that her male interviewer was a professional, had flaws as a law enforcement
I agree
professional.
With that.
And I think this is evidenced by two things, and this is my opinion of why Dave Baumhover took over the case and he was gone abruptly. Between the official interviews, the first one, which was with FBI agents in a park with her dog, with a dad, with a crappy recording, and they picked her up. I don't know what all that's about. Super weird, but that's what happened.
The next one was the one that the video was most recently made release, the one that has all the great sound bites that we love. Leave Jim alone and all that crap. And then the other one was the last one on August 23rd, which is her. Tammy Lee comes in, another woman comes in. She's very different than with the women than she is with Kobach, and she talks about totally different things. In between those two times, there were two, at least there was a number of text message exchanges, sometimes in the middle of the night, initiated by her. And there were two lengthy phone interviews, each of which was only partially, approximately half, actually recorded with audio. And in each of those, the audio mysteriously at some point cuts off. And each time it cuts off in both of those calls, when there is no more audio, is at a time when they are talking about the most controversial issues that would have put her most at risk of legal exposure. Interestingly enough, on my channel, I was able to dig up for one of them. There is a manuscript transcript of the other half for each of those interviews. The one of them I had to work like a dog to find, but I did, and I read it out loud. So you can actually get the entire of those two phone interviews. And I think those two phone interviews and all the texting back and forth for all of those events, Kobach, who is a CBI agent, did not have any supporting official, like professional write-up that would have necessarily been included in discovery, given the way everything was going down, and it was an interview. It was not there. I don't think he did it. I think they were seen as being unprofessional and casual and possibly inappropriate and out of line. And so he's gone. And I agree with that. I think that's what happened.
This might be kind of a hot take. Hi, everyone. By the way, can you hear me?
Hi,
okay?
sis. How are you? It's a little clicky on my end. How are you guys hearing her audio?
Is it bad?
It's a little staticky.
It's like static. It's usually like super clear. I can't like identify why it is because I don't know anything about stuff. But keep talking.
I have such bad service. I think where I live right now. Hold on.
You're fine. It's fine. I can hear you.
Is that better?
Oh, that's great. That's awesome.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, it's perfect. Did the trick.
So I think this is kind of a hot take, but sort of in line with what you guys are saying. The only like authentic sort of interview or fishing expedition that I really saw with her was the very first interview. The audio was terrible when she was in the park.
Yes, with the FBI.
Yes, with the FBI. And
yeah,
for whatever reason, I think that there were some happenings behind the scenes. Hold on one second.
Aw, she's so cute. Her daughter.
There's no proof that NK was pregnant. Whoever said that.
No, there is no proof. That I don't think she was. That's speculation.
Me either.
No, I don't want it to be.
But Kelly, did you see the comment that someone said? No one talks about this. That Shannon Watts took naked pictures of Jamie's baby in a pool.
I've never seen anything about that, but I've read stuff.
Yeah, I don't think I've certainly never seen the pictures. No.
Yeah.
Oh no, not the pictures, but it's been talked about. Someone wrote it.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I mean, I don't.
She also posted about a little boy coming up to her naked, telling her that he loved her.
You know what? That is that. Yeah, I know there was something weird. I can't remember the exact like context, but it was different. It was a weird post. It was like, huh, that's weird.
I think a lot of people try to veer away from this because it's not. We don't have it in like as much evidence. We don't have that to display and see the text, the videos. So it's so hard, and that's such a I would never want to falsely say something like that on someone.
This case is to be learned about for years to come.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Here, just one second. I'm trying to bring up a video. Sis, are you still there? Oh, I forgot. She went to go take care of her baby.
Yeah,
okay, sorry
I'm
about
here.
that.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Oh,
Sorry.
I can, but if you gotta do something, I forgot that you had to step down. Sorry, it's okay.
No,
We
you're
also
fine.
never seen a case like this. It played out like a
Oh yeah.
reality show.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I
There's
just
so much
wanted
footage and go ahead, honey.
I just wanted to add to my thought before I might have to go again. I apologize. My daughter,
Okay, go. It's okay.
she's up like every night by 11. Her dad's military, and like her schedule is so different at his house. It's like she like crashes and burn like barely after dinner, and then she's up every night at like 11. So
Gotcha. Oh, okay.
but I was just saying, like, I don't know, I have odd interests, and it's just so funny to me. Like after that very first FBI interview, like if you really pay attention to the interviews, or anyone else like knows or has looked into different methods of interrogation, like the read technique, like good cop, bad cop, the peace method, like none of those were really used in her interrogations. And if you kind of read between the lines, it's like they already had a predetermined script. I think there was a decision made behind the scenes that she was not anyone close to that case, first of all, from the very beginning, without knowing anything, should have been treated as a suspect.
Yes.
And the difference in the way that she was questioned and interrogated versus Chris is night and day difference. You see all three of those that I mentioned in, interrogating Chris versus talking to her. And so I don't know what the reason is for that specifically, but if you pay attention to the way that he questioned her in those interviews with the video that we have, any good interrogator, someone mentioned when her dad brought up the 9:30 whatever. Any good interrogator or investigator would have caught that.
Oh, nobody would have let that go. No
Nobody
trained
would have let that
investigator would
go.
let that go. Right.
And so the way he was questioning
I
her
agree.
was like a seasoned attorney almost. An
I
attorney isn't
agree.
going to ask you any question that they don't already know the answer to. And so to me, it feels to me like those interrogations were an exercise in futility. I think they already had like a predetermined way that those were going to go. I think it was strictly
And her dad almost said
the
so. He's
record.
like, the questions you're asking aren't in line with our like whatever.
Yeah. I think it was an exercise to make a record
Yep.
for the public, but I don't think that there was
thinking it would
anything
never
coming
be
out of those.
released. Yeah.
Nothing was coming out of those that they didn't already know. And again, the way he questioned her, he was questioning her, leading her to the conclusion that they had already decided on. He already knew the answers to those questions. And he knew that she knew, and he brought it up several times, like, well, and that's why you did this, right? Or that's you did
And so just let me get clear on this. You did not know that Shanann Watts was pregnant until the Tuesday after by reading the newspaper. That's right? Yeah. And she, that's not how an interview goes.
Right. So they had those conversations, and again, it was like making like a official record on what they already knew. But he was so leading in the way that he talked to her. No good interrogator or investigator, even if you're questioning someone as a witness, how often is someone questioned as a witness that it turns out that they are a suspect or complicit in the you treat them all the same, no matter what you think going into it. And she was treated differently with kid gloves from the very beginning. It was predetermined, in my opinion, that she was never going to face charges or be prosecuted for anything. And I think there was a lot of burying of information. I've told you this before, but I think whatever truth there is to find at this point is in why that was.
You know what? The way you said that was just awesome. That the way you said it, like I don't think I've ever been able to think of it that clearly. They were creating what was they already determined was going to be the record because it fit their needs and it covered her ass, and that's what it was. So, her spouting off at the mouth and even saying like things she shouldn't have sometimes didn't really matter because they didn't really care what she had to say.
And I think if they did, they would have questioned her on things that came out that we're all talking about. Well, what
absolutely.
is this? Like what? And again, I don't think it fit the narrative. I don't think it fit whatever decision was made to go along with. And, whatever the reasons there are for that, but there has to be a reason because there's no other reason to.
That's right. There has to be a reason. Well, let's also just look at the timeline of that day. Okay, so I can pull it up too, but I'm just trying to save my energy a little bit here.
Can I?
Being a little bit tired. Go ahead, please.
I think like Sarah said, the way he says you're leading, he's almost saying you're leading the witness. But even though the audio is not synced, if you look at the way they look at each other, that's something they couldn't hide. The way she looks at him for an answer after that, whenever you're leading. And just how they look at each other, whenever she looks down at the piece of paper, it's definitely like interview that was for show. There's no way. Like that guy is like a big CBI, but he's done a new case with the Mother of Love cult documentary out of I'm not even sure. I didn't even watch it, but he's like, there's no way he does like with the read technique. I'm all over the place because it's impossible to
No,
think that was
I get
a
it.
professional
I get
interview.
it. I
If you
agree.
buy that, then I mean it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
But
then
he
I've
didn't
got
even
to bridge to
ask
Sally
like
in Brooklyn.
Jim.
Right.
What's Jim's last name? First, we'd want to write that down.
I also
Right.
think it's pretty interesting. Right. It's like, who's going to say, oh, I'll leave Jim alone. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Like,
I know.
And
Okay, you don't want us to talk to him, we won't.
Yeah. Okay,
Right.
we'll leave Jim
It's
alone.
comical.
Yeah, I know.
It's completely ridiculous, and it's ridiculous for them to think that the public would have left it alone the way that they did. But this might be kind of a hot take too, but I think, well, probably not for most people, but I think most of that month in June, where she claimed that they stayed at her house most of the time.
Wait, just one second. Hey, Barbie.
Yeah.
Could you just mute your audio for just a second? I'm just getting a little feedback. Okay, thank you, sweetheart. When you want to talk, just unmute. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, go ahead, honey. Go ahead.
I think that they were at his house most of the time because I think if not, I mean, for one, he had Dieter. So if he's getting off work and, leaving, and I mean, what is he doing? What is Dieter doing? Just caged?
But she has a dog too.
Right. But I think that it would have been more inconspicuous for her being at his house, maybe bringing her dog. He was meticulous about keeping the house clean anyway, but how strange. And I think we would have heard something from the neighbors. Well, I haven't really seen anyone here for the last 6 weeks, or.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think that's why he went he says in his interview when he did stay at her house, oh yeah, I would just go home at 4:30. And people are like, well, why would he go home at 4:30? Why don't we just go to work? Well, he had to go through a door that didn't trigger the alarm system, so then he could walk out the door the Shanann was expect him to walk out that would trigger their security system. So she knew that he left for work at the right time every day and then came home at the right time every day. That's all he was concerned about was what Shanann was seeing through the security system.
Right, but would he be driving back to the house in the morning before work? Like, I just find that a little bit of an extra step. Whereas, again,
hell yeah, it is. But Shanann would have been all over it. This is what he did. He would stay. Or maybe they did stay at that house. That's totally possible. But when he did stay at her house, I'm sure he did. He would come home through. Maybe it was that Mickey window.
The Mickey, yeah.
That did not have. I think that probably was. It did not have a security indicator on it. He would go do his thing, and then Shanann would not get anything about the security system going off. No one coming in or going out. Then when Shanann expects like clockwork, because Chris Watts is a clockwork kind of man, at 5:45 a.m. every day, she hears not the garage door opening because he wasn't allowed to do that, but he'd go out the front door. She'd get that security thing, and he had to do that. He had to have that clockwork thing that Shanann was going to check up working like clockwork, or he knew that Shanann would be all over it. And maybe she was. It's hard for me to believe it. She did not know about. How could she not know about? I don't know.
Kelly, isn't there text about them getting the monitor on the garage fixed? I know, like you said earlier, it all meshes together. I've seen messages about that, and everyone says about the Mickey Mouse window deal, which I'm not sure
She
of.
sent a message like, if you don't fix this, I'm gonna flip out, blah blah blah. But
and I also think I wouldn't want to be there if I was NK. I wouldn't want to be in the family home. I feel like that would just.
Well,
why didn't Sandy call her daughter?
What?
Why didn't Sandy call her daughter?
When?
The day she was missing.
I think, first of all, number one, I don't think that we know that she did not call her daughter. So what would make us know that Sandy did not call Shanann that morning?
I guess true.
Because people always bring that up as fact, and I always say, okay, well, how do we know she did not call her? Well, phone records. Okay, so you're telling me that phone records are confirming absence of Sandy calling Shanann. So you have Sandy and Shanann's complete phone records, because I don't, and I'd like to have those. Thank you very much, please.
you know.
Well, we would have to see Sandy's first of all. We would have to
Right,
see
right.
Sandy's first of all, because if Shanann's phone was off like it was when they allegedly found it,
Correct,
it's
exactly.
not going to come through and register on her bill because it's going to go straight to voicemail. Now, had Sandy left her a voicemail, we would see that on Shanann's records. But with the phone just off, if she hits voicemail and hangs up, that's not going to appear on Shanann's bill because the call never went through. It's like an
Right. And
actual.
also remember, Shanann's father said in his interview, without knowing that we'd ever be talking about any of this stuff, Shanann's father said, Shanann and Sandy, they just had a mother-daughter relationship. They don't like fight, but they just like butt heads. I'm the same way with Frank Jr. or whatever. So, sometimes, Sandy would be calling her and Shanann wouldn't call back for a while. But we all know every time I call Shanann, every time I text her, she gets right back to me. And so, and I guess that's how it was. So I think it makes sense that she would. I mean, he made it sound like she would not leave her a message.
I do too. And I think like if Nicole's on the phone with Sandy, like telling her, yeah, me, like all of her friends we're all calling her, she's not responding to us. I think it's highly unlikely that Sandy would have thought,
right.
Well, she'll answer for me. Let me try, when she normally doesn't answer her mom's calls anyway. But I wanted to bring something up that I brought up earlier in chat. And this is like pretty off topic, but it's something I always find interesting when you go back through like the, discovery. And when Shanann was texting her friends and they were having issues and stuff, and she said that Chris like very, very clear, told her that he didn't know if he wanted another baby, like he was happy with just the two girls and them and blah blah blah. I mean, under the circumstances, which I'm not defending Chris, like I hate his guts, but I don't think that's an unfair sentiment, maybe, if you're already having stress in the family, especially with finances, maybe having to sell the house, not getting along, a possible trial separation, though unconfirmed. I don't think that's totally unfair to say that.
And I don't think he was aware of their financial trouble until Nicole Kessinger really brought it to light for him, along with all the other negative things about his life. I think he was just a really oblivious person. Yeah.
I think he was either, but I also think he knew that they were house poor and had no money. Like, I don't think he felt that they were on the cusp of losing things, like they very clearly were. But I think he knew that they were kind of maxed out capacity-wise.
Yes. But I agree with that.
So again, I don't, even if they planned it, which it kind of seemed like maybe they had or had talked about it, once it's actually there and you're thinking about it, between partners, I don't think that's an unfair conversation to have. But what I find interesting and like a little confusing is when she responded to her friend and said, I don't feel safe with him anymore, blah, blah, blah. And I always wondered I mean, that's like that's a very honest statement to say to your wife or husband. Like, I don't know if I want another baby. I don't know if we can do this. Things are already XYZ. But so for her to say that she feels unsafe now, I mean, obviously she had every reason to, knowing what we now know. But I always wonder what made her say that at that point, because as far as we know, there was no violence in the relationship. They weren't getting along. I mean, we know that she was sort of looking at.
Do you want to know what I think about that? Because I have an opinion. And I don't know if you're already thinking this and you're wondering if I'm thinking it too. Okay. I think at the point when Chris was not playing the Shanann game, and it was very clear, and she was pulling all the punches, and she was once again trying the same situation that worked for her before, where Chris just came running into her arms, no strings attached, separating him from his family and everyone else and kind of isolating him. And this is abusive tendency. I'm sorry, it just is. Again, I'm not saying she's an abuser, but this is an abusive tendency. I think that, and she was pregnant, yes, and emotional and everything else. And then when Chris said, I don't want to have the baby, and she's pregnant, first of all, I'm just trying to imagine how hurtful that would be with a baby growing in your belly. So first of all, I give her that. But I also believe that at that point, she was starting to position herself on the defensive and maybe setting Chris up for taking a big fall. The way Cindy just did.
Like sort of victimizing herself to her friend. I mean, I thought about that too. How tragic, though, that she had every reason not to feel safe. I just thought that was kind of a big and dramatic jump to get to. And so I've thought about like, well, maybe she's
there was nothing else like that
to her friend or just an attention grab to get sympathy. But again, how things turned out, Well,
I mean, just like a couple weeks before she turned,
a child having a vanilla cup of ice cream, within some, a range of her daughter, who I don't believe really has a tree nut allergy, which we didn't even get to, but that's okay. Or I'm pretty sure doesn't have a tree nut allergy, into a murder attempt.
And the special shoes.
Right. Oh God, the special shoes.
That's a
Talk
huge
about
jump.
that.
Well, I think
Hey,
she
has
was
anyone
a
ever thought?
I think she was a chronic meanderer, and I think it was a lot for attention. But one other thing too, I thought was always weird, as far as the nuts and the ice cream that Cece didn't eat, but very well could have. I think it's weird that of all the things, like razor blades and possible substance abuse in the home, why wasn't that the bigger topic of conversation, aside from
Right, because
food
it
in
wasn't
someone else's
true.
pantry? Like, how are you going to control what someone else has in their pantry? Like, that's not stay in your lane,
I feel like
you
razor
got
blades is a little bit
something, but you
harder to get
can't
everybody
expect
to bite into.
Guys, so that I equate her saying that there were razor blades all over the place to telling her friends all of a sudden she doesn't feel safe with Chris. She's setting herself up for being protected. She was setting up the possibility of having to pull off a really big lie that was going to hurt somebody's life in a huge way if it was going to get her what she wanted in the end. And I do believe that is what was going on. And I do feel bad for her. And there were a number of circumstances, and I've explained them. But if these questions are coming up, those are my thoughts.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever thought maybe she went girl gone?
Oh, that she was. That who did?
No, I'm saying, has anyone ever thought that, like, Shannon went girl gone, like she set this up and just she's living somewhere else?
Honey, they found their
body.
body.
No. I'm sorry. I don't like to talk about that either. I'm sorry. This is like something that's come up in a while. It's okay, but I don't, because then what that implies, I try to be very conscious of the victim's family members. So what that implies is that the victim's family members are not real and they are not suffering real pain and real loss. And
I apologize.
That it's okay. You didn't know that, but like it's come up plenty of times. Don't worry. So, but
I think. Can I say something?
Go ahead. Yes.
No.
I think that Chris must have been aware of some of these things. People have had to have made little comments. Like you can tell from the Lindstad's interview in regards to witness behaviors. They had to have made little comments, but I don't think they would have outright said as many things. So I think that he knew a little bit about that. It was just he was going with the flow, so to speak.
Yeah.
With the finances, with life, his children. He had food. He had his car. He seemed like a simple man. He was able to watch football. Like it. He had it laid out. But then whether NK was involved or not, let's just use, like, if he would have got a very close friend who was able to tell him these things, who he looked up to or had some type of admiration towards, and he was alone, I think that also is a big part of it, is that he was able to actually see everything in real time and think about it, and her not being there to reiterate her whatever with it. Like, I think that all added so much to it.
He was on a very tight leash. Yes, he was.
That her drama there, he had to think, like, it's pretty irrational to say whether, true or not. I'm not, my opinion out of it. It's kind of weird to say your mom's trying to kill the kids, like that's a jump. So, and most people, and then if you were to say razor blades, I think that is swept under the rug because it's harder to get behind that. Like, saying that, the moms and like putting razor blades on the doorknobs, kids can cut their hands. That's just me making something up, but it's just more difficult.
I think the razor blades really was. Chris talks about in one of his interviews that his dad, after he left the house and he left with Shanann, and their relationship went a bit awry and stuff. That Ronnie had about like a year-long cocaine addiction. Okay, whether people heard that or not. And I think, I don't know. I've always thought the razor blades were.
That's what I thought she was implying.
Oh, and innuendo. See, I thought, like, I'm thinking Halloween candy. Okay, my mind was.
But would she that, and that's sort of what I was getting at without saying it, because I didn't want to like say too much on the panel. But I think, like, if you really thought that was the case, why wouldn't that be the bigger issue to you? That's why I think this whole
Exactly.
Yeah, see, I
soiree
never
was a
even put that
meandering,
together.
like,
See that?
attention
Yeah.
grab to get, you know, him back on her side and in her good graces.
Yep.
But
I
it's
think
really sad seeing her frantically knowing like the house is burning down, and it's so sad seeing her not be like that. Instead of you know, adding more fuel to the fire, so to speak, rather than like, you know, backing down. Like it's
That is so well said. And what you said is exactly the point I am trying to make. Whenever people are like, I can't believe you're still talking about this case. That's just so freaking trashy. You're just a money grabber, revenue, clicks, and blah, 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 blah. This is such a clear and detailed and perfect and textbook example of a relationship and a family and an individual entering into going through a state of crisis and then spiraling out of control, where there is a very real possibility of danger, tragedy, and the most unthinkable things happening. And it happened. And it is there are so many teachable things within this, plus the issues of justice. So thank you for all your contributions and for saying that.
And I think like when people say, did he just snap? I think, I mean, as scary as it is, it's totally possible for people to go through life being submissive, and then one day something just happens. I mean,
yeah,
but there is no. That's what I think is one of the. There's no clear evidence of him being aggressive or outspoken or anything prior.
It's something that like we like kind of call a slow burn psychotic break. There's psychotic breaks that kind of have a very clear precipitating factor that is acute, and this had precipitating factors, but they were multiple. They were intense, but they weren't acute. They were all just creeping up and creeping in and escalating and, you know, getting uglier and more pressure, like a pressure cooker. It's like slow burn psychotic break. It's like absolutely what happened to him.
I think another thing is so weird is this is totally back to the case, but his truck and there being nothing picked up in the truck. That's another huge thing for me with the evidence and the vehicles. There's nothing with you don't see on the body cams with the dogs. You don't get anything with how we know that they had to been transported. Like, we don't know about the house. People say, but we know they had to go from A to B.
You missed one of my most important videos. Clearly you did. I played it during last live stream. It is
the nerve.
The nerve. I'm just kidding though. But listen, here I can tell you all about the truck. It's one of my biggest issues with this whole case.
I must have.
So I'm going to send you the link too, and your homework is to watch it as soon as you have the energy to.
Thank you.
I know you got a little baby in the belly, so make sure you take care of yourself. Okay, so the truck. There was a dog that was outside of his truck, and the dog, you couldn't call it a hit, but the dog did what the dog does when the dog is saying, I need more information in this location, please open the door because I don't have opposable thumbs, right? So that the dog sat and got to attention. I could show you this, but I just don't feel like video surfing right now because it's been a long day, but it's there. And what they would need to do, the truck was locked. What they would need to do then to get into the truck, since Chris didn't come and open the door, like when, Scott Coonrod was at the house the first time and he's telling Nicole Atkinson, the son, well, I can't come in unless he lets me in. Well, same thing with the truck. So now they need a warrant to go into the truck because Chris was not offering to let them go in the truck for obvious reasons. And all they had to do, the truck was not Chris's property, it's property of Anadarko. So all they had to do was get a search warrant with the probable cause signed, send it to Anadarko, come right back. They probably could have been inside that truck within 75 minutes. They failed to do that. So we do not know if the dog would have hit in the truck, but we do know really the dog would have hit in the truck. Now, regarding the evidence that existed in the truck,
also
this is the most maddening part of
this
is so loaded.
It's
But
so
the truck
loaded.
would have said if there was extra weight in the car, and there wasn't.
Okay, so I learned the geotab issue, which is the program that Anadarko outfitted all of its fleets with, did measure certain parameters under certain conditions and certain types, blah blah blah. And there is, to get into all it, guys, to get into all that, it is so detailed and so conditional and this, that, and the other thing. And I know several channels have presented it as though they understand it fully and they have the answers. But I just don't believe that that is true, because I've worked through it myself with a technician, with an attorney, in the middle of the night, because I can't sleep, because I can't fully make sense of it. It's not that kind of thing. You have to be, I believe, you need to be inside the company to understand all of the codes and things that you're looking at in order to understand that level of detail from the reportables. So I don't think anyone has that answer personally.
You definitely do. And I've consulted with a bunch of companies like that, where you might have this massive, massive piece of software where the options and customizations are absolutely infinite. And the only real way to access that information is from like the end user portal and
like
whatever.
the back end access or something.
Like
or
the
was
back
it the
end.
back?
And so even as like the provider of that software, some of the information, depending on what company or what it's for, is proprietary to only the end user, where even the company hosting it doesn't have access to certain details.
Oh, and by the way, this is suspicious professional wheelhouse that we're talking about right now, in a sense. She actually does know what she's talking about. But when I hear certain creators talking about, like, they do know what they're talking about with a geotab, I need to tell you that they are either lying to you, or they're mistaken, or they are overestimating their understanding of what they know. I feel pretty certain in that.
Well,
okay, are you guys talking about the
answers? I think like there's not answers, but I think some possibilities are even just in the simplest form, that just like everything else, some things don't work the way they're supposed to. And I've had clients call up or working with a customer on like a consulting project, and it's like this feature hasn't worked for 4 or 5 months and they haven't called. It's like, well,
so you couldn't calibrate it, so you know it wasn't working.
Like there's some monitoring that just doesn't cover everything. It's like, if they don't let you know that it's not working, it just might not be working. And I do think that is possibly an option here, at least for answering certain things, because even Chris's boss said in his interview that Chris had mentioned, if you see, I'm staying here or there, he mentioned that he didn't check their geotabs regularly unless he felt he had a reason to. And with the rapport that Chris had with his superiors and the company as a whole, they weren't really checking on him like that, I don't think. So again, like there could have been things just not working with his vehicle or certain sensors, and no one knew because no one was looking.
Yes. And now to address the rest of it, is Kate still up here? Kate, I'm just going to pop. This is going to be like 8 minutes. It's a video I've already made because I don't think I can talk anymore. I'm just going to let this play so everyone can get up to speed on this. This is going to answer any question you could ever have about this truck. I'm skipping all of the parts of you that are extra or like for production purposes or that I've already talked about. Here we go. I'm forcing everybody to watch it. Nobody can leave. Nobody can leave. No, I'm just kidding. And hey, Maggie Bridget, thank you so much. I just saw. You just sent it. We're on the same page. Maggie says, "Hi everyone. I thought the razor blade issue had been explained." Oh, you know what, Maggie? So thank you so much. I do remember this. Maggie, or not Maggie. I see. I'm getting confused. I'm sorry. Cindy did explain about this razor blade. This is what Cindy said the razor blades were for. But I still think that Shanann was jabbing Ronnie and even bringing it up. So thank you so much, Maggie. This is true and a very good point. So Cindy does explain this in her own voice. Cindy had a glass top stove. She explained that she said it was new. She had a razor blade to clean it. I have a glass top stove. My hubby and I use razor blades to clean it. See, I never even knew that was a thing, but she absolutely said that. I heard it with my ears, and she explained it very, very well. Thank you so much for the super chat and for supporting challenge. Thank you so much for clarifying that, or I would never have mentioned that. That's awesome. Thank you. See, teamwork.
Opt analysis. I guess I do too. I never thought of it.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I totally like that. See, our minds are playing tricks on us all the time. Okay, here we go.
This is truck. It's all with all the receipts you're ever going to want to see. Okay.
Or is there unfinished?
Okay, that's part of the flop.
Anyone else with Chris Watts? This is
Okay, now we got to listen to Tammy. Okay.
with Tammy Lee and FBI Special Agent Graham Coder before he was arrested. This is when they're trying to break him down and get the truth out of him. It's just before his father, Ronnie Watts, comes into the interrogation or interview room to speak with him. And let's hear what Graham Coder and Tammy Lee are saying about what they think happened that awful morning.
Like, there's nothing, just because
Chris, people can be pushed to the point where they do something that they regret. It happens every single day.
I know.
But part of what makes you a man is the guy that goes, I really fucked up, but this is what I did, and I'm going to pay for what I did, and I'm going to tell you what I did, and I'm going to be honest about it.
Chris, we can keep talking to you once we find these girls, okay? So once we find these girls and your wife, right? No matter how we find them, no matter what condition they're in, we can keep talking to you and you can tell us, guys, it's not as bad as it looks. And you can say, let me tell you what happened. I was never comfortable with you, Graham, or with you, Tam. I wasn't comfortable yet, but now that everything's known, now that the girls are found and Shanann's found, however they're found, it's okay. We can keep talking to you. Okay?
Chris, did Shanann do something to them?
No, I don't know.
The textbook read technique application of the alternative suspect or scenario being applied by Tammy Lee right here.
I'm curious.
I have no clue.
Like, you would have known because they didn't leave the house. Did Shanann do something to them, and then did you feel like?
But this is so important as it pertains to the evidence in the truck, and there was a shitload, and keep watching.
You had to do something to Shanann.
They were at the house when I left. They were there.
They weren't there. They didn't leave. They vanished.
They were there.
The only way they could have left is in your truck.
There's no way, because, like, I didn't just throw them in my truck.
You know your truck has GPS,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Because you told your boss, like, hey, I'm going to separation, I'm maybe staying at a friend's house, whatever. You know that thing pings every 10 seconds?
Yep.
So we will know exactly.
There was a great example of the audio and video not being synced up.
Turn it off. I don't know.
Where you went.
And your company.
So there, you heard Colorado Bureau of Investigation's Tammy Lee say it herself. She knows that Shanann, Bella, and Celeste left in Chris Watts' work truck. The investigators know that. There's really no other way they could have left unless they left through the back, which some people keep open as a possibility, and we really cannot rule it out since this case was not completely investigated. The question I have regarding the evidence that was presented in the discovery documents is if Tammy Lee and the investigators knew or felt they knew that the family left in Chris Watts' work truck, then why did they handle the evidence that was taken from Chris Watts' work truck in the way that they ultimately did? Let me explain. In the discovery, there's a detailed description of how each vehicle was handled, both Shanann's Lexus and Chris Watts' work truck, the Ford F.
This is for you, Kate, our new channel panelist. It's all right here.
250. So we're particularly interested in this part under scene investigation and vehicles. Says on Tuesday, August 21st.
Oh man.
Okay, sorry guys. Can you hear me now? I'm so sorry about that. It happens once a StreamYard, and I'm so surprised it took that long. Can you hear me, Seth?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, now I have to turn my phone back off, and I'm going to thank you very much. I'm going to bring video back in. I'm sorry about that.
You know, something else I find completely egregious, sort of in line with the gathering of evidence, is that we never even hear in those interviews them asking for NK to submit to a DNA sample or fingerprinting to eliminate as they're processing the house with forensics. Obviously, you would need that if she's admitted to being in the house. If, again, nothing else, then elimination if they don't consider her any type of suspect. So the only thing we hear even closely in line with that is when they are asking for her cell phone and he threatens her, or doesn't really threaten her, but states he can just get a warrant. However, why they just gave her the option to do it on her own time after knowing by admission that she'd already deleted evidence, and they still
Right,
let
and no,
her
but
just
and
do it with
people
her
don't
phone.
get that. People don't get that option in real life. There's something so crazy going on, and it's exactly
They would
along the lines.
need Nick, Nicole, and they would need all of those, you'd think, right?
Oh,
They should have
absolutely.
asked for her DNA and printing and her phone as just courtesy respect, but they should have had a warrant on deck in the event that she said no. Because again, here's someone that's already deleted evidence, and again, even going into it, if you thought she was a mere witness, knowing that she deleted evidence, there's nothing ringing off in your professional mind that says, hey, this is a little suspicious. That's another thing that just makes me think they already had it decided. There was a reason why she was protected from day
They
one.
declared her a protected witness on Tuesday at 5:16 p.m.
I
when
believe that.
they learned about her at around 7 a.m. that morning, and she came to them around 1 or 2 p.m. that day. So with about 4 hours later, she had already been evaluated to the degree that they were able to confidently declare her a protected witness in the case of a quadruple homicide, including a pregnant woman and a 3 and 4-year-old little girl. That is, I mean, that is why I'm still talking about this case. I mean,
Okay, can I say two things?
yeah, of course.
Okay, so the Anthony Brown or Antonio, I don't remember the names right, but
Yeah, it's okay.
him when he talks about, he gives such an in-depth interview from the Discovery, and he talks about like I think from what I remember, it was way before that little July stint of Chris flirting at the water cooler.
He says in early February or early March, he says.
Okay, that, and we never hear nothing else about that.
I know.
And okay, this was the other thing I forgot. Okay, so the text messages that show up, they are obviously from the other people, and they sent as blue, but her phone was they sent as blue, which on iPhones it's it, and if her phone was off, it would have sent as green. So I didn't understand how some of the early morning text went through, but then the phone was off.
Whose phone?
Her phone was off. I mean, maybe but you
right,
know how
right.
like when they go through as a text, like my phone, if I text someone who has an iPhone and their phone isn't on, or it's on airplane mode, it goes through as green, and then when
Right,
it got the
right.
phone back on, it switches because her phone was on that morning, I think, and then off.
Yeah. I can't. I think there's a couple theories out there. Some a couple I think are. I haven't looked too deeply
I
into
just think
that.
that. I mean, I was just adding. I know I
Yeah.
don't think there's
No.
actually answers. I just think that's
Oh,
just
okay.
more of the shady, like that
It
doesn't make
is
any sense.
absolutely. There's so
And
much.
then the bombshell evidence, which everyone's still trying to figure out.
I know. And then there is a district attorney who is charged with prosecuting criminals who may have anything to do with any criminal case, but such an egregious one. And he stands there in front of the public, his public, and the rest of the world, saying that they have no reason to think she did anything wrong or further investigate her. Bullshit. We already know that there is reason because that has already been made public. I mean, how can he just stand there and tell that bold-faced lie? And I do not think that he even would have conceded to that if it weren't for
oh gosh, who's our boy in the Discovery who wrote about, I don't know, I'm getting too tired to think
Well,
about
I
these
get
things.
aggravated with the misconception too and the misinformation that she just willingly came to police. No, she went after Anadarko, snitched her ass that morning,
Yeah.
and they already
And
knew about her.
I'm
But you
sure
heard
she
the
got a notice
DA
from
say that in
HR.
the press
Yes.
conference. The DA said that. So why are they putting out a
That's
false
right.
narrative on the facts?
Mm-hmm. That's right. She did not come to them willingly. She came to them after she found out that Tony Husky and Anadarko found their communications and reported it to law enforcement immediately. That's why she came forward. Tammy,
And
you said that much.
Kelly, I think that's why I appreciate some, because once we get into this part of the case, it's so
Mm-hmm.
hard to stay on topic. It's so hard to present, like, because there's no facts. It's so many questions. The more you get, like, the further you go, you only end up with more and more questions
Yes.
of the inconsistency. So that's why I
Mm-hmm.
think that focusing on like the behaviors and the things that we're able to discuss with like an actual educated opinion once we have all the information is just so much more fruitful, I guess to say, because you just steady left running in circles and you're just remembering this was
Yeah.
left out, this was left out, and you don't
Well,
even,
and
you never get anywhere. And that's, I
and I
think Cindy Watts is a prime example. You see
mm-hmm.
her and she's just so like, I mean, not like empathize, whatever, with the victim or not the victim's family. But if you just look at her, she seems so confused and
She
like she
is.
doesn't have any idea. And that's just, that
No.
is so insane that she doesn't.
I
And then they
know.
wouldn't let them talk prior. I mean, it
Mm-hmm.
just, nothing adds up. And that's why I feel so
Yeah.
like compassion for like
Yeah.
not knowing what's going on here, but you're told that like that your son could, like, there's a triple homicide and it
Of
would
your
just leave
family,
you.
of your
Yeah.
grandchildren.
It
God,
would
yeah,
just
I
leave
know.
you in like
I know.
just, I don't.
I know. I know. I think one of the saddest things that the saddest thing for me, I mean, it literally makes me cry every time I see it. I still always has. This just touches my heart so much. When we see after Chris is arrested and Ronnie Watts parts ways with law enforcement and he's just walking out of the building with like nowhere to go. He doesn't even know where to go. He's like, his son was just arrested for murdering his daughter-in-law and his two grandchildren. And they're just like, later, dude, he doesn't have a hotel or anything. They just leave him in a parking lot.
It's so sad. Like the rest,
It's so
the
sad.
R's on it, I can't. It's terrible.
Mhm.
They lost their daughter and
Yeah.
their grandchildren, and it's absolutely horrible. And I'm gonna say, but they're mourning, their deaths, which is a permanent thing, and it's very, very horrible. It should have never happened. The
Sure.
Watts are left with so much media backlash. They don't really know what happened.
I
And
know.
like, it's like how, like all those emotions, like not being able to speak out because of like a fear of the
Mhm.
public, like not knowing what happened, whether you can believe or not, knowing who to be mad at,
And
like
they're
where to
so
place
vulnerable
blame.
and they keep trusting the wrong people and
It
it
would just
even
be
thinking
so
bad
much
stuff.
misplaced feelings to be left with, like dealing with that inner
I know.
turmoil. I
Oh, I
just
know.
cannot imagine. Like that's what I look at it with, that type of perspective of
Yeah.
how would you even begin to like move on? I mean, I don't know much about Jamie. She's one of the like more secret, like not secret as
Uh-huh.
in like she intentionally. I feel like I have to justify what I say, but I
No,
feel
I know what
like
you mean.
she
She
like
stayed out
she
of the limelight.
it seems like she was like she's really been strong and shouldered on, but like the
Mhm.
parents, it just seems like are just so shattered in this, and
Yeah.
it's
I'm not their
just so
biggest fan,
sad
but
to
I do
see.
think it is unfortunate that, I mean, they are victims too at the end of the day. And I do think that
Yes.
there has been a little bit of unfair treatment garnered to them for whatever reason. But I think that they
Yeah.
have made themselves, through certain things, sort of unlikable to the
Yeah.
public. And I understand that side of it too. But all in all, I mean, they are victims in this case, by definition.
I don't know. I just look at like the our family and the Watts family and what they've been through, and I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. I feel so bad for that. Like for me, they have gone beyond me having a favorable or unfavorable view of them. I feel like I just like care about them unconditionally. I pray for them, and I just want to love them unconditionally because I don't know how I would act or what I would do or how I would change or how effed up I would be after that happened to me. I literally can't even fathom it. Like my brain can't go even close to that. So, and I think most people's brains can't because they're not supposed to because that protects us. You know what I
I
mean? But
agree. I think the only thing is unfair, and I understand, I guess, from a family perspective, but you know, like the way this case was handled and leaving so much unturned, I do think it is a little bit unfair for whatever reason that they've decided that they're okay with the narrative, that the our family comes down so heavily on people questioning it. And I've
Oh
said
yeah,
this to you before. It's like,
yeah.
you know, if this was my mother, my sister, I would, you know, want to know the same. And it's like, if this is how we're okay with handling cases of this magnitude going forward, I think it's completely relevant that those questions be asked. And for them, it's their family member. So I understand not wanting to keep it, you know, revived all the time. But I just wish that they could see the other side of it, that it's not unfair to be asking and demanding the answers that the public is. And I think in
Right.
some sense they had those same questions, because if you look at their position now, I don't know if it's, you know, certain people being in their ear or what, but the dichotomy between what they said in the Dr. Phil interview versus their position now, it's, you know,
Oh,
a
it's
night
a
and day
flip flop.
difference.
It's different. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so vastly different, which I find
I
interesting.
will tell you privately why I believe that is. I'm not going to talk about it though. Like, I'll tell you privately. Let's chat about that sometime. But yeah, I know.
NDAs
It's
possibly.
you know, they could possibly be involved.
I mean, if you signed an NDA, I mean, I just feel like it would be easier to say, I just cannot answer these, or we know people want more things, but unfortunately we're not allowed to discuss. I mean,
Yeah,
just
but
some
that's
type of.
not that. No, but I mean that's not. I mean, there's like, yeah,
I just meant just to clarify, like if that was the
yeah.
case, like
Right.
most
Oh, of
of
course.
how it's just hypotheticals, just to like aid in that they want all the stuff to stop, like that would be a simple
Mhm.
solution. Like it
Sure.
just
Yeah.
seems like there's no rational, like that's
Mhm.
what's so frustrating. Anything that you think would be the most rational, like choice next. This is what we'll do to like remedy the situation and try to handle this as best as possible. And then it goes total left field. Like
Yeah.
it's so frustrating to see,
It
and
is.
then to just it's just closed. And even like the CBI, if they didn't know or not, they just went there and wanted to ask questions and then bring up this whole new thing and then just leave it with that. I don't know.
I know. Well,
Right.
here,
And I
I'm
guess
gonna.
I understand too if there are reasons for where their position is now that, you know, I don't know, or we don't know. I guess that's fine. But what I think is just a little abysmal is, you know, they have their reasons. Okay, fine. But they like acting like the public and everyone else is just crazy or looking for something where there isn't more to find. I
Mhm.
just think is a little
Right.
um misleading, I guess is maybe the right word. But, you know, again, I do feel nothing but sympathy and sorrow for them, and whatever their reasons are, I'm sure they're, you know, good ones to
But you know,
them.
I mean, still, it was law enforcement, was the prosecutor, was DA Work himself that gave them the line that they've repeated again and again and again. This is not a witch hunt. And the fact that he said that, he should have had to been forced to step down from his position to call possibly pursuing legitimate charges of involvement of or obstruction of justice in a quadruple homicide of a pregnant woman and two little girls, and to then publicly call that a witch hunt is, I mean, I think that is failure to execute your obligation to the Constitution and to the law of your land adequately, and it requires him to step down from his position. Unfortunately, he did not.
Yeah, it was massively
Yeah,
irresponsible.
that seems to go against the code. Like witch hunt shouldn't even be relative in something where, you know, you pursue leads and wherever it takes you, you can't pick or choose what you choose. Like you can't just, I mean, I've never seen that before. Maybe that's how, but I mean, I've never seen anything
No,
where,
no,
you
no.
know, they just are willingly exclude someone because it seems like they're going after too many people on a cat. I mean,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
no,
do
you
think
can't. I
it's
mean,
weird too, like how many unthorough and just weird, bizarre cases come for a city as large and as developed as Denver and the Denver metro area. Like the cases that come out of there and the way that they're handled is
Colorado
just
area.
so
Yeah, I
different
know.
than many other
there's so many
states
crimes in
or cities
I know.
comparable in size. I just think it's very, it's I don't know.
It is super weird. I know. I don't
I
even know the
brought
word.
that up the other day after seeing so many crimes in Colorado, and then like
Mm-hmm.
something at a Walgreens, the Walgreens like, and then I couldn't even find any like anything except, and then how much prison time, like, and then we went straight to court. Like, I
Mm-hmm.
don't know.
Well, and look at
Yeah,
John
they
Bonet. You know,
really
we
don't
have these
enjoy
massive.
prosecution. Yeah. Oh yeah.
We have,
Go ahead.
yeah, there's like these massive, like, you know, high profile cases that come out of there, and it's just like there's just more questions after these investigations than there was from the beginning when you knew nothing. And I just don't see how that continues to be possible. I don't know if it's I don't know, but I
Like
would
New
turn
York's
down the
like
ballot
Eastern
if I were
District
a resident in
trials,
Colorado.
like it. I don't know. It seems like New York they always have these big trials, and you know. I mean, and then you get media coverage. It seems like, and they obviously they generate money. I mean, it's just most of the time, like you would want it to from perspectives of like making money, and like if it was such a high profile case, continuing it on. You feel like that would be more of a I mean, honestly, generate more revenue, more viewers, just everything. Not that that's what
And
this
even
is
aside
for.
from that, at least you're doing the right thing. I feel like these things in
Yeah.
Colorado, what they're doing flies in the face of justice that we rely upon in our society everywhere else. It's weird. Yeah.
I mean, also too, in simple terms, I don't like the gaslighting that happens to the public where, you know, if someone's missing or they're looking for tips or information, it's just this pleading, let's do this together type of thing. And then as soon as
Right.
they have questions, it's like, and I understand maybe stonewalling an investigation until after a trial or something like that, but to not give the public any sort of morsel of truth or feedback or answers to really big questions in really big high profile cases like this, it's just I don't like that. I don't appreciate that, because you're good enough to help as long as they need you, but you're not good enough to actually know what happened. Well,
Right. Well,
I just
that's
don't like that.
Because those two things you explained are, because if we're looking at a criminal trial, are the two different sides of justice, the defense and the prosecution on behalf of the state and the people. So essentially and taking this into not plain terms, I guess, because that's what I like to do. So in the case of like what DA Work did, he is the district attorney. He is the prosecutor. He is an elected official that took an oath and is charged by the law of this country, his state, and his county to carry out his duties in such a way. So he is the prosecutor who essentially is the advocate, the legal warrior, whatever it is, for the victims in this case. Shanann, Bella, Nico, and Celeste, and obviously the families and the people of Frederick, the people of the county, and the people of Colorado, and the people of the United States. So he did that, he prosecuted, but he didn't prosecute it. He accepted a plea deal, which my friend Alex, who I refer to as Lossy Accession Legal Counsel, and my dad, who's been practicing law I'm not going to tell you because he'd be pissed if I gave any information out about him. And anyone else I've talked to who has legal experience about this, just can't believe that the plea deal under the conditions and the way it was stated and what it was accepted by any prosecutor who wasn't drunk or high or something. If they were those things in court, they should have been debarred for failure to be able to carry out their duty. No, seriously, that's yeah.
But
then
I guess that's sort of my point. I just feel like
let me just say this with the witch hunt thing and what the statement that he made to the public. All of a sudden, because for some reason, and the reason is what we exactly don't know and what we keep trying to understand, and it's the same reason why she was a protected witness at 5/16, the day after the murders. Shortly after, she had to go run to law enforcement because someone already ratted her out and she found out about it. He then switched sides and made his public statement as though he was the defense attorney. If it was the defense, this is what my dad said, and this is what I'm telling you, and it makes sense. If it was a defense attorney and he came out and said all of that and called it a witch hunt, it would have been fine. He said, when I told him, I said, no, Dad, that's the prosecutor. He's like, well, I guess he learned his lesson. I'm like, what are you talking about? It took me a while to realize my dad was just assuming he lost his job because it was so inappropriate. I said, no, Dad, he's still in office. He's still the district attorney there. He's like, oh, that's not right. So, yeah, it's backward. It's
inconceivable. And I understand it at the front end, the ping ponging between both sides and releasing information until the trial's complete or you get a plea deal or whatever. But I just feel like the majority of information, the majority of the story, and the majority of conclusions should be reasonably understood by reasonable people, either at the end of the trial or when someone pleads
Right. The
guilty.
plea, it
You
shouldn't
shouldn't have
matter.
all these ticks and all these unknowns dragging out for years. And that's sort of my issue, what I'm getting at with this, how they hide information from the public, at least in this case, but you're begging for the public's contribution on the front end. It's like, you can't be upset that people still have questions. Look at this investigation. It
Right, and
makes
who
absolutely no
who is
sense,
the
and it's
plaintiff
bothersome.
in this case? Who is the plaintiff against this case? The homicide charges and what would be the case once trial? Well, it still is, but against Chris Watts. Who is the complainant? Who is the district attorney representing? The people.
Mm-hmm.
All of us. That's what that means. Specifically for him, it means the people of Colorado, but it really is the public. And that's so screwed up. Like,
yeah.
It's not how it's supposed to be, and it is not how it is in a lot of other places. You're right to bring that up. Totally.
Yeah, and the witch hunt comment too. It's like, here's the mistress of a man who just completely annihilated his whole entire family, and you're going to stand up there defending her. Your whole job is to be defending Shanann, Bella,
Right.
Cece, and baby Nico. It's so highly inappropriate.
If she wants to be defended, have her get a defense attorney. I mean, he can make those statements,
Right, and that's another reason that I know that she got some type of weird backdoor sweetheart deal, because we never see her having it. I mean, we've heard about her having one. None of the interviews she had an attorney present. Why wouldn't you have an attorney present?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, I
right.
know that she had one, but I think that was, well, I'll keep my opinion on that to myself. But
yeah.
I don't think she had one present, because I think she knew going in she didn't need one. And
I think her attorney was more of the public relations nature.
That's what I was going to say, and I
Yeah,
don't want to put my
yeah.
foot in my mouth, but I think
Yeah.
that they're
Yeah.
sort of doing that one interview or that little photo shoot where they, spoofed her up a little bit. Like, I think that's what the, attorney was for.
Yeah.
So you guys seem to know more about at the beginning of the case, and this may be more salacious, but with the I haven't seen it, but Tammy Lee maybe going to a Facebook group after, if we're talking about like the ethics of the authorities pursuing the case. I don't know if that is factual, because I have not seen it, and I don't like making assumptions on this if it's not something I've seen.
Which post are you talking about?
With Tammy, supposedly Tammy Lee going and telling people, or putting it somewhere, that Chris had admitted to killing everyone. Or I don't know if I should say it. Yeah, but the of what he supposedly did with all three after the interviews.
No, that's not true.
I didn't see. I thought that there was been lots of things about how she.
Her husband made a post. Go ahead.
After he confessed, I think it was that press conference, wasn't it, where everyone's like, "Well, he didn't confess to that. Why is she saying that?" I remember something about it, but I'm pretty sure it was a press conference. I don't think.
Okay, so to clarify, she did say that he with all three.
Yeah, so in that interview where she fooled him with trickery and got him to confess to Shanann, she took that and ran with it and did say publicly, and I can't remember the forum, I'm pretty sure it was a press conference, that he had confessed to, I think she just said the murder, but it was implied that it was.
She didn't have any press conferences. I know what you're talking about. It was a documentary, and it was a widely circulated one. I think it was
I'm pretty sure, Kelly. I'll have to look back.
Okay. Oh, maybe you could be right.
I think she said, and it might not have been an actual press conference. It might have just been to a member of the media after that interview. But I because it was a big controversy, and it was one of the things when they made the plea that
when he made the plea, the investigation stopped.
Yes.
That wasn't an interview for a documentary. That was yeah.
But that in itself, it kind of goes against everything.
But first of all, that's not when the investigation stopped. That's not accurate, and it's not honest, and it actually has to do with this whole truck issue. When this whole truck issue is about they actually did hold it. You've just got.
I didn't mean to bring up anything like a hot topic.
No. We like hot topics here. I'm gonna start playing this game for 3 minutes because I gotta get a drink. It's gonna explain it right here. And the investigation stopped when CBI, her agency, refused to evaluate the trace lifts, and all the other evidence from his truck that they did indeed and in fact collect and present for laboratory evaluation that would have told who was in the car and if they were alive or not. The CBI refused to take it in for evaluation. That was 2 months before he pled. Let me be clear on that. I'm going to play this thing. I get water really badly.
Yeah,
So
Thunder
we're
Chick just said in
particularly
chat too
interested
that
in this
she
part.
remembers something about that too. I remember before he took the plea, she had said, and you might be right, Kelly, it might have been in a news interview or something like that for a documentary, but before he signed the plea, she stated publicly that he had confessed to all the murders, but at that point he hadn't. He had only had the one confession that we know of.
It's possible. Yeah. So, if somebody knows where that is, could you find it? Because I would love to refresh myself on that because my brain is just mush right there. But I believe that's totally possible. So I might be thinking of something different. Yeah.
After scene investigation and vehicles says on Tuesday, August 21st, 2018 at 1600 hours, myself and FSK Henson arrived.
Doesn't matter. We want to get to what they got out of the truck. So that's a formal statement saying they're going to get evidence out of the truck. Okay. Where is it? Think. Okay. Right after that. Sorry. Okay.
Rollers
Okay,
and collect items.
I want to get
21st vehicle was handled both.
Okay.
Then why did they handle the evidence?
Keep going the wrong place. Okay, I'm just gonna play it from here. Have fun.
That Shanann, Bella, and Celeste left in Chris Watt's work truck. The investigators know that there's really no other way they could have left unless they left through the back, which some people keep open as a possibility, and we really cannot rule it out since this case was not completely investigated. The question I have regarding the evidence that is presented in the discovery documents is if Tammy Lee and the investigators knew or felt they knew that the family left in Chris Watt's work truck, then why did they handle the evidence that was taken from Chris Watt's work truck in the way that they ultimately did? Let me explain. In the discovery, there's a detailed description of how each vehicle was handled, both Shanann's Lexus and Chris Watt's work truck, the Ford F-250. So we're particularly interested in this part under scene investigation and vehicles. It says on Tuesday, August 21st, 2018 at 1600 hours, myself and FSK Henson arrived at a certain location to process and execute a search warrant for the two vehicles which possibly had been used to transport the deceased victims in the case. So going down to the third paragraph, after a brief discussion, it was decided that CBI would photograph, collect, and package all evidence located. CBI would also use adhesive-based rollers and collect any possible hairs, fibers, and other trace evidence from the Ford truck in an attempt to determine any recent possible occupants of the vehicle. What I find to be of particular interest is the notation that the adhesive rollers collecting evidence, also known, guys, as trace lifts, was for the purpose of detecting any possible passengers or people that were transported in that vehicle. So given that Tammy Lee herself told us and told Chris Watts that one thing she knew was that Shanann, Bella, and Celeste were transported away from their house, 2825 Saratoga Trail, in his work truck, you would think that they would want to collect all evidence and analyze all possible evidence related to Chris Watts' work truck, wouldn't you think?
The only way they could have left is in your truck. The only way they could have left is in your truck.
Nicole Kessinger turned out to have information that I can best describe as being a bombshell.
Initially, you drew concern from me when you told me you deleted everything from Chris. I've already told you that. You understand why. There's no question as to why that might cause concern. So,
Okay, my friend. So there you heard Tammy Lee telling Chris Watts that she knows that Bella, Celeste, and his wife Shanann left their home in his work truck, and they were missing at the time. He hadn't confessed at all yet. And then we have DA Rourke describing the information Nicole Kessinger gave law enforcement as being bombshell information. And then we have CBI's agent Kevin Kobach talking to Miss Kessinger and saying, initially you drew concern for me when you deleted all of your text messages between yourself and Chris Watts, and there's no question as to why that is. So what have we established? We have established that investigators know that Chris's missing family left the home in his work truck, that Miss Kessinger is a big part of this investigation, according to DA Rourke, bombshell information. And then we have the multiple interviews with Nicole Kessinger and Kevin Kobach, in which she repeatedly lies about why she deleted her messages, the text messages between herself and Chris Watts, and any information that relates to Chris Watts on her phone. Kobach comes straight out and tells her, "You're shady." Considering investigators know that Miss Kessinger knows so much that she has such an intimate and close relationship with Chris Watts right up until the day his family went missing, and they also know that she has been dishonest, that she destroyed evidence in this case, this triple plus homicide case. And these investigators, they don't really know what part she may have played leading up to, during the murders, or in the attempted cover-up of the murders. They also know that Chris Watts' work truck played a pivotal part in this crime. Don't you think they would want to know exactly who was in that truck, and particularly if Miss Kessinger was in that truck with Chris Watts? And even if they were going to protect her, even if they didn't care if Kessinger was in that truck with Chris Watts, don't you think that they would want to corroborate his confession and prove scientifically, with scientific evidence, that his confession was true, that the body of his deceased wife and his alive children were in the back of his work truck on that drive from Saratoga Trail to Survey 319? Wouldn't you think they would want to know that if they had the evidence right at their fingertips? There are many shortcomings from an investigative standpoint in this case that I and many others find shocking, but this one I always find to be among the most stunning of them all. Let me read you part of this supplement from the discovery. It should be noted that on September 4th, 2018, while running through the evidence submission list with lab tech Patricia Lopez, several items were listed that CBI Lab ultimately did not wish to take possession of at that time. Those items are crossed out on the evidence submission form, which has been added to the case file. The refused items are as follows. I'm going to read the last three items. Driver's side seat cover from work truck. Trace lift from center console of Chris Watts' work truck. And trace lift from back seat driver's side of Chris Watts' work truck. The items
that were not taken by CBI are transported back to the Frederick Police Department and checked into evidence. Nothing further. So, my friends, what that means is the trace lifts that were taken from Chris Watt's work truck for the purpose of determining if any other occupants were in that truck, that evidence was actually collected. But CBI, Colorado Bureau of Investigation, chose to not send that evidence to their labs to analyze the evidence to determine what DNA could be found, what hair could be found, what other evidence, trace evidence could be found that would decisively identify what, if any, occupants were in Chris Watt's work truck, and they could also determine if those occupants were alive or deceased. Now, when I've brought this issue up before, people might refute it by saying, oh, well, maybe, well, hey, right there, it says they didn't wish to take it into evidence at that time, so maybe they analyze this evidence another time. But guys, we know that's not the case because District Attorney Rourke went with the story that Shanann, Bella, and Celeste were all murdered in their home at 2825 Saratoga Trail until Tammy Lee, Dave Baumhover, and Graham Coder went to interview Chris Watts in prison after he was already serving his 5 consecutive life sentences on February 18th, 2018, over 3 months after his sentencing. At that time, Chris Watts then gave them a more complete confession, informing them of what apparently really happened, that Shanann's life was taken at the home, and that sweet little Bella and Celeste made that car ride from Saratoga Trail to Survey 319, 45 minutes, alive, with their mother's body on the floorboard beneath their feet. And it wasn't until they arrived at Survey 319 did they take their last breaths. People who were involved in law enforcement, and unanimously, they believe that this trace lift in DNA evidence would have determined if Shanann, Bella, and Celeste were in fact in that truck, if Nicole Kessinger or any other party was in fact in that truck, and if those occupants were in fact alive or deceased. So the question remains, why did CBI choose to not analyze this critical evidence that had already been collected?
Okay, that is the question. Yeah, so there's all that. Woo. We got people backstage. You guys there?
That's crazy.
Isn't that
Yeah,
nuts?
Kelly, I've been reposting your link to join erroneously, and so I think I don't. So people wanted to come up, and I didn't think they were watching chat. So
No,
For some reason, I can't
I was feeding
comment.
my
It's not
bunnies.
allowing me to comment in the live chat. My bar for commenting isn't up.
Oh, that's super weird. It's not down at the bottom. I don't know why.
Not on the comments. It is on like the personal chat. And hey, I want to say I'm so sorry about earlier. I had no idea when I downloaded this it was going to take me to this. So when you said I had no idea what was going on, but I'm kind of embarrassed about that. But I'm very sorry about
You
not
downloaded it?
muting it.
Oh, no, you're fine.
No, I mean
No.
it just. I would be annoyed
I was
like
so
going
worried
back
about
later
that.
and having to listen to it. I just wanted to say that.
I couldn't really even hear much from. I don't think I could hear much from you, but thank you. I appreciate that. So, and hey, Kurt Stacy. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me, dude? I might go away for 45 seconds again, but just stay right there. I can't stand this thing. Keep talking.
You happy, make me happy, make your SA happy. All right, Bob, you told them all.
Thanks to you on panel.
Well,
The being kind.
What? What?
Okay, a little news to share, everyone. After a lot of consideration, I decided to make Logan Employee of the Month.
Thanks to me.
I was telling the panel, thank y'all for being kind.
Oh, my goodness. So small, but you're so strong. It's for the greater good, Louise. Oh, thank God.
Damn it, I thought the glass would break. Anyway, I'm split. The glass didn't break. High five.
Edward, I don't have no TV.
So Louise can quit. Quitting is an option. I want to quit.
You wouldn't be fun to quit at this Nobody's quitting. Louise didn't quit. She's just going on a sabbatical.
Honey, if you're, I don't know, if you're just in the chat, but can you mute yourself if you're not? I'm not sure what's going on, but I hear a lot of. It sounds like a TV or radio.
I was wondering what that was.
Yeah, I think she had
I was like sitting
something
there,
on
I'm
in the
like, wait a minute,
background.
that's not matching up with my screen.
It sounded like a
Double, I don't know what your problem is with me either.
Okay, but here also too, I don't know what's going on in chat. I don't know what happened, but I've asked repeatedly that we stop whatever this is and not keep it going. So he's been asked, you've been asked by me personally. I don't want any argumentative animosity conversation. So the only way to stop that is if we all stop that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, agreed. I'm not sure, but yeah.
I'm confused on what's going on.
I agree. I'm
I
sorry.
wasn't really paying attention. There was just some issue in chat with people arguing and being like nasty and comments flying back and forth. So one of them was
Okay,
with our panel guest Barbie, and then someone else in chat. Which I don't want to, put.
Yeah, I was gonna say I saw something on that with Barbie, and I was like, I don't agree with everything that she says, but I don't have I like other people's opinions, and so I don't have a problem with listening to other people's opinions. I'm like, I don't know why people are being rude today. Today it's off the wall with people.
This case is one of those. It happens every time we have a stream on Watts. It's just such a divisive case, and it's very polarizing, very divisive, very sensitive topics, and I think it's easy for people's opinions and egos to just get inflamed. I see it every single time we have one on Watts, and I understand that to an extent, but also, one thing I don't understand is, I mean, at the end of the day, we're all adults and we should be able to control ourselves. And it's like, if I don't know, we're asking to stop, the way things are going several times, I feel like out of respect for, Kelly and everyone else here, it's like, it's not really worth it to keep bullying your way to get a point across. It's like, who are you helping? Nobody. It's just not conducive, and it's not what we want here. So I don't know what's going on. Again, I just don't want to keep talking about it because it just keeps the issue going. You know what I mean? And so
let's not talk about that. I don't know
but
what we're
Barbie,
talking
you're
about, and I
welcome
want to
here.
know.
If you have something to say, you joined panel again. We're glad you're here. So anything happening in chat, the mods will take care of. So don't worry about it.
I apologize too.
Kelly, do you have a video of your I'm not sure if you even have if you your theory of exact what happened, or do you not feel comfortable? Because I know it's something that are you not exactly sure?
No, well,
Or
that's why I was talking about in the beginning of this live stream, which was now 4.5 hours ago. So many of you probably weren't here, and good for you. So, but I've always been, I generally speaking stay away from theories because I always say I like dealing facts. I'm a pie chart person.
Right.
I've learned, well, I didn't had to, nobody forced me to, I've learned so much about this case, and I've kind of just, I don't know, I feel like at this channel we're the channel you can come to, definitely for this case, if we were talking about you're not sure what's fact or what's fiction. It's likely that someone here is going to know for sure, is going to have the receipts, and we can help set it straight for you. And we're happy to provide that service, So, but sometimes we don't know,
Yeah,
and,
no, Kelly will check you quickly if you say something wrong.
I'll be like, here, I've got all the documents proving that's not accurate. Okay, bye-bye now. So, I mean, I'm not trying to prove people aren't wrong. I just want to
be a
Right.
source of what is fact. That's all.
That's
So
important.
it is. And so I was just saying earlier that I want to share. I have a very full theory of how a lot of things went down that include the lead up to what happened. When you compare the timelines and what I was saying is, although sometimes we feel like there is a lot of gap in the evidence and there are a lot of the pieces of the puzzle that aren't there, I have come to believe that there is more there and more of those pieces are there and they fit together than I once believed. I now know that that is not necessarily true. I'm trying to figure out how to share it because it is so freaking huge. But that's why I decided I'm opening up the vault. Everything has to spill out.
Dun,
So
dun,
you
dun.
guys, right, exactly. But I mean, I just thought there's so much to talk about. I don't know. I just don't on a practical. How do I roll all of this out?
I was late today.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kelly. I was a little late today, but I don't have my actual notes this time. Well, I do in my OCD brain, but I don't have them written down this time. I have a question. Because I think that you're a lot like me when it comes to this kind of stuff, and you're going to dig and dig and dig and dig all the information that you can pull out of something.
Yeah.
I was reading in the comments earlier, and this is why I'm saying I came in late, but there was comments going up about Shanann's friend who had come to the house and then called the cops because she was supposed to take her to the doctor that morning. And they were talking about how she might have gone into the house before Chris Watts had come back and locked the door and taken stuff of Shanann's out of the house. Do we have...
Why would she do that? What would be
That's what I was asking. I'm like, do we know what her motive would have been? And then my question is, so we're now saying that she happened to know exactly when Chris wasn't going to be there, like the exact time to get in there, but then she had to be out fast enough for him to come back and lock that door for her to come back and call the cops.
See,
I
to
think
me,
there's
that's
been a
all
lot
just
of
like extra
conjecture about
noise.
that because I
Yeah.
think there's been a lot of conversation and conjecture because when they go into the house, of course, we don't see Chris like hooping and hollering, yelling out for anybody, but we also don't see Nicole doing that. And a lot of the conversation surrounded around no one was really looking for them. I mean, the only person you hear yelling around the house was the police officer that first showed up. So I think that was one thing that kind of got people thinking, well, if she wasn't yelling for her or looking for her, it's because she knew she wasn't there. How would she know she wasn't there? Is if she looked. But I think that was, again, born from speculation more than anything else.
And that's understandable. But at the same time, I mean, if my best friend, I was supposed to pick her up for a doctor's appointment, I've known her for years, and she doesn't show up, and I know that her and her husband are having issues, and just all of a sudden she's gone. I think that in the back of my mind, I'm already going, okay, something's not right here. I don't even think she's here. So I'm not going to go in there screaming for her because I'm like, I don't believe she's going to be here. I need the cops here because I don't think she's going to be here.
Well,
No, I
Jamie,
do think
I
it's
think
probable she had talked to Nate and the neighbor, and maybe he looked at his cameras before what we see on cam with the detective. I've always thought
I believe that could be. I believe that.
And I also think that, guys, listen, Nicole, and I agree with what you're saying there, Jamie. Nicole Atkinson had just spent the entire weekend with Shanann. That was just coming off of the end of that North Carolina trip where Nutgate went down. And Shanann at this point is fully aware that her marriage is slipping away from her and her husband is disengaged. And at that point, by the time Shanann got back to Colorado, she had already seen the charges on Chris's card. She already knew that he was out with somebody. She knew gig was up. And Nicole knew that she knew that. And Nicole expressed in her interview and to the police how very worried she was about Shanann. We had to make her eat. We had to make her drink. She is pregnant. And I think also, now remember, Nicole Atkinson is friends with Shanann through Shanann's mother, Sandy. Shanann came into the picture because when Sandy lived there, she worked with Nicole at a salon. And that is how Shanann met Nicole.
Exactly.
Nicole and Sandy are very close. Now, although she doesn't, Sandy doesn't come out and say there was a lot of indicators for her when Shanann was in the Carolinas that something was wrong. I'm sorry. I am a mother. I know the bond you have with your child if you are present in their life. And I know, nobody's perfect, but Sandy loves her family and Sandy loves Shanann. And she knew there was something deeply, deeply wrong. And she was concerned because she is a loving person. We all have faults, okay? And I'd be willing to bet she was already on the horn with Nicole Atkinson saying, listen, girl, I am like really concerned. I think, and I didn't come up with this, someone else did, and I agreed with them. And now I subscribe to this because it makes a lot of sense that while Chris was in Colorado and Shanann was across the country and she knew something weird was going on, that she was probably having Nicole drive by the house and see what was up. Is he home? What's going on? Because they all said that they even before he got to Colorado, they knew things weren't right. Something was weird.
But
So
isn't that something that any of us females would have done? Is like, hey, I've got a friend home. Can you just go see what's going on over there?
Sure,
like, you don't have to knock on the door. You don't have to let him know you're
if
there.
I got home from a flight at like 2:00 in the morning and no one was hearing from me by 7:00, if you're suspicious of what's going on, then you don't know me that well because I'll be sleeping till noon. But I think with like everything Kelly said and the circumstance surrounding, she was talking to her mom. I think
but remember, it was
goes without
Bella's
saying,
first
too,
day
the
of
girls were supposed to start
kindergarten.
school that morning, so she knew that Shanann would be up early. She had the doctor's appointment, and then also above and beyond, they just got back from that Thrive trip and they all were talking amongst each other this morning, and Shanann was just radio silent. And coming off of the leg of one of those trips where you know, motivated boss babe vibe, it's like that's not something that people do. They're on the phone hustling the second that they get back off that, high, for lack of a better word, from the
and the friend circle that was communicating knew that Shanann was in a very bad place. Like
Like
they all
medically.
said that. Medically,
so I think they were hyper aware of what's going on
emotionally
and hyper aware that when she was
every
silent,
way.
something was obviously wrong. And I think that Nicole knew right away, talking to Chris, that something obviously isn't right. And when like the mom called the school, like the girls weren't there, I think it just was setting alarm bells off, pretty
I think
immediately.
that even in the cops freaking what's it called camera. I can't think tonight.
Body cam.
Yeah, thank you. Oh my goodness.
Body cam.
I've got my kids in the next room and they're playing so loudly you would think that I was having a party here and I'm not. I'm like, you guys are adults now. You can move out. Not really. I won't let them. But not the point. Okay. So anyway, you see Nicole's face expressions when she's looking over at Chris, and you just know that she's like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
She knows she knows something's gone down. She knows something's wrong. She knows she's not going to find Shanann.
With her finger, you can just tell by her mannerism. She's just like, what the?
Well, and if nothing else, getting back, being tired, getting the girls off to school, having a doctor's appointment, all these things from being gone for all those weeks. I mean, Shanann was barely back for, a day and a half, 2 days before she left again. So by the time she made the 911 call, Nicole already knew that Shanann skipped her doctor's appointment too. So if nothing else, I think that was like the catalyst for her sort of panic. And when you see her and the officer rolls up, she's trying to talk to him. I mean, she's out of breath. Like she's trying to keep it together, but you could tell that she's like frantic.
Well, and then additionally, she lets Chris Watts know as soon as she starts to think something is wrong, which is before 10 o'clock, she lets him know immediately. He doesn't roll up home till almost 3 hours later.
I was going to say an hour later. It was 3 hours, wasn't it?
It was 3 hours.
Well, and he kept
His
telling her,
response is
45
in
minutes
text.
away.
But the police made a note that they were about to do whatever procedure it is they do to kick down a door if he didn't show up within moments because he took too long. That's extreme, if the homeowner is on the way. You guys in the body cam footage are like, where is he? Why is he taking so long? Well, what he was doing was he was taking detours, dumping things off. He dumped a bunch of evidence off in that dumpster in his neighborhood, but around the corner where Jane's dog, goddamn Jane, where that dog clearly hit and no one paid attention to it.
That was annoying.
I
was like, why do you dog here if you're not going to pay attention to what he's telling you?
I know.
Yeah, he
And
was
they'll
like
never
that
recover
from day
any
one
of that,
too. Because
right?
I'm telling you one thing, if it was like my man and my very small 2 children, no one knew if they were okay or not, or hurt or something in the house. And
Mhm.
legitimately, I was trying to get back. I will carjack someone if I have to. Like, I'll
Oh,
call an
absolutely.
ambulance to drive me
Exactly.
there. Like, if it's a matter of,
Man,
you
Facebook,
know,
man.
again, like taking all that time, like it's just so suspicious from day one. So
Uh-huh.
The
Listen,
other
what
thing,
are the speed limits in Colorado? Like 85 or
oh,
something. He said it took him
I
45
can't
minutes to
message
get
him
to
that.
Serby.
oh yeah.
I'm like, I'm from
It should
California.
have taken him half an hour to get back if his whole family is missing.
Right. Right.
His text that day, I don't understand why he kept telling everyone that we talked when they that they were going to separate. I just don't understand his motive and why he put that out there so many times until one of the friends, I
And
think
he put out
Cassie,
the
said,
clip.
"I don't give a shit what y'all. I'm worried about my friend."
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, I know.
the other thing I was thinking is that I've been seeing a lot about the Shanann's mom not being like immediately like calling her. There's no record of her calling her. And I'm going to myself, okay, I have 2 daughters. One of my daughters is a daddy's girl, and me and her seriously butt heads. I love her to pieces and do anything for her. But we do butt heads, and she could go a few days without answering my calls. So if I need to know she's okay, I tell her dad, call your daughter, and she'll pick up. So it's just, you know your children. And so if I know I'm going to get a better result with him calling her, I'm going to have him call. Just,
Yeah. Yeah.
I
One
always
thing
know
I
when my
always
daughter
think is
does,
interesting
but
too, and looking back at like the footage and the interviews and things that they all say about the cases, that
Uh-huh.
you know, I think that he had premeditated at least Shanann, which I still can't really pinpoint how I feel about the girls. I know, you know, Kelly's sort of in the same place. What I originally thought isn't necessarily what I think today. And I don't always know 100% what I think about that part of it, but I don't think he had ever planned on, if you listen to like the interviews, even just with NK, you know, finding an apartment, which I mean, she knew, and whatever she wants to say, she didn't know. But even Chris talking about it, he never planned to find a place big enough for baby Nico too. It was always just the girls.
girls,
Well,
yeah.
regardless to what he told her, he still knew that he had another child, you know, coming on the way. So just by his statements and talking about it, he wasn't looking or trying to find a place big enough for 3 kids. It was always just the 2. And the only way that makes sense to me is that he knew, you know, baby Nico wasn't going to be a part of the picture.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he premeditated the Shanann piece way before he admitted to, which, you know, there's a million other reasons for, but that's just my opinion, I think. Kelly, I have a question for you, because I know you have so much stuff that we don't know, but I was thinking about this while you were taking care of your bunnies and stuff. But I want to know, like, what one thing is that you found, like, because I know when you started
Mac
investigating
messaged
this
me.
case, there was a lot of, like, you know, should we say this? Like, should we say that? And, you know, things have come out along the way, or maybe certain stuff people were afraid to talk about. But I'm curious, one thing that maybe you found investigating early in the beginning, or your opinions, early opinions you had that you didn't want to talk about then, that maybe you still haven't talked about. And if you have any, if anything like really sticks out that comes to mind that maybe you were nervous to talk about in the beginning when you started your channel, but now isn't as big of a
Oh my
deal.
gosh. I feel like I was kind of when did you join us today?
Me? I think I
Yeah, you
joined
joined us
about
from the
like
beginning, right?
maybe like 30 minutes in. I was late.
Okay, I don't know, because I kind of felt like I feel like I was sort of approaching that topic, but I mean, like there's a like, and honestly, my brain is almost useless right now. I've been on here for 5 hours. It's like 3 a.m. So I'm not going to have a very long answer, but that's what I'm trying to kind of do. All the babbling I've been doing for 5 hours or so is sort of saying like what you're asking right now is I want to share all of that. And I think in there's some really good stuff, but I get a little confused about what it might be, because I can't remember. I know what I know, and it's like just too much. And I've tried to piece it together the best that I can, and it's like throw out all the garbage. Oh God, I don't know. And there's like a story in there that I think explains a lot. And I kind of recently have been trying to tell it in some smaller pieces, but I want to try to put it all together. I'm not sure how to do it yet. But yeah, there is a lot of
You
that.
do a video about your thoughts from the beginning and end. Like, how's it evolved? How's your opinion evolved through the time?
Okay.
I think I said this last time. I think I told you last time too, is that, when it comes to the girls, I don't believe that he didn't. I don't believe that he's the one that did to the girls. I think she was, well, because of her opinion, for one. I believe she was there, and I don't think he could do it to the girls. I think she did it to the girls. I have no evidence for that.
That, and I think Sis was just saying that too, and that is one of the big areas. It's not that I was afraid to say what I thought, but my mind has truly changed on that. I mean, I used to feel very strongly that another person might be involved somehow, but that when it came down to the act, he committed the acts, all of them. I'm not. I don't. I'm sure with Shanann, with the girls, that's one of my biggest questions. I can't understand it because we were talking about earlier. I believe that what I saw and what other people saw and what everyone saw was true love for his children. And I can't, I don't know. Like my intuition, my gut, my heart, everything about me other than, my mind saying, well, what the heck? Like he must have done it, is saying there's no way he could have done that. So I'm my loss on that one, honestly. I really
I think he would have had the stomach to do it.
I know. I can't imagine. I just can't. I don't know. What do you
think? But at the same time, I think that you, for your channel, maybe, I know I could be wrong here, but I know it's nothing bad. I'm saying I think that because of the simple fact that we do not have we don't have her DNA, we don't have her fingerprints, we don't have because cops did a crap job. Right. You don't want to go out there and necessarily say that, yeah, I definitely think that she did this part of it.
Exactly. Yes.
So, exactly. And that's what I think. I'm like, I don't think that you're just comfortable saying that because we don't have that evidence.
Right. Right.
I think
fundamentally think that occurred.
Like, to commit the act himself, I almost feel like it was maybe more collateral because I can see if maybe Bella saw what happened or he didn't know she was there, and then it's like, well, you can't have one missing and not the other, and that's, I'm sort of the thought now, if he did it, I think it was collateral. Otherwise, kind of have other opinions, because again, I can see him premeditating long before but there was no reason why he couldn't integrate them with a new relationship with NK. It was really only Shanann that was in his way. Like, they wouldn't have impeded him at all. So,
boy, as long as it wasn't the son, because Nicole had to have his first.
I know. Skanky taquito.
You can take the but I do not want that boy because I'm giving you your first.
I know. Yeah.
That lady, I'm still going to call her lady just out of respect for the channel.
I know you are. I mean, I know. I seriously admire you so much for that because I ain't ever gonna call her lady.
I think of her more as a lady of the night, except for I give them more respect because they're trying to make money for their family. Just my opinion. But
no, I mean, beyond like what her life, beyond how this case, it is what it is, and I don't really care. But I mean, one thing I have always believed, and I still believe, and I have only believed it more and more so with each passing day, with whatever it's learned or put together, that she should have been charged. I'm not a judge, but my firm belief is, and convicted of some very serious crimes, and should be serving her debt to society right now.
Especially after the fact, there's the hiding the evidence. There's so many things that they
at the very least. Yeah.
I can even believe that they didn't, even for the sake of like appearing to be somewhat unbiased, that they didn't interview anyone else in her life officially that we see in Discovery. Like, look how many people they interviewed between Chris and Shanann, or by comparison, like take the Lacey Peterson case. Like, they went to the woodshed looking into Amber and everything before they could eliminate that she was involved in any type of way. We see none of that. And another thing,
and Amber had no indicators of anything nefarious or dishonest at all.
And look, but another thing too, look how much that they went into disproving the Trent Bolt caveat.
Yes.
How many people they talked to
clearly
in his
just
life.
Crap. Yes.
And so by comparison with NK, it's like they did 10 times more investigating him, which was just such a wild, crazy story. from the beginning, I think they knew going into it that it wasn't true, and they investigated it so thorough. And you see again the classic techniques, the Reed techniques, good cop, bad cop. Going in easy, trying to console him, then trying to go with the hard hitting questions. None of that you see with NK. And I also think it's weird too, for as case as high profile as this is, you've not seen one person from her past, not an ex, not a schoolmate, not a friend, nobody.
No,
has
nobody has friends that good. No,
not even knowing if they know her.
no, right, nobody.
When we're
Except for
talking,
this. Go ahead.
sorry, when we're talking about, basically they kind of he did his, not they're saying, they got his confession. They're like, okay, we're done. Nobody else is involved. If that was the case with every police department out there, the Adelson case over Dan Markel, they've gotten now, Dawn is now in jail going to trial. I mean, and this is 9 years later, and they're still getting the Adelsons. One by one, they're taking them off. So it's ridiculous that you would think that, oh, we've got this person, so nobody else can be involved.
Well, part of the proper legal process of proving charges, whether it's resolved through a trial or through a plea in a criminal case, is doing an investigating that finds sufficient evidence to support any give ups, any confessions, anything like
Conspiracy
that.
at least.
Yeah, I mean, you need to find evidence to support what you've been told. It is known that people have like psychiatric illnesses. It is known that people will fall in the dagger for someone else. It is known that people lie for reasons that they don't know why, or we don't know why. It doesn't make sense. And if that is the case, then there is somebody out there who killed an innocent 34-year-old beautiful pregnant woman and 2 little baby girls that should not be in society. And that, I'm sorry, is the law enforcement and on 3 levels there, and district attorney works office's responsibilities, and all of them failed miserably at that.
And they get paid by who? I forget.
The government, us, taxpayers, right? Yeah, if you knew that. Yep, all of them. Yep, they all do.
There's so much evidence to at least, beyond, but a conspiracy charge at the minimum.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But do you know how many people knew Shannon's whole house layout, where the girls' rooms were,
why would that matter?
If they watched
how many people watched her stuff?
So what is, so I think I might know why does that matter to you?
I'm just saying, I'm just
the
saying,
dynamics of they also, the dynamics of the family, which I always thought was, I just wish she would have came. I don't understand why she didn't fly. Everything going on, with her personality of what we've gathered, I don't get why she just didn't come back during the trip. I think things would have.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I know. There's just so many, there's so many unanswered questions. But like I said, there are answers out there that are fact based and data driven, and I've even had like organizations or official people, support them when I've asked. So there are out, but there still is a lot of mystery. But
and Troy McCoy, I don't even know where to begin with any of this.
Oh my God, I don't either.
I don't even want to open that up. I was kind of hesitant to even touch and big, but
I literally have never made a video or live stream with that topic because I don't even know where I would go with it. It would be like setting myself on a bad acid trip, something really bad. I don't know what.
It's like a snake swallowing its tail with this. It's just
exactly. Yep.
When it comes to the Nutgate thing, a lot of people sit there and talk about how, the baby wasn't allergic. I can't remember if it's Cece or Bella, wasn't allergic to nuts and all of this stuff. And Shanann was pretty much like a hypochondriac and Munchausen syndrome for the most part is the way people describe her. And yet my oldest daughter has a pine nut allergy. And when she would go places, I wouldn't sit there and specify that she had a pine nut allergy or a tree nut allergy. I just said she was allergic to peanuts because I didn't want them testing it.
So I would encourage you to watch the video that I uploaded in the past week about Nutgate. I seriously, truly would love your
I have
opinion
seen
on
that.
it. Oh,
I'm
have
talking
you?
about I'm talking about people's comments though, and today, people's comments today. And so I'm just saying, for myself, I'm just saying, as a mother, my daughter was alert. Like this when she was little. She looked. I don't want to say that. It doesn't sound right if I say it. So it doesn't matter. Anyway,
Go ahead.
huh?
Your daughter really has that allergy, though. I think
She
there's
does.
I think there's sufficient evidence to show that Cece did not.
But I'm saying
Or are you
that
saying that you just generalize peanuts rather than go into the specifics of
yeah, I
the
just for
details on
her
it?
is
Okay,
like
okay,
she
yeah,
had
that
a
makes
peanut
sense.
allergy, so I would just tell people she couldn't have nuts. She could not have because I didn't want them testing the waters like, oh, can she have this one or what?
Right.
So I
But
would
I just don't understand which child, because it goes back and forth.
It
I mean,
does.
in the text about whether it
They
was,
said Bella was allergic to eggs, remember?
I mean,
Was
in the
anyone?
pictures, I'm not sure which one. It says one of them was mold, cats, and dogs, and then the other
That was
one.
Cece.
And then I think, all right, that Bella
yeah,
was
because on her Facebook it says, and look, another allergy for CC. Add dogs to the list, or Bella add.
No, that was for
No,
Bella.
that was Bella. I believe Bella was the one first with tree nuts, and then it was Cece was mold,
Guys,
cats,
yes, that's
dogs.
correct. Bella, and on her Facebook, it's Bella's back, and she says
Yeah,
she's
that's. I
allergic,
didn't
so
want to
allergic
say
to
because I
tree
wasn't
nuts.
sure, but
Yeah,
No,
okay.
you're
But
totally
they
fine.
ate out everywhere, like Bojangles.
yeah,
That
the
cost
Fruity
them the
Pebbles.
nation.
There was
I
no
guess one thing I
anaphylactic
struggle
food
with.
There
Oh,
wasn't.
sorry, I didn't hear you.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, one thing I struggle with trying to make sense out of though is if Bella was the one with the allergy, I don't understand the reason for hyping up Cece on an allergy that she didn't have, and then we never really hear in conversation that much about it
I
being
think it
felt.
might
Like,
have
what's the
related to it,
benefit?
esophagus, the E, being able to put the anaphylactic shot. Oh, this is just
Maybe the
me, but being able to put those
sympathy.
two together would result in sudden death. Like it would be like a fatal.
Sympathy.
Because here's Bella had an allergy. She says, according to the Facebook post, the allergy test indicated an agitation. That's what that test is. To tree nuts, that does not mean anaphylactic. That could mean it would like clog you up a little bit or make you itchy or something. That what Shanann wanted to portray was the urgency and the craziness of an anaphylactic child. And thank God I thrive. And
Hashtag, yep.
And that's
You
guys,
get
that's what it's about. Go ahead.
Sympathy.
Yeah.
Well,
that was the that's why I said Munchausen syndrome or something. But my daughter's allergy, I had to have an EpiPen for her because her pine nut allergy was to that point.
Very
It was
scary.
like, if she has that.
It is.
But it doesn't add well with the first the facts on that are relate to the allergies and the exposure to the post about CC, the bath, the 15 minutes vomiting. She I believe it was the Finnegan. She threw it. She had to take it twice.
Yeah.
And then you hear Chris say, "Well, I seen the picture, and it wasn't like her throat was." But I think like with Shanann's, I mean, from what it states with her personality, I don't want to be factual, but it goes to the 10th degree, and it had to be associated with. So like the anaphylactic shock leads to death, and then with the the esophagus, I'm not sure what that one was. I think that might have been the reason why she related it to Cece, but it was initially on the post per Shanann Bella.
Yep.
But then we see other information about them eating poop. So it's like, what was she throwing out? I mean, how do we know?
Exactly. Then we have a whole.
I don't understand why
about
you
her
would
washing
tell
her
some
poop
of those
down with
embarrassing things.
her poop down with milk. I mean, I'm sorry. From a mandated reporter perspective, if I heard that about anyone under my domain, that would be an immediate mandate report, and I would follow up on it.
Oh, 100%.
One of the video when they got the pizza was it bothered me because how excited. If you've seen the video with the pizza,
Yes,
I mean, I'm
Bella's
not
out
trying
of her mind.
to say any like
I
but I
mean, my
mean,
daughter loves cold pizza though. Like she,
yeah,
you
no,
can
I mean,
tell.
it just like you see, just like maybe it was just after, but then again, it could just be that I've seen all this stuff and it's in my mind. So
Bella and Cece were treated differently in a number of ways, including the amount of food and drink they were allowed to intake. They just were.
You could
I mean,
see
it's
the
clear.
light in Bella's eyes go away.
There's just
yeah,
that's my opinion. There's so many instances in those videos. Cece, more, mommy, more marshmallows. Go get Cece. I'm not trying to imitate Cece to be mean. I'm just like, this is what you listen for. And you know, it's always go get her what she wants. Cece wants more marshmallows. Cece wants more marshmallows. Cece wants get.
I
And
think it was
every time Bella
easier
says,
to give her what she wanted rather than fight with her, and I think
I
Bella
think
was
so
easier
too.
to control.
Yeah, and every time Bella said, "Can I have more?" No, you cannot have more. Oh, I'm
it's so sad, and
hungry.
then it
It's
kind
so
of in your
sad.
mind, you get an initial kind of feeling for
Yeah.
one because of the other, even though neither
Right.
they're
They're
children,
children. They're
they're babies.
babies.
Those are babies.
And their
But you see
behavior
that,
is
but
what they
when
need.
you see the
Yeah.
regression in her speech, in her mannerisms,
It's marked.
it causes a curve. You get like a blinder in some instance. That may be why I perceive that video to be the way that I do. I think
Yeah.
that adds to it. The more you know, when you see it, it can strike a chord.
Yeah.
AKA, no one ever said she deserved to die at all.
Nobody ever says that. Nobody
Yeah.
ever says that. Yeah. I
But
I
mean,
mean,
she
I just
treated
think
this
that
girl
after our
different.
perspectives get like in the beginning, that's why it was such easy to buy. But the only in the beginning why I wanted to see more was because all of the what they put in the documentary, which I think they intended for it to look good, but it come off crass in some ways. All
I
of
always wondered how that Netflix documentary is supposed to be pro Shanann because I don't see it that way.
it seems very egotistical and kind of
Why?
I don't know what the theme was, but
Why
I don't
would
know
her?
why I don't know why they would approve some of the stuff about sex, and
Same. Yeah.
Yes.
it's
Why would they
confusing.
put that out there that she masturbated?
And
Yeah.
and that
Who
was
would do
like
that?
weird.
Hey,
The most
sorry.
uncomfortable is if they scrubbed videos. Why are some of those, especially the one video that is, it's cringe, like with the water part. I mean, why would
I know.
they
I
leave?
know.
I don't get why.
That one. I've never. That one. So just that's one that's
The
on my
Christmas
editing.
video should be scrubbed.
I mean, but that
Oh
one,
my.
and then the Wendy, the Barbie, the baby dolls.
I know. I know.
I mean, and I'm not saying anything bad. Kids, I mean, but I would keep that to I don't know. That's just.
Guys, there are so many pictures, and they are all forthcoming, available to you very soon. I promise. In addition to the Wendy and the Barbies and stuff, there's something that concerns me that there are so many. Oh, I hate even talking about this because it's so weird to talk about. It also
Yeah,
makes
it
me so
is.
upset. There are pictures that aren't the normal ones that we look at all over the place with dolls with their legs up in the air and like wide open, and like there's even a couple videos where I don't know.
Bella
It's
has like sticking stuff in her butt.
yeah. Oh yeah, that picture is that one's horrible. I would not. That was the
And like
first
those
picture I
are that
saw
I'm
that
not
made me
saying
go.
it was but that's the kind of thing that's overlooked when it comes to whether you're consciously trying to harm, but like taking the tip, like I don't even want this, but I mean some of those things people
I
don't see
know.
anything wrong, or that's how their parents, but after like 6 months old, I don't
Chris Watts
see.
didn't have the balls.
I mean, anyone,
But even the family.
bystanders, public group, I just feel like
Well, the
someone,
American Medical Association recommendation for rectal thermometers in children does not extend past 1 year of age, except for extenuating circumstances that are physical
yes,
that did not apply to those girls.
they don't even want to do it on, and I don't.
I mean, my daughter's
I
4.
know.
I was told to not even do it unless it was a last resort for taking temperature, like holding still. I was
Absolutely.
like, I have one of the infrared ones where you just hold it up to their forehead, but if you can't afford that, you can't get one like the traditional way. Then
Well, the whole premise of
I
using
don't
it all the time.
understand.
Go ahead.
But one of those gas related I mean, if she had
Mm-hmm.
issues, like my niece has, and they have stuff, but not not at her age
But
now.
again, the documentation on those, I've actually obtained the literature, like the little packages inside those windy things. They are they're for babies. They're for
And
babies.
I absolutely hate speaking on this, but this is
I
what
know.
really drew the attention of this. It's like, whoa, this
It's
is
highly questionable. I agree. And it is one of those things you don't really want to talk about. But I remember, I mean, I just can't imagine just putting my kid through. I mean, I remember when she was like maybe 1 or something like that, and I had to do a like suppository. I felt like an absolute predator. I cannot imagine like just doing that by choice for
Oh, I
to the
know.
point
Yeah,
that they're
3
like
times a
taking a
day for
kidnap
3
behavior on
months.
like a doll or something like that. Like they obviously are aware and know what's going on. Why are you doing that to your
and sending the photos
so
of
weird.
Chris's like stuff to the parent. I mean, I had to take a picture of one time and send it to my sister, and I didn't even feel comfortable on a picture. I did it really quick on FaceTime, and then like
It makes
even when
me
I
news
heard
their
that,
children have that fever.
I felt so. You just feel that kind of ick. That's why I can kind of say with a little bit of. I do
That's
believe
like, yeah,
that
it just like gives you the
it had
ick.
to
It's like
there had to be
Wait, let
something
her
else
finish her
showing up.
sentence.
Like
oh sorry.
there's no
Something,
way you
yeah.
couldn't feel any kind of emotion that may be. I mean, but then again, my mind can't fathom that some of these just purely evil. That someone who seems to be a doting father could do this. But I mean, to do that stuff and see all the pictures and a child acting that out with dolls, how it wouldn't put even a hint
So
of
are you
something
saying
in your
there's a
mind.
possibility that Chris Watts invaded them in that way?
Wait, what did you say?
Are you saying there's a possibility that Chris Watts invaded his daughters in that way?
No, I'm not. No,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
No. No, I meant
Okay.
with Chris.
I know an author that believes that, and I really do not believe that at all. Okay, go ahead.
No. And I think that when people say something about the steam shop, I think it's really touchy these days because if you can't say that your kid can take a shower with it. I mean,
so you know what I'm talking about. Okay, yeah. I don't think that's true.
I think both.
Yeah.
If you're have a strong family dynamic and you try, I mean, I know what I believe and how I am comfortable with me and mine, but you know, it's sad that we have to, dissect that and that we can't even feel comfortable to say that you would let your husband bait. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. I'm a single mother, and I know that when my son was like the age that Bella and Cece were, if I was like in the shower or something, I would if I was getting changed and I didn't have school, I didn't care. Or once he was around school, going to school.
Right.
Uh-huh. I think the anal thermometer use is weird, and the mimicking of the anal thermometer use kind of a lot. We see that a lot. Bella was having
There's at least 3 pictures and hashtags, and then she goes on to say that she's smart, which that is what told me that she had to be more. There had to be an intelligent mindset to see something with it. It wasn't purely ignorant.
NK doesn't have any babies.
What's that? Oh, well, the whole premise of the needing that thermometer, and there was a time where she was taking Bella's temperature by that means twice a day, and the reason was this. I don't know if you guys know this.
The FM.
Yeah, the familial Mediterranean fever.
I don't even know how she came across. I mean, maybe, but that's a left field one there.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it is almost non-existent in, except for certain very specific pockets in the United States. It's not a thing. It's very confusing. It's very weird. I don't know, but the doctor is saying no, this is not what she has. Apparently, when she was taking her into the doctor's office, they were not registering the temperature. Well, you get the most accurate temperature from doing a rectal thermometer, and so to prove the doctor wrong and to prove that Bella had a disease that does not even exist in the United States,
She took her temperature rectally twice a day for a period of time when she was
3 months.
years old. Yeah.
That's why I think I think that people would be able to speak more freely and actually say their feelings instead of everyone seems shielded for a good reason, but it diminishes the conversation and the awareness because we're not sure on things. But there'd been a trial, and it would have been, and I mean, and anyone suffering from mental illnesses, that's very sad, and you need it. It needs to be light shined on it so they can get help and people can address these things. But it's in this case. Everyone's just left, shrug. You're not sure, and you're not able to say things with confidence because it feels wrong. It feels wrong.
Yeah, no, I know it does. It does. It is. And then it's like, from my perspective as a creator, all of a sudden, all these nasty, terrible, terrible, terrible things people say, threats, like, I mean, we're talking, so I'm not even going to go into this at all, but I mean, stuff that blew my mind. And, that, you're just, let them rest in peace. You're just, but in horrible language. Way horrible.
But there's more factual evidence to support these accusations.
I know, well, exactly, but it's not, I'm like, that's such a, I'm sorry, anyone who wants to say to me, let them rest in peace, please don't waste your breath, because let me tell you right now, that's just the dumbest thing you could possibly say, because first of all, they are resting in peace. They are no longer of this earth. I believe they are with their Heavenly Father in eternal whatever. And whatever I am doing down here, I'm not bothering them. I don't want to be that powerful. And I know I am not even God. I have no power. I don't consider myself powerful at all. I'm not worried about disrupting them. That would take one badass motherfucker, and that's not me.
Exactly. I mean, I have faith enough that my higher power is not going to let a YouTube
Not one
person
person
disrupt my
stood up for
afterlife.
those babies.
Right. And then the thing is, and stop attacking the dead woman. And when people call her the dead woman and are telling me that I am being all the time, all over, look at my comments. I never erase any of them. If you left one of those ignorant comments on my channel, you better go look through the literally millions of them and find it, because it is still there. I promise you that. I have a record of it.
Dead woman.
I say it all the time. I'm like, what? And it makes me cringe. I'm like, I would never refer to Chanel. She's a person, and I want to tell her history, not for her is some bobblehead caricature of herself that people want to make her to be, but she was a real human being. Why is that a terrible thing? But you're calling her the dead woman. Well, that's really weird. I don't know.
I mean,
you can't say her name, but I'm the bad one.
I had to comment earlier on in the stream of something I think is interesting, though. It's just some of the parenting things. I think who we are as parents and things that we do sometimes is like a learned behavior of the way that we were raised, or you've normalized it.
Yeah.
Because, and other people too, it's like you become a parent, polar opposite of what you were raised with. But I wonder too, just how much of that is parallel between the way she was raised or maybe certain things that happened. And not to put things on Sandy too, but I just feel like you tend to normalize or maybe follow in the footsteps of how your parents raised you, at least to an extent. So, I'm just curious. I think it's an interesting thing to talk about.
I'm sure
how much could be generational.
Absolutely. We were touching on that earlier too. We talked about that earlier, Ben.
Yeah.
And but and I agree with you 100%. Yet still, there's probably tons of people out there that had rectal thermometers used on them past an appropriate age when they were little, because it was a generational thing. And
and that's fine.
And that's fine, but they understand that, that doing that to their child who is way too old for that to be done, plus all of these other things that we can even see in videos, are affecting your child in a extremely detrimental and negative way.
Anal, I mean, I hate to say it, but it seems there's a little bit of focus on that.
Weird. It's weird. And then the focus that is always brought, not by Bella, but by someone else, to her short hair, and then the surrounding that, and the and the differences that you can just see. I'm sure you guys have probably seen this. When the videos, Bella look happy. Oh, I just don't know what to do with this hair. You see her whole person change from joyful and bright to dark and just sullen. And over time, this is how that transformation we all observed happen for her. And it's
It's a travesty. It's
You see the fearful, like she develops these little mannerisms, like
She did not feel safe. She did not feel
No.
safe. That girl never felt safe.
And
after like age
what's so
one.
crazy is the things that are the most, like, if you're looking for facts, like to get a relative conclusion, you look at what's presented, and what's presented with the, I mean, whether the haircut's a learned behavior where she thinks trimming it, I mean, I get that. If you truly believed and thought that, that's your choice, all that, but like sis with the learned behaviors, all of these things, like when with the questions, if someone can look at everything and still not even entertain the question of the medical, then it's impossible. Like if you totally unbiased, you would have there'd be red flags on that. There'd be red flags on the issues with the thermometer, and then with the hair. I mean, it would, and with the
It's the red flags across a range of situations.
sleep, food. I mean, I don't even. Sleep is.
I know. I know.
What bothered me is she didn't cuddle her babies.
I know. I just put him down and that's it. Nope, it's not like that.
I don't
No
have to
hugging,
rec-
no
let-
cuddling. I just put him down, or I just put him down, like pop him in or something. I don't know.
And see, I think
It's
before
different.
Thrive, though, you see more of her holding.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and then and then it was kind of like yep, I got them. Like they're trained. And then it
Because I
almost
gotta
becomes.
keep going. Because I gotta keep thriving. You know.
But I mean, and then it's like you present it in a soft, sweet voice,
She
just
had
like.
been told to feed her kid during the night. Bella was
I mean, but
hungry as a baby.
it's just like how they do the blanket training, and then some of those, like how they train the kids, like it comes off in such a sweet, gentle way that you don't even look at it when it's like you look at the other cases with families and their children and the discipline, and it seems great, but when you look at how it's doing it, and just because the kids are sitting there nice and sweet, but what got them there, and like them learning to not cry, but I mean, when you go into the psychology of like a child, and when they when they stop crying, they do it. Why? That's what's heartbreaking. That is.
Yeah, it's not that they're so well behaved. It's more
No.
they're so well trained.
It's that they've given up,
Well,
and they know no one's.
yes,
I mean,
exactly.
this is
When they stop
purely
crying,
speculative, but that's the saddest thing it can be.
And Bella's feet would be beat red.
Bella to prove
When
like,
they stop crying,
Yep.
it's the ultimate despair of I feel so unsafe. I can't even cry. Like
Yeah,
that's
no one's coming for me.
Exactly. I can't take it. It's just
I feel like like the complacency of Bella. I feel like this is speculation, but I feel like the complacency of Bella was proof that the method worked, and then I think CC was used as a selling feature too. Like I do feel like they were treated differently, but for her Thrive and selling this, like taking care of her, and being able to manage her, it's like, oh well, I have to have this product, like you should buy it too if you have an unruly 2-year-old. But again, I think Bella was more proof to herself and others, trying to prove to others that her methods were.
But
But
it
Bella's
wasn't even
feet
real
would be
baby wise.
beat
It was
red.
like it was
from
a
kicking her
tailored
crib.
method of.
But hey,
that,
I'm gonna hop off the panel. I'm gonna stay listening in, and I'll stay modding in the chat. But
thank you,
I
sweetheart.
was literally just gonna say,
Love you guys. Love you, honey.
I've got to be up in
Talk to you
3
soon.
hours.
Yes, thank you guys so much.
Yeah, no, thank you. I know I have to actually end this soon, but guys, thank you guys so much.
I was gonna say you're a legend. 5.5
Yeah,
hours.
this is awesome.
Oh my God, I know. This was not the intention, but I feel like it needed to be done. And I've also noticed that there are somebody who is an OG of the channel. When I did the first Watts video I had done in a while recently, she left me a comment kind of admonishing me, like, I really think it's time for you to let this go. If you've noticed, really no one else is covering this case anymore. And I didn't even respond to it, but I was thinking, well, yeah, like the people that used to be covering the case aren't anymore because they've either been forced to get off of YouTube or they've been, weird situations. But some people are who are talking about it for like maybe like an unjustified. A lot of people, many people are actually. A lot of people are. But I've also noticed that there are a lot of new channels now talking about these issues that I feel kind of like on this channel maybe we've sort of rolled over time and time again. But here's my thing. I've talked to a number of people creators and other people who just seem to be really involved. And if you are one of those people, please email me at watsobsession@gmail.com about who really seem to be focused on the issues of outstanding justice that are out there. And we are trying to determine the best path to organize at least a voice of people that the district attorney should have been representing when he should have seen those charges through, and that justice was achieved for the complaining party in that case, which is the people protected by the Constitution, because that did not happen. And if you have, and I would really like this to be able to move forward and at least know that we tried, because I believe so strongly in these issues of justice, and there are victims that no longer have a voice. And I just can't imagine not talking about it unless I at least am part of an effort to try to make that justice happen for them, because they should have it. And we should have, it should happen. There's just no question, in my mind. So,
all right, I'm gonna jump off. You have a great night, guys.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being on. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
So yeah. So holy Lord, 5.5
Yeah,
hours.
Kelly, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I
Both
really enjoyed this, and I'm subscribed and all that. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I look forward to
awesome.
your new.
Thank you for subscribing.
Yes, ma'am. So have a good night, okay?
Yeah, you too. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself.
You. Yes, ma'am.
Take
Bye-bye.
care. Bye. I just want to read something that I agree with you, sis. A comment that sis just made. Yes. I know. And I don't. Okay, so I'm gonna read. Hi, Midge. I saw you a while ago, like hours ago. I meant to say hello. I saw some pictures on Facebook from Thanksgiving. They were awesome. I was so excited to see that. And hello, I love you, and I'm glad you're here. Sis says, I've seen a lot of newer creators covering this case, really fumbling the information and getting many very fundamental facts wrong. So I was about to kind of address that, and I decided to just not. But since Sis and I share a brain cell, essentially, I'm going to do it. I also do feel, and please don't think that I'm saying, and I've said this before, and I really don't think I am the official source of information. Like, it's not like that at all. But what I do feel confident in is being well researched and vetted fact that I'm comfortable stating that this channel stands behind. You can bet your bottom dollar that it is just that. So with all of this, a new wave of misinformation, I don't know, it just feels natural for me to be able to stand strong as a source of fact that you can rely upon. So that is what this channel will continue to be, among other things, to some degree, until somebody does something about the justice system in Colorado and lets NK have her day in court. Charges must be brought first, of course. Can't wait to see.
I don't think that'll ever happen.
I know most people don't think it will either. And it's very, I am not saying that I think it is definitely going to, or there's a high probability it will, but if I can, I think that I in my heart of hearts, I believe it should happen, and it could happen.
Yeah.
And it's possible. And if I can help it to happen, like that's, I will certainly.
But I think they gave her immunity.
Based on the conversations I've had with the legal people, the idea of, and it's a little too late in the live show. I've been on for too long to go too far into it, but I believe, and we can talk about this another time, all of you, if you want to. From my understanding of what they've said and what I research after, definitive non-conditional immunity, it's not a real thing, at least in our justice system, because, and there's reasons why, and we can talk about it more in depth later that might make more sense. It stands in opposition to a lot of things that need to be fundamental pillars of a free and democratic society. So
I know.
But it's a little too much right now. So hi, Kurt Stacy. I was trying to say hi to you earlier, and that's when my StreamYard cut me off. But I'm always so super happy to see you, and hope that you're doing well.
It's like we got a question. Why are we still on this 5 years later? Because something is wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. That's right. I mean, it's not like, there's nothing like that's forcing people to still be interested in this case or anything like, that it's natural human curiosity, fear, need to understand a behavior that is all bringing us here. And like, I don't want to be opposed to that. I just think it's so super weird. I don't know.
And I think the truth is so much worse than we know.
Yeah, I'm afraid it could be. Yeah, I agree that it might be. It's so hard to think
Does anyone have Vivint? Wouldn't Vivint capture everything that happened in the house, at least audio?
No, it doesn't have a constant running audio. But again, that is one of those things I would love, and I'm not trying to like not answer the question, but I like that's like I can't think anymore, girlfriend. but we can talk about that a little more if it's something that you want to. I mean, and also remember, Chris was telling Shanann that the security system was partially broken while she was away, and he was she was demanding he fix it. I think that maybe he made it be broke, or we do know he was on the phone with a security company several times for an extended time, or maybe he made it be broke so Shanann wouldn't get the report. He didn't want her to. I don't know. There's a lot of questions there.
I heard this is how NK found out about Shannon and Chris.
Okay.
When they had a vision party.
Oh yeah. Well, that was one of the days when she Googled Shanann. Yes.
Like she knew Juanita or whatever his name was, and that's how she found them.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay. So the day they had the vision board party was in January of 2018, and that was one of the dates when NK is known by her own records to have Googled the name Shanann Watts. However, there are 2 instances of her in the discovery of her Googling Chris Watts on August 3rd of 2017, and then Shanann Watts on September 1st of 2017. And that is the thing that is the first item on the official timeline in the discovery, because there was at least one detective that was onto her. And
it's like she was sent by someone.
Like she was?
Yeah, or something. I don't know. That's what I think sometimes. Like,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's anything's possible in this case, but I just think that I think she's not I just think she's not a very stable personality type, and she might be prone to obsession and other unhealthy like attachments to people or ideas, and I just think that's just what happened here, and it just ended super tragically. So a lot of us are aware of the weird details, but it could be more than that.
It's so weird to me that there's no info about her before this or after this.
It's really hard to ghost yourself from the entire world, and she has done it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
like
easier when
no
you
one
change your
has
legal
came
name.
out about her.
I know, it's crazy. It truly is.
Is like NK even her real name?
Well, her name, her birth name. Well, I believe it was Nicole Kessinger, and there you can find him. There was some information about her prior to, shortly after, around the time she changed her name. But we don't know.
Didn't she stab someone?
I don't think this is getting into she was arrested once previously. I put that arrest record up on my channel somehow. I don't remember what form I did it in, but it wasn't for stabbing somebody. It was for disorderly conduct when she was underage, when the police responded to a party where there were underage people who were drinking and were not responding to previous noise warnings. And around that same time, the stabbing story came out, and I have no reason to believe that's true. I haven't been able to find anything that's like supports it. So
okay.
Some other channels,
this case is very high in emotion, and
It absolutely is. Oh wow. Who's talking? Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm reading a little bit of comments too.
It's okay.
Oh. So you know what? And I think we're low on Matsu. So I am going to end this, or I could just go on about this forever. But thank you, Barbie, so much for coming up here, and
You're
all you guys that
welcome.
came on panel. I appreciate you guys so much, and you guys in chat. I'm sorry it means we hard on you earlier. Just when I have a bunch of stuff going on, I can't see chat at all. I just hate the idea of somebody like being hurt because they were here. So life is hard. We need to take care of ourselves and each other. So I hope you do that for yourself. So grateful you were here, whether you're watching the replay or in live chat in the discussion tonight. And there will be more. Please let me know, specifically what topics you guys are most interested in, because I am so totally happy to, to listen to what you want to hear and answer the survey that I put on the community page. I love your feedback. And hey, Green Eyed Bandit, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate you so much. And Kelly, welcome to Watch the Obsession membership. I am going to be posting that video that I mentioned to you guys. And I'm sorry, it's only going to be members only. Membership is $2.99. And the only reason I'm doing that has nothing to do with revenue. And it has everything to do with the fact that the nature of the content, I don't feel comfortable having it come from my channel and being like out publicly for all of the world to access, because it's all there. It's all stuff that's on my cutting room floors. I've been referring to it in the vault that I have kept out of other material because I just decided it wasn't necessary, and anything negative it could cause wasn't worth putting it in. But I mean, I don't know. I need at some point I just need to move this stuff along somehow, and you never know what. And I'm not saying it's all exclusive stuff that nobody else has ever had, but I have held on to everything in this case. I have been given some things that I hadn't seen before. Some of these things I definitely have seen other places. Sometimes presented in the right way, sometimes presented in the wrong way. So I could show you examples of both. But never on this channel. So that's the only reason I'll be for members only. So everybody, people are fucking crazy. Lock your windows and your doors. And please do take care of yourself. It is the weekend. So if you're somebody who gets to enjoy weekends, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. I now know that my tomorrow will be spent resting because I'm exhausted, but that's good. It means you're living a busy life. And I appreciate all of you so much. I'll be having another live stream sometime next week. I have not determined the date yet. And I have a couple videos coming out. If you need anything from me, or if you want to send me information, or if you want to help out with the issues of justice, please email me at wattsobsession@gmail.com. Do remember to check out the Chris Watts documentary I showed a little bit of from the channel ATS News earlier. And just know that I do endorse that channel. And that part of this live stream is credited to ATS News. Okay, there we go. I had to find an outro that hasn't had any music copyright issues because they're getting a little crazy. Take care of yourselves, guys. You deserve it. I'll see you soon. No, not that one. That was terrible audio. Sorry. What are these? Things in here I don't even remember. It could be interesting.
It just seemed like he had so much going on, and it was just beautiful that I was like, why don't you just try this out, into it, and I did not
Hey Jordan, if you're still here, please. I just saw your message about the video. That's awesome. I would love to talk with you and see what it is you'd like to do. That's amazing. Thank you for contributing. WattsObsession@gmail.com. I'm starting to lose my ability to make words. I really have to go to sleep. But I love you guys. Sis, thank you so much. You're awesome. I was just reading your comments. And Mick J, you are so super amazing. Gosh, Kevin, Utter, Midge, oh God, there's so many other, Kurt, all of you guys that were here. I know I'm gonna miss somebody. I don't want to name everybody and then just miss one person and have them be like, oh, that was so not nice. And I really didn't mean it, but I just am like delirious. I'll send all you guys, my moderators, an email tomorrow. And you're amazing. I am so super appreciative for you. Of you. For you. See, I can't even talk anymore. Lock your windows, lock your doors. Kevin says, please make sure you spade and neuter your pet and be good to yourself. To other human beings, definitely your pets, because animals are awesome. Love you guys. See you soon.